All right. Late night stream. See how this goes. Throw up TikTok right there. There we go. Hopefully it's a fun one. All right. Discussions about whether the supernatural is real or not. What's up, Jaden? Let's do this thing. What is up, Cap? Artemis? What is up, bro?
You know
What?
what's fucking hilarious? So look, I was over at K's live, right, and Deathless, and like it's just fucking crazy town over there right now. But I get added down in the comments, and they're like, "I see you everywhere," you know. I
You
don't
are
know who the
everywhere.
fuck this guy is, right? I don't know who this guy is, and he's like, and I go, "Who are you? And what do you mean by that?" And he said, "I think it's a good thing that you don't know me." And then he just never responded to any of my other comments. That was the
Interesting.
weirdest interaction I've ever had. And wait, what do you mean I'm everywhere as well? Why, what do y'all mean by that?
You're always in Alive.
I'm bored. I
That's
work
fair.
online. I work online, so I always have free time.
That's fair. And Artemis, yeah, I messed with the lighting a little bit, changed the lighting around. I thought it looked
Yeah, it looks a
better.
lot nicer.
Yeah, less washed out.
Less white.
Yeah. Adds a lot more color and dimension. I'm excited for this. Hopefully we can have quite a lot of conversations.
I don't know, man. We have a lot of like the late night streamers on tonight.
It's true. Look at all the leftovers. How many are on right now?
Yeah.
Is it everyone on?
I know Justin is on live last I checked. Ogre's on live. So yeah, we got we got some comp.
I'm opening it up and checking. K's on live? Yeah.
And K is on live. That's where I just came from, so I needed to get away from that fucking disaster.
We got pretty much everyone that is live right now. Cool. I'll take the leftovers. Couldn't handle Deathless. Dude, Deathless is basically just like read a thesaurus and say every single word you can and win the argument.
He thinks that he's defeated atheism because it's terrible. 40.
He's the greatest theist of all time. What are you talking about?
Oh, this is 40.
Yeah, this is 40.
Yeah, no. So essentially, right. He was saying that there exists something in every possible world necessarily, right? Or that everything exists necessarily in some possible world. So I said, okay, does that mean that you necessarily exist as a PDF? And he says, well, in some world, I exist as John Wayne Gacy.
You've said this before.
Yeah, right. And so I brought it up to him, and he offers $1,000 to dox me.
What?
And yeah, so when I bring it up to him, he gets like quiet and starts going on. What's doxing?
That's crazy.
It's like quiet anytime I speak.
What's up, Benjamin?
All right, we have a guest.
What's up, dude? Evidence, bro. I have something serious to ask. It's been eating away at me for the last 2 weeks. All right, dude. This is the question, and it's just like fucking crazy to me. There is white people that are born and raised in India, okay? Now, it would necessarily follow that if someone is born in India and raised in India, they would have a Indian accent. But I have never seen, talked to, watched anything, a single white man that has an Indian accent. It doesn't exist. Any thoughts or concerns?
No.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
You're asking a question?
Yeah, so have you ever seen that?
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about today.
Well, it's conceptually relevant.
Oh, what was that?
What is up, buddy?
You're older.
Hello, guys. So what's the topic for today?
Yeah, we could talk about the supernatural or whichever god you believe in.
At least 18 or older as well.
Hello?
Did I
So wait. In one sentence. Okay? So in one sentence, the lack of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just because something is supernatural has not been conclusively proven does not mean it does not exist.
Are you drunk?
Many things were once observed before with evidence or methods to detect became available.
Are you drunk?
Huh? No. What I said is just because the supernatural does not have conclusively proven does not.
Yo, oh my god.
What's up, XL?
How does it be to feel fucking retard, bro?
Pretty good.
I bet it does.
What's up, Royce?
What's up, man? I spent 13 years of my life in the bars. That guy was definitely drunk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking so.
All right, man. Anyway, atheists. Listen, dude. I'm making a quick conversation. I think that atheism. I think you should believe in the supernatural because it's going to give you a purpose to live your life. I think the atheists, although they say they have purpose, they have a really hard time actually conceptualizing what their purpose is. I think that I have purpose by proxy of being religious. I think it's just given to me. I have a reason to live. I think atheists have a hard time finding a reason to live. And I think that the reason that they have to live is self-driven. It's typically a narcissist. It's not intentionally, but I think it's narcissistic.
What's
my
your
open.
purpose?
Yeah, my purpose is to live for God, to live for others, and to bring others to God. That's my purpose through Christianity. To spread the gospel, to bring others closer to God, and to bring them to Him.
Okay.
All atheists by nature, you have to have self-driven purpose. You don't have objective purpose, obviously. So what is your purpose? I'm going to ask you now.
Probably to live as happy as possible and spread critical thinking.
Right, but now that's the problem. Now the purpose you have is ultimately at its core always centered around yourself. No matter which way you cut it, your purpose is always self-centered.
Spreading
Doesn't-
critical thinking so that society is benefited.
Does it make you feel good that you spread critical thinking about yourself?
Not really. I'd rather believe in the supernatural.
Do you live for at its actual core? You spread for spreading critical thinking, but at its actual core, you want to flourish, correct?
I really don't care.
Don't-
I
don't
just
be-
want to
don't be-
teach critical thinking and deconstruct stupid idiotic ideas that harm society.
Yeah. So the problem is that you spreading positive critical thinking is still, man, is ultimately just it's centered around yourself.
Okay.
That's the problem. So at the end of the day, the reason you shouldn't be an atheist is because by being a Christian, you have an objective purpose, and an atheist purpose is self-driven, dude.
Okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna have some drinks, but I want you to ponder on that. All right?
No, thank you. That's stupid and a horseshit argument.
How's that a horseshit? That's a valid argument, dude.
Your subjective
mean-
opinion is that my purpose is 100% self desiring
It is.
according
It's
to your
self-dri-
opinion,
It's
and
self-driven
there-
implies self,
and that
It's
because
self-driven.
I am doing something for myself and others, therefore I'm wrong.
Self-driven, it's implied in the name. It is for yourself. You live for yourself, ultimately. Okay, living for yourself is a narcissistic.
Define narcissist.
Yeah, basically be a doing things that are only beneficial to you, as well as having a grand what is that called? Like, what is the term they use for narcissism? It's a key principle of it. It would be like grandiosity. So you're living for yourself. You believe that yourself is all that matters, and that is a narcissistic way to live. I don't live that way. That's my argument, bro.
Where'd you
Not
get your
horseshit.
mind reading degree from?
Like, I have epistemic access to your qualia. I can access your mental states. I know what you're thinking.
You have phenomena to his phenomena?
I mean, I have access to his mental states. Yes.
So you can access Numina.
Yeah. So like right now, think of something right now.
Okay,
Elliot.
wait,
Think of something right now.
why would you say yeah? Because Numina is something that is analytically that you can't access.
I'm telling you, I can. Like, think of something right now, and I'll tell you what you're thinking.
How? Wait, you can't access Numina analytically.
He's thinking
Forty.
You
of
just said that you could.
ice cold Bud
40.
Light. He's thinking of right now. Ice cold Bud Light with the some sort of snack.
Alright.
What's up?
Okay, here, let me give you a better
Well, what am
argument,
I
Royce. You could say you could prove objective purpose, and then just say that atheists can't have purpose under their worldview. So there's
That's a
motivation
way
for the
better
theist
argument.
worldview.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
way
it's a
better
way
argument.
better argument. It's like a transcendental type argument.
I don't
What
wanna
you
give
said
your
was just
argument
like,
you gave was just bullshit.
yeah,
dude.
your
I'm
argument wasn't
disappointed.
even valid. It was presupposing that you can read my mind.
Which I can.
Substantiate that?
Yeah, sure. I just did it earlier. I know what you had for dinner. Grilled ham and cheese.
What's up, Bobby?
Yo, what's good, bro? I just want to start off by saying, like, I respect your opinion. I just want to get out of the way.
Sure.
I just had like a few questions. So, like, what like led you to being atheist? Kind of, like, was there any like climatic moment or like any thing that led you to being atheist? Like, what is your main kind of argument on that?
Studying Christianity, because I was a Messianic Jew / Christian. I realized that I actually had no justification for my beliefs. That's it.
Okay, and I just want to get another thing out of the way. Are you atheist or are you agnostic?
Define agnostic and define atheist.
So atheist is the absolute, like, you do not believe in God. Like, you are like completely sure that God does not exist. Versus agnostic means like you're not sure. Like, you don't want to follow like a certain religion and just declare like that's the one and only path. But you also don't want to fully commit to it because at the same time you're unsure about whether God even exists. That's kind of agnosticism.
So what do you
Like,
think
I don't
Gnostic
know.
is then?
Sorry, repeat that.
What do you think Gnostic is then?
Agnostic. It's just a belief that I don't know.
No,
Like, I don't know God.
Gnostic.
Gnostic. I'm not too experienced in the roots. Could you?
Gnostic is the
could you-
positive form of agnostic.
Oh,
Yeah, you're completely wrong
Okay.
on the definitions. Gnosticism is about knowledge. If you are Gnostic, you know. If you're agnostic, you don't know. If you're theist, you have a belief in God or gods. If you're atheist, you lack or have without belief in God or gods. So you could be a theist that is agnostic or Gnostic. You can be an atheist that is agnostic or Gnostic. I am an atheist, and I am a Gnostic atheist,
okay.
which is the
makes
minority.
sense.
Majority of atheists are what you call weak atheists. They are agnostic atheists.
Okay. Thank you for informing me on that. And did you only like study Christianity or like did you like look into other religions, their view on God? And like do you at all believe that there's a creator like that created this world, but you just you don't want to, specialize into one specific religion?
Why would I believe that there's a God?
Okay, I mean that's a valid point. I mean, one of the main kind of like viewpoints I had is like that the way the universe is designed, like the intricate, cycles that embody it, and like I feel the overall like way the world is formed, like there had to be a creator. But, like I couldn't definitively say, okay, it was Jesus, or if it was Allah, or if you know what I mean, right? Like my kind of viewpoint is that there is a creator, but we don't have enough evidence. We haven't done enough research to know what that creator is, and we don't even know if religion could be, what represents that creator.
So your argument seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong, that because the universe is precise, therefore it had to have had a mind behind it.
Not necessarily a mind, but an order. So a creator.
Lost you there a little bit.
Creator can be like an order. You know what I mean? Like some.
You're cutting in and out a little bit there. What'd you say about the creator?
Sorry, your voice cut out. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, what'd you say about the creator?
Yeah, so I don't like necessarily believe that like there's just like one all-knowing, all-loving guy that just created the whole entire universe. I believe that the creator is the universe, kind of, where like everything has been and always been in place, and the whole universe and the whole like kind of like cosmology like embodies, how do I say this? It kind of revolves around the like system that we have yet to comprehend. That's kind of my whole viewpoint
We
on it.
comprehend it quite
Rather
well.
than, could you like give some examples of like how like we've comprehended it currently?
What is gravity?
Well, the force that keeps everything together, kind of.
How does it work?
So well, everything has mass, and when mass is concentrated around a single point, I guess gravity plays in to keep everything together. I'm not a big science guy. Could you
Well,
explain that?
you were kind of saying that we don't know anything about the constants and how they work. We
No,
do.
I'm not saying we didn't know anything about the constants. We do know about that. I'm just saying like the morals. Like for example, like many people make the argument, like, okay, why is there suffering and why is there like just like ill things all over the world, right? And kind of what I think is that the universe operates in a higher kind of transcendental version of the morals that we are unable to understand. And even with science, like I feel like we've only touched the iceberg, and there's just so much more to like kind of unravel. You know what I mean?
You're gonna have to help me understand what you're trying to say.
My honestly, just my main point is like there, rather than there being a creator, I feel like the creator has been what they created.
Am I able to be a computer?
No.
Okay, so how the fuck is the creator supposed to be the creation?
Well, the creator can be the order. Doesn't necessarily have to be a creator.
The order is the creator? No, something had to create the order according to you.
Okay, then I think that comes back to the point where like I don't know.
Do you believe that the universe at one point did not exist?
No, I believe that the universe has always existed.
There you go. So there's no creator.
But do you think that it operates on like an autonomous like way of like order or like morals? Like, do you think that exists, or is it just completely random?
Morals have nothing to do with constants. Morals are principles to determine things to be right or wrong by subjective thinking.
Understood.
We make them up.
So are there like any universal, yeah, you made a good point on that. Like morals are subjective, we don't define them. They can't really be objective unless it's a universal truth. And do you think universal truths do exist, or is everything just going to be analyzed subjectively by the person?
Well, of course, 2 plus 2 will be 4 anywhere in the galaxy.
Got it. All right, yeah, that's all I had to say, man. Just thank you for letting me on.
I don't know. I don't know about. I'd say okay. I'd say that there are abstract things that universally exist, like transcendentally exist, but we make representations of those things. So like language doesn't have an actual ontology, or like 2 plus 2 doesn't have an actual ontology. But I'd say that there is something that we have a representation of 2 plus 2 that does have an ontology, right? Something like that.
Got it. Yeah, that's all I had to say, guys.
You're
Thank you for
officially
letting me on.
atheist.
Oh yeah, I have to look into some more of that, but I think you definitely opened up a new perspective for me. So I want to say thank you, and yeah, just have a good day, man.
Sure, man. You have yourself a good day.
You too.
Yeah, you too, guys. Have a good day.
Okay, well, that was a little bit weird, but turned it out pretty good.
Well, he was nice. So.
Yeah. Never in the history of ever has the newest scientific breakthrough been God did it. That's a fact. I talked to another physicist about this, and he gave me something to read about. I never read it. Oh, I'll have to hear about whatever that is. Dead internet theory? Huh? But light does have a mass. I forget the theory or whatever. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay. What is up? You keep dropping down, bro.
Huh?
You keep dropping down.
Look at my bars right now. That's
don't
why
see 'em.
I have my internet's very
You
poor
don't
right
have
now.
bars.
Oh.
What?
I don't see the bars.
No, why don't you guys see the bars? I see them on my end.
Yeah, I don't see any bars.
I don't know. But yeah, my internet's really poor right now. So I've been dropping in and out of lives to see if like it fucking does something.
Sure. That's fair.
Was the McGriddle worth it?
Was what?
Yeah, I have no idea what you just said. But besides whatever.
I said, was the McGriddle worth it?
See, he's always speaking when I'm speaking. He loves to do it. But besides that, I got a question. A very interesting question.
Okay.
Okay. So after the stream, you trying to play Roblox again?
Sure, we can do something.
Hell yeah.
Needing that?
Somewhat. Just feel like just doing so. I've been very fucking bored.
Sure.
But yeah, we definitely have the wackos for today, man.
Yeah, that was
Like,
3 trolls in a
The
row.
last few guests that I saw,
The last guy was
yeah,
good.
that was
The last guy was good.
no.
Gonna be a slow night, ain't it? Okay.
I don't know why. We've been having good viewership. Maybe it's just like too little engagement.
Maybe you just ran through.
All right. Well, theists. If anyone in here believes in the supernatural or some sort of god, go ahead and request up. We could chat about that. You could possibly change our mind. See what you got. Wish I had a little bit more energy. I could throw in some more personality, but kind of tired.
I'll throw in the energy for you. All right, listen here, motherfuckers. We need some goddamn theists. All right. Oh hell yeah, we got one. Let's hope.
Sound like
Hi.
you're fishing.
Hello, Syrup.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am. People say I sound young, though. I was born in 2008.
Okie dokie. Which god do you believe in?
I believe in, well, I'm not sure, but the Christian God.
Okay, sure. And what are your pronouns?
They, them.
Okay, copy that. Wonderful. What you got for us today?
So are we just supposed to go, like, why we believe in it or something?
Yeah, if you want to talk about God and why you believe in God, we could do that. If you want to talk about why you believe in the supernatural, we could do that.
Okay, so there's just a couple weird things. Like, I've had weird miracles or weird things happen before where, like, I think of things and then they okay, they happen, or like pray about things and then they happen. So I just feel like that's kind of weird.
Sure.
Like what was one of my examples that I was gonna give? Well, yeah, like, like premonitions and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, so like I feel like that, and also probably just, yeah, I'm not really sure though, but yeah.
Okay. Would it make sense, knowing that the brain is a pattern recognition machine, would it be fair to assume that you see some things throughout the day and you have a dream which causes this quote unquote premonition, and your brain is processing what you saw through the day and making up an idea of what could be coming or going to happen?
Yeah, that is possible.
Do you think it's better to assume something like a mystical explanation or the natural explanation for that?
I guess I would say the natural. Like, there is some things that I get confused about, because, like, I do get, like, trying to, like, love others, I guess, but, like, I feel like even though I've been Christian before, a lot of the Christian people I can meet are hypocritical, and then they do say things like God is all powerful, but then it's like, why is he all powerful? But then lets a lot of bad stuff happen.
Yeah, that is a really good argument against Christianity. Another thought about the all powerful idea is, if God is so all powerful, can he create a rock too heavy for him to lift?
Well, it's like he could do anything, I guess, if he's all powerful.
So he could create a rock that he could not lift?
Oh, I mean, that's kind of confusing.
Yeah, it's called a paradox. The answer, if you say yes, then he's not all powerful because he can't lift the rock. And if he's not able to make a rock so heavy he can't lift it, then he's not all powerful because he can't make the rock.
It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, would depend what he like values more. Like maybe he values like he's all powerful, but it could be bad, but maybe he values free will and allowing like bad stuff to happen because he would value that more than just choosing all his powerfulness to like do like control the way things work. Do you
Well,
kind of get what I'm saying?
let me ask you
Can
something.
people
Go for it.
can people in heaven sin?
Okay, from what I know, the answer is like no, because they say once you go
Okay.
to heaven,
So then they have free will, right?
like on earth they say they do, but then
Mhm.
they say when they go to heaven. But it's confusing because
So in
they say
heaven, do they have free will? That's all I'm asking.
I don't think you can in heaven. Like as in sin, there's no like separation from what I
Is
heard.
it fair to assume that it doesn't make sense or it's hard to think about because it's illogical?
I guess. I mean, I feel like it's definitely confusing. I mean, this whole like world is confusing anyways, or even how we're here. Like,
I wouldn't say that's confusing. There's unknown things, but once we learn about them, we learn the hows and the whys behind them.
yeah, but like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's just confusing. Like, I've been raised up where my dad says things like, oh, you're gonna go to hell if you don't do this. You're gonna go to hell if you miss church. And I feel like that stuff is kind of weird because, like, I do get kind of mad because it's like, okay, if God does exist, I get kind of upset because I'm like, why does he just have life be so unfair for everybody then? And then why do you think you can, speak for God? Because some people think that he told me, he's like, oh, yeah, I'm sure of my salvation, but I'm not so sure of yours.
Yeah, sounds like he's not very good.
Yeah. So I guess some other stuff like that is confusing. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just get kind of confused about all this stuff. Like I kind of get like what Jesus did, but like otherwise I just get confused because why did he have to like go on a cross then if like, being all powerful?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not logically coherent.
Yeah, it's super confusing. I don't really know.
I mean, it's not just that it's confusing, it's just illogical. It is just straight up
Did,
not true.
I have a question. Were you ever a Christian or have you ever looked into it before?
Mm-hmm.
You used to be?
Yep, I grew up as a Christian.
Were your parents, if you mind me asking?
Dad's a pastor.
Like, was he upset when he figured out that you changed your mind or you believe something different, if you
Of
mind me
course.
asking? And like, do you ever debate him about it?
Nope, I don't talk to them.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just wondering about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if people can't accept me for who I am, they can fuck off out of my life.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because sometimes it's annoying I feel like it's annoying sometimes when they try to control you by saying like, "Oh, God's gonna put you in hell," or like, "God told me to tell you this." Like they act like they're speaking for God. I feel like that's annoying.
Yeah, hell's not biblical either.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, why would someone get to burn forever just because they don't live their life the exact way that God would want them to? But
Sounds like a
that's
horrible
another
God
thing.
that's not worthy of my love.
Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I already feel like there's a lot of bad stuff in this world anyways, as well.
Well, the question also, whether or not he's good or not, don't really care. Does he exist is the question. Who wrote the Bible?
Yeah, that is true, because that wasn't that many people.
Mm-hmm. Lots of
Yeah.
anonymous people.
Yeah. I mean, I do think there might be some like weird spiritual stuff like but I don't know. Like, have you ever heard people say they think we might be in a simulation or something like that? Do you believe in that or not really?
It's not possible. We have non-codable information in this world.
Really? So, like, do you think when we die, that's just it? There's nothing?
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's no evidence justifying anything else.
Yeah. I feel like that would be better, though, than people going to hell, like some people think.
Well,
So,
it also means that you should enjoy your life to the absolute fullest that you possibly can because you only get one. Don't waste it.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the other thing I was gonna say as well, like, I don't know if this is annoying or stuff, but when I went to my high school, a lot of the kids who were mean to me and like bullied me were the most fake Christian people ever, posting like Christian Bible verses and stuff.
Mhm.
So I feel like a lot of people just use religion to like blend in with others, but they don't really act the way that they, loving and stuff.
Well, you can't base a few people to determine how the entire religion is because, I mean, there's atheists, Christians, Hindus, Muslims, all are like that.
Yeah, that is true. I just think that like when people be like, oh, if they're Christian, they're good, or if they're not, they're bad. I feel like, because my dad's like that, is like, it's not just that. Like, you can't just base someone being good based off that. But I would say, like, I'm not really sure what I think or about the afterlife or anything. It's kind of scary thinking that there could be nothing, but we won't know because if we were dead and there was nothing, we wouldn't even know that we had this life,
Yeah, I
which
would
is just
recommend
weird.
just studying science and philosophy.
hmm Do you ever feel like it's like one weird thing I just feel like is it's kind of scary because like if you just die, you have no idea of your family or anything
Yeah, there's no more
that
pain.
happened. Yeah, but isn't that kind of scary? I don't know. But yeah.
Can't feel fear if you don't exist.
Yeah, that's true. But like now, I guess.
Yeah, dying can be scary. Leaving loved ones behind can be scary.
I don't know if there's like a weird scientific explanation for this, but like before my grandpa died, he was he said he saw my grandma's uh dead dad, and I don't know if your brain gives off hallucinations or weird stuff like that, but there's been weird stuff like that that happened like before my grandma died. One of them was like, oh, I see the light, or I see, like, have you heard of stuff like that or looked into things like that or near death experiences?
Yep, psychology has answers and explanations for it.
Like, do you think it's just hallucinations then, or
We know for a fact it is.
yeah? All right, well, I don't know. I feel like I've took up your time, but thanks for
You're good.
letting me on here. Is there anything else you want to say?
I got nothing else to share.
All right, well, thanks for letting me up here.
Yeah, you have yourself a good day, okay?
You too.
All right,
Bye.
bye-bye. All right, we have a troll flat earther that we can let up if we want to and just let him yap for a little bit. What do you think about that, 40?
Oh, what? What's up?
You know,
How was that?
unpopular opinion.
What?
Unpopular opinion. He's a flat earther. He's requesting up. You want to deal with flat earther?
I don't really care.
Let's see what he's got to say.
Use what Deathless taught you. I got you.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, what you got for us today?
So I want to ask you, man, do you claim to know with 100% certainty that
Nope.
God doesn't exist? Huh?
Nope.
So, like, don't you think it's a little weird that you would kind of like promote, well, not to say she's a little girl, but that younger girl, you would promote her becoming atheist when you don't know if that's correct?
No, I do know.
I think that's a little weird. You just said with 100% certainty you don't know.
Yeah. I know, not with 100% certainty. There's no such thing. Do you know for 100% certainty God does exist?
Yeah.
Demonstrate
I
that.
do. I can demonstrate in multiple ways. The point is that why would you
Just choose one.
why would you go against somebody's faith?
Because
when
faith
you
is
don't
stupid.
know,
She
you don't know
came up
100%.
here.
You know what I mean? You don't know
She came up
100%. You don't think
here,
that's
so
a little kind of like,
she engaged. She engaged with this. She didn't have to. Nobody
That's
said.
true. I didn't say you forced her, but I'm just saying like
Yeah, no. She came up here. That's what this live is
kinda
about. So I
cool.
don't see the point.
Yeah, so your argument is null. You said you know for 100% certainty God exists. Demonstrate that.
I would say it's the same thing as like if your room. Let me see. Let me give you an example. The whole painter and there has to be a painter thing, right?
Yeah.
I know you've heard that example before. So there has to be a creator. Like
No.
there does. So if you were walking in the woods and you've seen a painting, let's make it an elaborate painting too. But actually, we can just go to a simple one. You know, a
Stick figure.
crayon stick figure. You would know either a child or some person
Yeah.
did that, right?
You know why?
Yeah, because paintings don't draw themselves.
Correct.
Exactly.
We have
So do you
evidence
think-
that they are only created by people, which is why we are justifiably able to say it had to have been made by a person. There's evidence
So now
for it.
okay, I got you. So now let's take something literally a million times more complex, and now you think that it can come into existence on its own.
I don't believe that the universe came into existence. You do.
Oh, you believe that the universe was always here in energy, right?
Yeah. Can energy be created?
I mean, it violates thermodynamics.
Correct.
But
So it'd be illogical.
But personally, right? If we're talking about an all-powerful God, I would say he can do that. Yeah.
Sure. Is your God able to create a rock too heavy for himself to lift?
I think that God can do all things except something illogical like that.
Then he's not all powerful.
That is because he's all powerful. He can't do something. If you're all powerful, you can't do something illogical, like do something that
It's
that is too
logically
much for
possible
you.
to lift a
If
rock under like
if I'm
logic
all
and reality,
powerful,
so I don't know this. Second.
look, if I'm all
quick,
powerful, I can't create anything that trumps me. I'm all powerful, so that's illogical.
So he's not capable of doing illogical things?
Yeah, he's not capable of doing
Wonderful.
something
Does your
that's
God exist
illogical.
outside of time?
Yeah, that's supernatural. Yeah.
Wonderful. How do you have causal relation with time if you're outside of time? How's that possible?
I didn't say he has a relationship with it.
You said he exists outside of time.
So for example, the person who made the computer is not in the computer. They're outside
Category
of the
error.
computer.
So you said that your God exists outside of time. He created the universe, correct?
Yeah.
The universe is in time, correct?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
have to come
Demonstrate
into
how you
existence
can
all at
have
once.
cause and effect without time.
So for one, right? Time, space, matter. If you are outside of that, then you are beyond or greater than time, space, and matter. So if you had space, let's say you
Why is
had
that the
time.
case?
Let's say you had time and matter, but no space. Then where would you put it?
Yes, that's going to be a pivot. What I asked you was, how is it possible to have causal relation, cause and effect, without time for cause and effect? Because those are 2 points in time.
Can you break down what you're saying in a different way? I'm not really sure what you're getting at.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got
Cause?
you. So
Go for it.
as far as we can tell, you can't have causal relation without time because time is the measurement of change, right? So if God exists outside of time, interacting with time would have temporal causation. Things that are outside of time can't have temporal causation because they don't exist temporally, which means they don't exist in moments or changes or measurements of changes at all.
So he exists outside of time, outside of material, outside of nature. That doesn't mean that he can't create those things.
Demonstrate how it's possible.
So
You know, you don't have to say that he creates them temporally, right?
Let's just
You
start
could just say
with
that it's ontologically dependent.
let's just start with the fact, like we were talking last time, that you guys believe in the supernatural, and and I believe in the supernatural, because either way, whether you are gonna say that an all-powerful God did it or some unknown force did it,
I believe in what?
that is something that goes against nature. It's supernatural.
What do I believe in?
You said, why should you believe in supernatural? Because you already believe in the Big Bang Theory, which is a supernatural event.
Define supernatural.
Something that goes outside of what we can observe in nature, to the point where,
Nope.
like, for example, life coming from non-life. This is a supernatural thing.
Nope.
It's never observed in nature. There's no natural explanation for it. Therefore, it is supernatural.
Supernatural breaks the laws of
I
physics.
don't
That's
know
what
about this.
supernatural
Oh
is.
yeah, I agree. That's why it's supernatural. You can't have life
So we've
from
pivoted
non-life.
twice now. So we initially
not
asked you,
pivoted.
how is it possible for a god outside of time to interact with time? You pivoted to now the Big Bang Theory. So I'll accept your pivot. Demonstrate what's
No,
supernatural
I'll-
about the Big Bang Theory and
I'll
define what the
answer.
Big Bang Theory is.
No, I'll answer because I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to run from you guys' answer. But for one, in all fairness, I asked you to explain it in a different way. I felt like his explanation was a little worse. But
That sounds
you
like a
said,
tracking error.
no, it just sounds like an explanation error. Like for
Can
example,
you repeat to me what I said?
for example, right? If you understand something complex, you should be able to break it down very simply.
Oh, we did.
No, you didn't.
Here, I'll try it
your
again.
answer's still very
A
sound. Or-
and B. This is time. Cause, effect. Time, change. You have to change to get from A to B. Creation, effect. If these things don't exist, how do you get from one to the other?
If what doesn't exist, time and a cause and effect.
Time is change, is cause and effect.
So you're thinking of time as just something that has been constant. God created time.
Demonstrate
He's
that.
outside of
It's
time.
constant.
How is it possible to create if there is no time?
How is it possible to create if there's no time? Because he's outside of time. So for
Wonderful.
example,
So how is it possible to
example,
create?
for example, right? The time of the computer, it started.
Category
it had
error.
a beginning.
Okay, okay.
Can I give an example, just like you guys gave an example?
A
Okay,
computer
hold on.
exists in
So-
time. It's a category
Can I
error.
give an example? A computer existed before the computer existed.
A computer
No,
exists
a
in
computer-
time.
He's saying a computer exists in time because a computer has space and
Did
place
it-
time.
Did a
Okay, right?
computer have
So
a beginning?
God exists. If we're saying that there was, essentially what you're saying is that God created time. What I'm hearing from that is that God existed before time, which is incoherent.
So I'm trying to give an example, right? The computer, it had a beginning day and a
Or-
beginning moment on that day, correct? Okay. And the person who made it, he was before it. And
Correct.
he was outside of the computer's time.
Correct. No.
Okay,
False.
it's the same concept with God. When God created the universe, time, space, and matter came into being at once. He was outside of that time, space, and matter.
Okay. So you said
Can-
that. Here's my
It's the
defeater for
same
that.
thing with the computer, bro.
Let me provide you a counter.
Okay, hold on. I'll try to explain this in like propositional logic. Okay, let's say you have A, therefore B. Now, take away the A, do you have B?
Let's say you have A and therefore B.
Yeah, if you take away the A, do you have B?
Well, obviously not. But in this situation, the
Okay.
A is God. And the A made B.
Okay.
And the A was always there. Just like you guys think that material
is
and
time.
matter, let me finish. Just like you guys think that energy and material was always there.
Mm-mm.
That's your A.
That's a strong
God
man.
is the A. Is that not what you believe? You believe that the universe is eternal, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean matter is eternal.
Well, you said energy. My bad. You said energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the universe and energy you believe is eternal. That's your A. We believe
Correct.
that God
Can energy
is
be created?
eternal. We
Okay.
believe that God
A,
is eternal.
first of all, A
That's
is
your
change.
A.
A is the measurement of change. Okay, B is time. Okay, if you have change, you have time. That's all we're saying. Okay. So for God to have gone from there being the non-existence of space-time to the existence of space-time, there is a change, or I guess you could say a measurement of change. Right? So I'm saying if A is the measurement of change or change, therefore time, no A, no time. So there's no
Yeah.
causal relation if there is no time. There's
I've
no
already
there's
gave
no
you the
temporal causal
example.
relation.
I've already
So-
responded. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you think the universe existed for all time?
No, I think it was created. That's what you guys think. You're mixing up
No,
what you believe and I
hold on.
believe.
Do you think okay, you think that space-time came into existence? Do you think that was the universe?
Do what? Say that one more time.
Do you think that when space-time came into existence, that was the universe?
That's the Big Bang, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, do you think there was space-time before that?
No, I think
Okay,
that
so it did
let
exist
me
for
make
all
this simple.
time.
Let me make this
Holy
simple.
premise trap. What the
I'm trying
heck?
to make this simple. Let me respond. Our
Well, you
entire
said that it
realm,
didn't exist for all time.
was created. It had a moment of time where
This is an equivocation of what I've
space,
said.
matter, and time were all created, and the person who made all those three, that Trinity, was outside of the creation. This is like the fifth time I've said it, bro.
All right, here. I'm going to go try and elaborate on why a computer or house doesn't equate to something outside of time. I, as a person that is capable of creating, exist inside of time. I am able to do cause A to get the effect of computer or building B. How is it possible for something without A to be able to cause B?
Okay, so for one, bro, right? For one, I'm not running from your question, but I'm trying to establish a premise here that you guys aren't understanding. We're talking about something supernatural for one. So I know you guys don't believe in the supernatural, but if you're talking about the
Correct.
supernatural, you have
I'm
to
asking
entertain the
you how
supernatural.
it's even possible.
How is it possible
Okay.
that something outside of time made something else's time, right?
Correct.
That's not what we're asking. We're asking
Right?
how.
It's
Okay,
fair.
that's a
exactly.
misunderstanding.
So to the host, no, he said that's fair. To the host, it is the same
I
example that I already gave, that the man who created the watch, he was outside of the beginning of the watch's creation, yet he still made it. Now I understand it's not the exact same thing because men are bound in a certain amount of time, but that's where we go into the supernatural. So and it's still the same concept that somebody outside of the universe's space, time, and matter was outside of it and called
We lost you there.
Hey, my bad. I'm getting a call. It's kind of important, so I'm gonna have to jump back up if I can. But yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll check with you guys later.
Please don't fall for that premise trap again. Bro, he said that the universe didn't exist for all of time. Like, bro, what does that even mean?
It never existed.
I gave him the argument. I literally told him he should say that it's ontologically dependent, not temporally dependent.
What is up, Barada?
What's up, bro?
What you got for us today, bro?
You remember me, right?
Mhm.
All right, so I finally told my dad, about that. I was atheist and stuff like that. Dude, he got so pissed, but I didn't care. Obviously, I mean, it's just another argument about how stupid Christians are. That you don't believe in their religion. They look at you completely different. But as I was saying, what do you? He told me, we had like a 2-hour conversation about it. He told me that the stuff in the Bible exists, and then he showed me these videos about where Noah's Ark was. What do you think about like the videos and stuff like that, saying this is real, and this is where this is where Noah's Ark was landed on. This is the mountain. This is the wood. What do you think about that?
So Ron Wyatt is the one
Yeah.
behind Mount Ararat in Turkey with the finding of the quote-unquote Ark. When actual archaeologists with degrees went there and looked at it, they found nothing but natural minerals. There was no wood, there was no steel. It was all just natural rock formation that happened to take a shape like that. It was 100% debunked. Yeah. Ron Wyatt is a very well-known grifter.
Really? He was like, his YouTube channel was like Evidence Bible or something. Like, I don't remember what it was.
Are you familiar with Answers in Genesis?
Sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Answers in Genesis? That group?
Not really, no.
Well, them in the Catholic Church, they reject Ron Wyatt, so I wouldn't take it seriously.
Yeah. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
no one takes Ron Wyatt serious. Anything that's said about Ron Wyatt, take it. Don't believe it first and foremost, but take massive grains of salt. Like pour an entire cup of salt in your mouth before you look into it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, man. You have yourself a good one, brother.
You too.
Love that guy. Let's get Tyshawn in here. What's up, Tyshawn?
So like, Oh, I'm supposed to like give you like I'm supposed to tell you like why should you believe the supernatural, right?
Yeah, if you think it exists, I would love to hear why I should believe in it. I would love to believe in it.
So first, I think you should look at the trees and the stars, man. I think they're very like a very great example of the supernatural, bro.
Don't laugh.
What's funny? Like what?
Nothing's funny. Nothing's funny. You got that. That's a good argument.
Are we gonna debate this or what, bro? I don't find nothing funny.
Yeah. Look at the bro. No, I heard you crack up. I know you're trolling.
Yeah, so what about the trees as evidence of a supernatural
He's
thing?
trolling. He
So
cracked up on it.
wait. Let me just make my debate. So we know trees and stars are not man-made, correct? Those are not man-made. So how do you look at trees? So like, do you look at it as a like? It can't be natural because like trees were always here.
That's one I haven't heard before.
What do you mean? Like trees were always here, and therefore there has to be a crater. Like,
Well, if they've always existed, they weren't created.
I concede.
uh, well, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, so like
Hey,
basically,
you
like,
just proved that there's no such thing as a creator. If trees have always existed, there was no creator.
no. I say like trees didn't exist. Like, oh my god, bro. Like, bro, you have to believe that trees is made by a creator because, like, bro.
But they always existed.
No, they haven't. They haven't always existed.
Oh, yeah.
They were created. They were created by a god.
That's really cool.
And like
how do
stars
you
and stuff,
demonstrate that to me?
like why trees is made by the supernatural.
Yeah.
Because you know how like like sometimes syrup are made. You know how like syrup is made from like those trees, like the maple trees and stuff. God
Yeah.
planted those stuff there for us to live, bro. Like
I can
trees, like
survive
we
off
use
of
trees
just
for
syrup.
survival. What?
I can survive off of just syrup. So Lucky sounds
What?
like heat.
Well, guy, I gotta go. Hold on.
I told you he was a troll. Bro was cracking up the whole time.
Look at the trees.
And the stars. Don't forget the stars.
Yeah, my apologies. Oh crap, I almost forgot about that. All right. I need a genuine conversation after that one. I'm ready for the other guy to come back, the flat earther. He seemed to be. I feel like we could possibly get to him if we stay calm, because I've had many conversations with him and we all crashed out and he was incapable of change. But he seems to be listening a little bit more as long as I'm staying calm. So I'm going to assume there's a possibility of saving him from stupidity if we stay calm.
Maybe, but
Possible. In some
I literally
possible
gave
world.
him his argument. This is the second time today that I've given a theist a better argument than the one that they're making.
Yeah. It's the hardship with TikTok quote unquote debates. It's all regurgitated bullshit.
That's true. I don't like either side. I don't like the atheist or the theist. I'm gonna be so for real.
They're both just fucking first semester Phil bros on TikTok.
Except for my goat Velociraptor.
Amen, sister. What the fuck is that? Do I have a splinter? Can't tell if that's a cut or a splinter.
Hopefully it's just a cut. You know, splinters suck.
That was a splinter. Ah, okay. Are you stoned? Nope. Where did you get that awesome shirt? I want one. Oh, I just got this. I like thrifting. I got this thrifting. Full button up.
Oh, my back. Oh my god.
I thought it was a
I
pretty
get
good find
muscle
too.
spasms on the left side of my back every now
You need
and
more
then.
bananas, my brother. Wait, is that a sweater? No, it's not a sweater. It's a t-shirt. It's also see-through completely. Like you want to have something under it. No, I'm not really
I
a
think it's
sweater
a
guy. I
nerve
wear
issue.
cardigans. I'm sorry?
I think it's a nerve issue because it's always the left side.
Yeah.
And also, sometimes it's so bad. Like it got so bad at one time that the doctors thought I had scoliosis because it was like bending my back.
Damn. Yo, what is up, Calvin? Love seeing your face. Cardi can. Hell yeah. I want to get some like green colored nail polish tomorrow. I was only here for a second before you caught me. Yeah, no, I saw your name pop up and I'm immediately calling your ass out. Hi. Love you. I already got the ring. Forest green or lime green? I'm thinking like a forest, like something like dark. I like the dark ideas. I was gonna do like a green with like maybe like a galaxy, something to it. Nail polish? First time I ever wore nail polish, I was like 16. Chrome's not a bad idea, actually. That actually would be pretty fun. I'm gonna do chrome. That's a good idea. That's a damn good idea. I like that a lot. The eyeliner is a new thing. It took a long time to get the courage to shove a stick in my eye. Probably around 25. Yep. I mean, the first time I wore it, I was like 16, and then first time like doing it again as an adult, yeah, 25. Now I feel naked without any. It feels wrong. It's like so boring. Like, oh my god, they're nails. The fuck? It's boring. I like have to have it painted now. Freya. Oh, she's literally right next to me. Yo, baby. Say hi. Everyone wants to say hi. He's a pretty baby. Hi. Love
Don't
cats.
put me down.
I want more. I could have. I could totally be a cat lady. Wonder what time that guy will come back at. The physical universe is not evidence for magical being from a mythology or folklore. Fucking facts. Is there a universe? Yes.
But PSR, bro.
It's been pretty slow. You know, Justin and everyone is live right now. So the first 3 people we got up were just pure trolls. I've only been live for like, oh my god, it's been an hour already. Last guy was the last 3 calls were good calls, except for we just had a troll, the last one that literally said, "Look at the trees," literally. Yeah, I mean he was just joking around, but there's a flat earther that's going to be coming back hopefully here pretty soon. Yeah, their stream times are difficult. You get like the trolley aftermath. Yeah, and the stars. Can't forget that. What is the universe? All things that exist.
Why do theists think that atheists can't believe in an afterlife?
because they think that an atheist is a evil demon believing dick sucking loser. Like
all of us are naturalists and physicalists. My goodness.
I'm not even a hard physicalist.
I believe in transcendentals. I believe in abstract concepts.
Sure. I was an atheist who believed in reincarnation at one point. Dude, I would love to believe in reincarnation.
Hell no.
I would love it, dude. That'd be fucking awesome. Max Planck, both religion and science need for their activities the belief in God. What part of science requires a belief in God? What? Here, let's do a little bit of a harder. We're gonna do that. Let's do, how do I, oh, I don't have studio mode. There we go. There we go. Science requires belief in invisible magic sky fairies. Apparently, this is news to me. That's going to change the entire world.
I didn't know that epistemology was dependent on religion.
Right? That's kind of crazy. I do find it very interesting, like, what I've been fighting with has been, like, subjective reality versus objective reality. So, like, you know, conservatives or whatever, in their confirmation bias, everything they're going to research and study is going to be objectively true to them. Like, we can butt heads forever. They absolutely think they are 100% correct. Same for us. And then same for a Christian versus an atheist. It's like each person has their subjective reality to such a strong degree that they think it is objectively true. And then if we truly go into the meta of all things, none of us really know anything. So it's like, is there even such thing as an objective reality first and foremost? I know it's idealism. I know it's stupid. I'm not granting it. I'm just, you know, questioning it. It's a fun little thought experiment.
I don't like idealism. It leads to mortal collapse.
I'm too ignorant. You want to elaborate?
So idealism wants to say that concepts are things that exist in reality, but if we're saying that, then we're saying that metaphysical possibility or logical possibility actually exists because those are concepts, and I am not chill with that.
Leads to absurdity of not being able to differentiate fiction from nonfiction.
Also on the meta, I don't know, cause I run this little argument against tag where it basically goes that if nothing exists, it has an existential quantifier. If something has an existential quantifier, it has identity. So logic is necessary for things that exist. Not the other way around.
Yeah, I suppose we could word it that way. I mean, yeah, all things that exist follow the laws of logic.
Well, because I think like logic is something that actually exists, but you know.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I think there exists an abstract realm where logic exists as a transcendental, like a ontological pluralist or some shit.
Huh. Why? Why do you believe that there's an abstract realm?
I believe, well, for one, I think it gives motivation for physicality existing, because physicality is a way by which things exist, and logic would encompass all the ways by which things exists. So it would encompass physicality. I think it gives motivation for that. And also, based on like meta, I just say that logic is something like that's a transcendental. So like I'd say there's physical things that exist in reality, like concrete things. There's non-conceptual concrete things. Oh, there's conceptual concrete things, and then there's like abstract things. It's
like a bachelor
you
can't
have to
be
ask
married.
V. I basically just copied V, you know.
Various or
No, Ultra.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys change your names so much. So AES is 40. I wouldn't consider you a Phil bro.
I LARP philosophy, so of course I have to be a Phil Brown.
Okay, fair enough. Is causality a
think I
habit created by
read?
the mind? I'm just trying to give it a little bit of love. Ultra can fight me later.
Oh boy, Ultra might Ultra's gonna come out.
Boom! He just appears out of nowhere like Ems.
I'm God.
If not a physicalist, what ontology? Pragmat? No, that would, pluralism. I would suppose. I think I could consider myself a pluralist. I mean, it's the same thing with epistemology. I'm not just an empiricist. I use empiricism for empiricist things. I use logic for logical things. Like, I use physical ideas for physical things. Abstracts work with logic, and you got to use every thought process for its own thing. You can't just be hard on one specific idea or school of thought.
I need to like
That's new. Interesting.
I need to watch like Graham Oppie and Jay Dyer and stuff like that.
I know the names, but I don't know who they are.
Jay Dyer is an Orthodox Christian that runs Tag, and Graham Oppie is like he's an atheistic philosopher, contemporary philosopher.
Do you think science needs physicalist assumptions? Yes. I would absolutely agree that science presupposes things existing and a objective world. That's going to be the axiom and foundation for how science works.
Oh boy, phone died.
Oh, that's a cute little gift, Artemis. Those gifts are fun. Clapping seal. That's really fun. That was adorable. Also, guys, posted a debunking on the Conjuring. I thought that was pretty fun. I'm gonna do a lot more videos like that. I really like that idea of talking about supernatural, paranormal stuff. I'm gonna lean into that a lot more. Doesn't science just predict behavior? Does it need to presuppose what reality is? Does science only predict? I mean, explaining something isn't necessarily a prediction of it. I suppose I'm not following what you're asking. I'm not going to grant idealism if that's where you're going with all this. There's absolutely no epistemic justification for idealism. Why are all the Alex K guys coming in here? I'd argue it argues for both what something is and what it does. Dude, layman your question, Stash. Science should be neutral in all things, but you still have things exist. And you still have to have epistemic justification to say something is true or not. Stash, you and Alex presuppose different worldviews, different meta, which is why you guys are never going to grant empirical truths. I'm glad you think that it's nonsense as well. I mean, maximum like 12% of academic philosophers grant it on average from majority sources. 4% of academic philosophers grant it. It's literally considered like the most naive philosophy. Well, TikTok might be a little bit too slow to be streaming tonight, guys. That's a bit of a shame. I was hoping to have a late night stream. What time does Justin get off? There's always YouTube. YouTube's doing really slow right now, too. Think we might have to go on ahead and call it a day and try again tomorrow when Justin's not streaming. Justin is on YouTube too. Yeah, yeah, he's got all the views right now. I kind of want to do a rage bait prompt sometime of witchcraft is more moral than God. Just to piss off all the Christians. Yeah, I definitely tried. Definitely tried. A little bit sad about that. I was really excited to get some good conversations going tonight. Probably stream for like till like midnight or something. Hoping for the late night stream. Doesn't seem possible. Yes to rage bait. I think it's a good idea. We'll probably try and start that up tomorrow. All right, well, we'll go on ahead and call it. Got like 20 of you guys in total, so I think it's safe to go on ahead and shut down for the night. Oh, someone wants to try and chat on YouTube. All right. We'll throw up the link. See if they hop in or not. We'll give them a couple minutes. See if they join it. You can click that link, be able to call in and have that conversation. I don't know who it is. Dude, your name is literally toxic misogynist. You're not coming up here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that guy wants to come up and talk, guys. Don't judge a book by its cover. You should judge books by their covers. Yeah, oh, there they are. All right. It looks like you are good, and all you have to do is unmute yourself. You're on the call link. We cannot hear. Oh, okay. One sec. Why is that not showing that you're muted? You're going to have to unmute yourself. Okay, there we go. All right, get the microphone connected. Yeah, it's having a hard time connecting your microphone, it looks like. Yeah, I wasn't going to let him up. He's pathetic. If you're openly a toxic misogynist, you can fuck off to someone else's channel. Go troll someone else. Well, we do have someone in the call screen right now. Ruben, I see your name now. What's going on is it seems that your mic is not connected. Yeah, keep trying to add a microphone. Maybe it'll work. Yeah, misogynist. I'm not going to platform someone that's a misogynist. Fuck off. Literally go away and don't ever come back. You're not coming up. Period. And if you keep asking to come up, I'm just going to mute you in chat. Don't need mythical creatures to be blessing. Damn, that sucks, Ruben. If you have TikTok, Ruben, you can join on TikTok easier. I don't know if you have TikTok or not. I appreciate you trying to call up. Very bold of you. What the fuck? Look around and you will see evidence of God. I don't see any evidence of God. I see trees, matter, computers, humans. Yes, Ruben, you are correct that human beings wrote on a piece of paper saying a fool says there's no such thing as a God. That's according to people that were indoctrinating you. Of course, they would say that. The more you are indoctrinated, the more you're going to bend over and accept their bullcrap. Yeah, you're correct, Tyshawn. It's all in the trees, man. Yeah, when I'm saying evidence for God, I am, in this case, talking about objective evidence that shows causal mechanism that a God actually did something or exists. And that does not exist. I am able to grant subjectively that people's experience can be evidence for them. But when I am talking about objective reality and ontological truths, I don't give a fuck about that. There's absolutely no evidence that shows a causal mechanism being that of a God. Doesn't exist. Correct, Ruben. There's not enough water on Earth for there to be a global flood. That's a myth stolen from the Epic of Gilgamesh. My heart beating is due to natural biology, not due to mythical creatures. How much water is on the Earth? Let's see. how much water is on Earth? 1.3 billion cubic kilometers. 97.5% of it is in oceans, 2.5% is fresh water, 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. How much water would be required for a biblical flood? That's going to require 255 trillion cubic meters. It doesn't exist. Am I smarter than Sir Isaac Newton? If he believed in God, yes. Are you smarter than Einstein or Stephen Hawking? Like, that's a stupid argument. Yeah, some smart people believe in God and smart people don't believe in God. Doesn't make them true. We follow evidence, not people. I already told you, I am not platforming a toxic misogynist. You will now be muted since I already warned you. Fuck off. I will not platform hate. Yeah, that's fair as well. How far along society would be. If you look at China, they're an atheistic society. They've got technology beyond our wildest dreams. Better schooling, better pizza, Papa John's. Did you just Google about water? Yes. Absolutely, I did. You trust Google? No, I trust the evidence provided in sources that has been peer reviewed, scrutinized, critiqued, and not falsified. If you know how to use Google, very good for getting information. Better pizza? I've never heard of this, LOL. I should look into it. I tried again to come on, but again, Satan is hindering me because he controls the waves. No, he doesn't. It's spelled by wrong, Ribbon. Brad, you are more than welcome to click that link in the chat and hop into a call and chat about it. I'm going to move this over here so I can observe that. There we go. Did Alexander the Great live and die? Yes, we have evidence for that, including lineage, DNA. Also, Alexander the Great didn't claim to fucking walk on water or come back from the dead. If I ask someone that's a full-grown adult if they own a car and they say yes, I'm not going to require epistemic evidence that they actually have a car, because it's very likely that they have a car, which is a very natural thing for us to have. If they do say that they can fly, however, that is not a likely thing. I'm going to ask for epistemic justification. To believe in someone's existence with a little bit less evidence than what we would expect for some mythological claim, just got to think about it critically. Yes, there are seashells found on mountains because mountains didn't start as mountains. Why do people think that mountains always existed as mountains? There were not 500 witnesses, Crab. That is one sentence in the book that claims that there were 500 witnesses. Name one. That's funny, Go. That's hilarious. I do like that joke. Yeah, no one sins, Ruben. I mean, sometimes I miss the mark if I'm out at the target range, but I love the way Neo Christians think John 3:16 is magic. Yeah, right. Yeah, pretty much their favorite argument. Believe it because I said so. I don't have faith counter. I don't believe something absurd counter. If it's absurd, then you shouldn't be believed. Is the YouTube chat always this active with debating? That is crazy. Ruben, you've never read the book. I have. 100% of it isn't true. Lee Strobel had no clue what he was doing. He had no clue what critical thinking is. He had no clue what scientific research is. He was highly ignorant in how he did everything. You should read his book. And in the back of his book, he has the sources. Go to the sources. None of them are justifiably concluding that a God exists. Not one. Should we eradicate religion from humanity? I'd argue, yeah. The case against the case for Christ. Yeah, I haven't read that yet. I've been told a couple of times to read that. You know what another good book is, Ruben? God is Dead. Or any science textbook ever. Those are pretty cool too. We follow Doug here. Yeah, I think Lee Strobel only converted because he was married and it was in his best interest to be able to keep his marriage. I think that's going to be the most likely reasoning behind why he granted non-evidence as evidence. Yes, there is a movie called God's Not Dead, which has absolutely zero justification or evidence proving a God does exist in the first place. When we say God is dead, we're saying the idea of God is dead. There's no need for it. There's no justification for it. And it's actually harmful to society to have it. Yeah, the witch hunts are a big one too. Crusades. Yep. I agree with that, Rebel. Hello, Frank.
Hello, how are you?
Doing all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 33.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in Abrahamic God.
Okay, what you got for me,
Look good
man?
with the mustache, by the way.
What's up?
You look good with the mustache, by the way. It's a good
Thank you.
mustache.
Appreciate that. Yeah, what you got for me today, brother?
Quick
What are we
question.
talking about?
Yeah. Just you keep saying there's no justification.
Yeah.
To believe in God. Yeah. Why do you keep saying that?
There is absolutely zero epistemic justification proving that a God exists beyond a reasonable doubt. No evidence supporting a causal mechanism behind anything having anything to do with any magical sky god. Trying to say this as respectful as possible.
So it's not justifiable because there's lack of evidence.
Correct.
Oh, okay. What about I mean, like if you believe in it and you go to heaven and you exist for eternity, isn't that a good justification?
Nope. It is not epistemically justified. Why would I believe in a heaven?
Well, that's better than ceasing to exist for eternity. That doesn't sound so great.
Worshipping for eternity without free will doesn't sound great.
Okay, I guess you got me there.
I would prefer not having pain or anything.
Like mental or physical?
Anything. We cease to exist. Like,
how do you suppose people conduct themselves without just believing in a higher power, whether it be God or something else of that nature?
what do you mean by conduct? Like in day-to-day life?
Yes.
Pretty much the exact same as everyone else. We're all biological social animals.
Well, that. So you would do that by socializing with other people and depending on them, in a form of leniency, cooperation.
Go ahead and re-ask your question. I don't think I'm following what you're asking.
You know what? Let's move on to something else.
Sure.
What's your take on pineapple on pizza?
Pretty good, actually. I'm a vegan, so.
Okay. Okay. So do you ever like discuss veganism or like you want to keep it solely about talking about God and things of that nature?
I would prefer to keep it on the God topic because, like, not everyone that follows me agrees with my takes on meat.
Has it made you more angry cutting out the meat?
Oh no, dude! Oh my God, the cutting out meat. It's like probably like 7 years ago, I did a carnivore diet. Felt amazing in comparison to any other diet I did. Then I did kind of like a pescatarian diet. And then last year,
yeah.
Last year I tried veganism for the first time ever, and it was absolutely fucking amazing. Like cleaned up my gut, made more energy, better skin, better pizza, Papa John's. You know what I'm saying? So that is like one good reason, but the main reason that I went towards it is moral reasons.
Okay, haven't you discussed morals are subjective or are they objective?
Oh, subjective, yeah.
Okay, and so it's unjustifiable to kill a chicken or some shit,
I would
or to cause it
argue,
to suffer.
yeah, in my opinion, I would say it's unjust or unfair or morally wrong to take away the life of any conscious being. So like even ants,
Well,
I
how
don't
you
even
gonna get
kill
your
ants.
protein into?
Tofu. Tofu,
Well, how you gonna get your
lentils,
protein
beans.
into? Well, where are you gonna get that if you're in a survival situation? You gotta get some tofu in you.
Soybean. It's a bean. Beans.
Or what's that? What's that one with what was it? Tempura? Is that temp something?
I don't know.
You replace it. It's kind of like a firm tofu product. It's kind of ground up. Serves with a tea. Does it ring a bell?
I haven't heard of that. You talking about Talon?
Oh, tempeh. That's tempeh. That's it.
Oh, yeah, never heard of that. Huh.
Tempeh. Okay. Well, I was thinking maybe I was gonna go on libertarian. I mean, vegan, vegetarian diet. And I was, replace some ground beef or some shit. So.
Yeah,
I was just wondering
tofu
what-
actually has the equivalent, if not more, protein by weight than even chicken.
Oh yeah, that's good. It's just yeah, I guess there is kind of like little to no justification to be eating meat because there's a lot of meat products. Meat like they're trying to copy the texture of meat and flavor of meat. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
The vegan products, so you can just consume that instead. Well, in the Bible it says you can go vegan or you can eat meat or not eat meat, so you can go either way if you're a Christian or something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's whether you believe in objective morals or subjective morals. I'll probably always grant that it's wrong to take the life of a sentient being.
Okay. Okay. All right. You have a good day.
Oh, okay. You too. Okay. That was quick. Lentils are disgusting. You haven't heard of soy sauce. I'd like to go vegan, but damn, it's hard in a soulless corporatic society. Yeah, I have that discussion with my girlfriend quite often about whether it actually benefits at all or has any effect at all. And the research that I've done is one person being a vegan actually does help pretty drastically, and it does save a life. Plus, just even if it didn't necessarily save a life, at least I'm not contributing to the taking of a life. That's kind of the way that I think about it. Ooh, Ruben, you're getting called out by TikTok now too. Why fear death if nothing is coming on the other side? I don't fear death. Dying is a little bit fearful. Like, I would prefer not to be in pain. There's nothing to fear about nothingness, though. Yeah, that's another way of thinking about it, Blossom, too. But it's also like, let's say that cannibalism was completely accepted in our society like it is in some others. I still wouldn't contribute, even though the body is already there. Why would I contribute in that? It's like, yeah, the body is already there. I'm still not going to partake. I don't see a difference in us and other animals at all. I don't see any difference. There's no difference between me and an ant. I mean, physically, yeah, there's differences. I have a different brain. I have a prefrontal cortex, etc. But no, I don't see any difference between us. We are animals. And I'm an omnivore, so I'm capable of not eating other animals. Yeah, exactly. With nothingness, people don't get that you don't have the ability to care, fear, know. Exactly. Both took 13 billion years to get here. Yeah. Yeah. I certainly don't want to die before learning more about the universe. I feel that as well. I feel like thinking about that a whole lot lately too. Like I've been developing my subjective purpose in life the last couple of months. And that's been pretty difficult to like find out or try and like make up what I think my purpose in life should be. Well, I don't know if you fully believe that because animals eat other animals. We are so far the only animal that has the higher reasoning of, but should I? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have the capability of and the knowledge to be able to think about that. So I think it's my duty to stop partaking. Where does good and evil come from? Is there any good? Is there evil on the earth? And how do you know? Yeah, that's going to be the study of ethics in philosophy. Because morals are principles to determine what is right and wrong. So we just kind of make those up as social creatures. Andrew over on YouTube is calling in. We'll go on ahead and get him up here. Hello. I cannot hear you. Are you able to? It looks like you're muted on your side. Let's see what's going on here. Is hindering me from speaking to you. Paul said it was Satan. Fucking what? I wonder if that's something on my side that's affecting you. I don't see any problem over on my side. Do you have a mute button on for yourself, Andrew? Oh, there you are.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't realize. No, that was my bad. I didn't realize I had the mute button on. That's totally my bad. How are you doing, Andrew?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Appreciate you hopping up. You're a theist, I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. I like all of us, we're all born into this Roman society where, we're all exposed to kind of like Christendom, if you want to call it that.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's been kind of an amazing journey as far as what like I was that kid that like professed to be a Christian, but yet I was watching porn, hooking up with girls on dating apps, doing drugs, getting drunk, and I was just a hypocrite. And it's so funny because I never read my Bible. And upon me having a near-death experience, I started seeking God. And upon reading the Bible, I was amazed at how different it is compared to the things that are taught when you quote unquote go to church.
So, do you still follow the Christian religion?
Yeah, but that being said, well, I shouldn't say still follow because I never did whenever I thought I was. But in seeing the title of the video, I don't come to debate or anything like that. That's not the spirit that I come, but something that if I was in your shoes, online with the title like what you have, because you just happen to pop on my screen like the recommended for or whatever. Which I think that's kind of cool in of itself. But if I was in your shoes, I would want somebody to say this to me because you strike me from the limited conversation I heard you previously talking, as a deep analytical thinker. And like I said, that's only from just listening to the last caller. But there were a couple of thoughts that I couldn't escape when I was kind of on this journey of seeking. And, in talking about like proof of a creator, it's like, what is the proof of God? And I started asking myself, this really crazy question where it's like our whole entire lives, we've been kind of indoctrinated by the federalized school curriculum, which is similar in all countries at this point. But we're taught like evolution, for example. And I started asking myself, is like, if human beings are just one of 25.5 million species and we're just animals, why are we wearing clothes?
Because we have evolved to be conscious and aware of that.
Yeah, and
And not every culture does, by the way. It's just our culture in the West.
Oh no, yeah,
That's a societal thing.
I get the societal, aspect. I get the normality by way of whether you want to say enlightened or just law abiding, however that
Yes.
derives
Social construct.
as to be. Yeah. But in saying that, that was kind of the birth of it. And as I continue to look into it, I'm a little bit older, I think, than you, if I had to guess.
Probably.
But I would watch like these old school like PBS specials, public broadcasting services, kind of the old school. I don't even know if they have it anymore. I think it's all been like defunded. But in watching some of those old ones back from the 70s, there were episodes, and I'm not saying that I'm that old, but
Okay.
but in watching kind of like reruns, like when they were first uploaded to YouTube, they're hard to find now. A lot of stuff gets taken down or gets suppressed. But in watching one of those, and it was back from like 74, I think, I'm just throwing out a year, but it was the first time that this particular tribe had seen people, like let alone white people, just people in general outside of their tribe. They were totally just sparse in a rural area, indigenous, however you want to phrase it. It was the first time that they had ever seen a human being outside of their tribe. And as witness of the documentary that I was watching, all the men wore loincloths and all the women wore obviously something to cover up their, body as well. And most of them, not all of them, but most of them were wearing like these big necklaces and like sashes that would hang over their breast. And I was so amazed by that because I'm sitting here thinking like you said, social construct, people are just wearing it because of weather, keep warm or like that. But this is like, near the equator where that's not really a thing. And these people who haven't had any relationship to civilization throughout, their history for generations, they're still covering themselves. And it's like, why? And obviously people can talk that about. I don't mean to get into like I said, like a debate or anything, but I always thought that was interesting. Moreover, a quote of scripture, it's like 3 verses. I'd be glad to read it if you want or not. You just let me know.
Well, I mean, that's still a social construct and has nothing to do with God.
What do you mean?
There's tribes that don't wear clothes. And there's also benefit to having clothes. I have pockets. I can protect myself from cuts and scratches and poison ivy.
Yeah, for sure. And that isn't that the beauty of life itself? I mean, it's like if God was so evil, we would be forced to believe what we believe without even having an option.
You are.
And it's like, how great is God that we have the free will to be able to exercise it where we can literally refuse the grace of God and just do what we want to do. Like, praise the Lord, man. That's awesome. It's like if you want to do whatever you want to do, like you have the ability to do that. That's freaking awesome. But I'll go ahead and tell you a really dark thing that was said to me by
Well, let's go
a
back to
nurse.
that first part right there.
Go for it.
If you're in a bank and a robber comes in, grabs you and puts a gun to your head and says, do as I say or you're going to die, do they have the free will?
Does who have the free will?
Does the person with the gun to their head have free will?
Yeah, for sure.
So it's going to be called coercion. Have you ever heard of that word?
Yeah, definitely coercion.
Yeah, so it's by threat of danger, death, etc. Are you doing what the person is telling you to do? It's not free will. They're taking away your free will by saying you either do this or you die. You don't have free will to believe in God. It's believe in God or burn for eternity, which I don't know. Are you a parent?
I'm not, but I can relate to what you're
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, I'm not evil enough to torture my kids for eternity. So I could never be as evil as God.
Well, the interesting part about that, because I mean, obviously, I've thought along those same lines to some degree. The interesting part for me is what I've come to understand is when I kind of like harken back to like me as a child, when I was like, 6, 7 years old, 8 years old, or like that, it's like I want to stay up all night. I don't want to go to bed that night. I just got energy. I got school in the morning, whatever like that. And like I remember, like, I mean, all kids do this, like they literally say to their parents, like, I hate you, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And it's like literally the parents are enforcing things that ultimately are for the betterment of the child. So it's kind
What
of
the
like,
justifiably reflective means. You're not going to burn your child for eternity for them saying they hate you. It's evil. That's a
well,
terrible
yeah, no, I
argument.
mean, I don't think God does that either.
Yeah, he does. Who created hell?
Oh, you're talking about after you pass away. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you meant like, as far as like if you say something like that, that you'll just be like struck by lightning or something.
Yeah, no, that would make him even more evil than he already is. That'd be crazy. But I mean, he does allow people to get struck by lightning. He allows people to get raped. He allows people to drown. He allows people to be trafficked. He's purely evil.
Well, see, that's the interesting part because when it comes to the scripture, there's a verse, it's in 2 Corinthians 4:4, and it says, "For the God of this earth, lowercase g, has blinded the minds of them that believe not, lest the light of Jesus Christ shine on them, that they should be." I can't remember the very last part of that verse. Um, but the way that it's spelled, it's a lowercase g. It says, "For the God of this earth,"
Yep.
lowercase g. That's referring to Satan.
Deities. Yep.
When so like an example showing God's sovereignty would be akin to like me being a judge, and like if I hit my gavel and sentence a man to life in prison because he killed somebody, you know, I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm not going to stay up at night, wondering if he's masturbating in his jail cell or like, thinking about like, oh, I wonder if he's doing all right. So like when Satan was cast out of heaven, you know, we're literally living in Satan's holding cell. And while God is the almighty God and his will shall be done, he allows these things to happen because through these bad things that happen, our faith is able to actually exist.
So it's okay for me to allow people to be tortured.
Is it okay for you to torture people? Is that what you said?
Allow it. It's okay for me to allow people to be tortured if I have the power to stop it.
Are you trying to imply that you're God?
Oh, no, I'm better than God. No, I'm just asking you a simple question. Is it okay for me to have all the power in the world and all the love in the world and see someone that I love being tortured and I just sit there and go, he chose that?
Well, I kind of liken it to the fact that what actually is reality.
The
Because
universe existing.
I think through the lens that you're looking at it, you're looking at this life, which lasts, anywhere from, stillborn at birth, all the way till maybe if you live to be 100. You're looking at that as the reality when the actual reality is the eternity that's to come. And when I say eternity, that goes both ways because those that are in hell is for eternity, those that are in heaven is for eternity. So the actual life is to come. And this is just like a simulation, if you will. So if you're making the simulation the reality, then I think that you're by virtue of that losing perspective of what it is that's actually happening because his very son was tortured. And it's like through that, it shows the lens that we can endure all because I guarantee you nobody has been tortured worse or died a worse death than his own begotten son.
Oh, that's not true. People are raped. So the question I asked you was, it's therefore good for me
you think
to
rape
allow
is worse
people.
than having nails driven through your hands and hanging
Yes.
on a cross?
Yeah. So what the question I asked you was, it's therefore good for me to allow someone to be tortured if I have the power to stop it.
But in stopping it, you're extinguishing faith.
Okay, cool. I'm stopping torture. So it's good for me to allow them to be tortured.
I think anybody in their right mind would say that that's a horrible thing.
Awesome.
and
You're more
I
moral
don't
than
think
God.
I don't think anybody would want those things to happen.
Yeah,
But
God
that
does.
being said, everybody's gonna die, and death
Not everyone
sucks,
needs to be
man.
tortured.
Yeah, but do you understand that even dying in a bed sucks?
Not all the time. So it's good to allow people to be tortured if you have the power to stop it.
Have the power to stop it.
Yeah, if I'm watching
So-
someone being tortured in front of my
So-
eyes and I have all the power in the world to stop it, it's good for me to just sit there and let them do it because they chose to be there.
So you're pissed off that you weren't born into heaven.
No, I can't be pissed off at Lord Voldemort. He doesn't exist. So the question I asked you is, it's good for me to allow someone to be tortured.
Oh, okay. Well, see, this is where we're delving into like a debate, and
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I was
Well, you're
just
stating
coming
things
just
as
to-
fact. So I'm
What's
going
that?
you're stating things as fact, and when they aren't fact, I'm going to call it out. Are you
Facts
capable
according
of that?
to who?
Objective
To
reality.
you or the creator?
Objective reality. There's no demonstration
According to
that a
who?
creator exists. Why would I believe that there's a creator of the universe? That's kind of absurd.
What's more absurd is the fact that I would take your word, just a man that's lived some 30 years on
Oh yeah,
Earth,
don't take my word.
rather
You have
than
to look
take
at the
word
evidence.
of the Bible, which is sustained all throughout time.
Yeah, books tend to survive things in time. Who wrote the book?
Praise the Lord. What's that?
Who wrote the Bible?
Well, that would be like me asking you and in fact, I've done this to somebody at Starbucks. He was a Jewish man who hated God. I grabbed a pen and a sheet of paper and I wrote down Jesus is King. And I asked him, who wrote this? And he
You.
said, quit messing with me. You wrote it. And I said, no, sir, the pen wrote it.
No, you used it. The pen is a tool. You did the action to cause the writing.
Amen.
By
Amen. You
definition,
get it.
you wrote it.
You get it. So God wrote and he used the man as a tool to write it.
No, you wrote. Where's the evidence that a God wrote that?
The evidence is the sky. It's the trees. It's creation.
That's called biology and physics. Where's
Yeah,
the
where did
evidence
it
that
come
God
from?
had natural phenomena? So when we talk about
yeah,
constants,
there you go. There you go. That's another word for God, natural phenomena.
So
where
when we
did it come from?
so
That-
when-
you're basically like saying the only way that a building exists is if you meet the builder of the building.
incorrect.
The
So
builder
right,
of the building could have died 400 years ago. The building's still standing, so you don't need to meet the builder to know that the building exists because you see the building.
incorrect. So first and foremost, Ray Comfort is possibly the worst debater on planet Earth and has never studied logic ever, or philosophy for that matter. So the constants of the universe, things like gravity, are descriptions of the universe. Gravity is the universe, okay? Nothing created it to be that way. Nothingness can't create something. Therefore, there had to have always been something to exist. Energy, the first law of thermodynamics, cannot be created. Therefore, it has always existed. Here's a premises for that. Energy can't be created. Energy exists. Therefore, it's always existed. It's a logically sound argument with evidence justifying it, which is the law of conservation of energy, the second law of thermodynamics. So I have no reason to believe that there was a creator for this universe, but I do have evidence to believe that buildings don't appear naturally in nature by natural phenomena. It is something that is only built by a person. Paintings are only built by people, or to some degree, some form of intelligence. They don't form naturally. They don't grow with roots thanks to water and enzymes and chemical reactions, which are completely explained in science and biology. So no, there's no justification to believe that mystical claim that Lord Voldemort created things. That's just absurdity, and it's illogical by all definitions. But
So how
that's
many
still
times
a
have you read the
massive
Bible?
pivot. Oh, many. So I grew up as a Christian. My dad is a pastor. I actually preached my entire life apologetically, which is why I know these arguments so well. So
Okay,
that's
well,
still
let's hear the
avoiding the
gospel.
main thing that we were just talking about was, so it is good for me to allow someone to be tortured if I have the power to stop them. That's your belief.
No, see, my belief is in Matthew, the gospel of Jesus Christ according to Matthew.
Who wrote Matthew?
My Lord Jesus said, "Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, didn't I do many wonderful works in your name? Didn't I prophesy in your name? Didn't I cast out devils in your name?" And he will say unto them, "Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. I never knew you." He's not saying that to people who are atheists and agnostics. He's saying that to people who thought they were Christians.
So you keep on making a claim that he said this. Who wrote Matthew?
Who physically wrote it?
Yep.
Matthew.
Incorrect. Who wrote Mark?
Sir, what is the basis? Like,
Oh, it's a line of
we live-
questioning.
we
I'm
live in
teaching
a
you
day and
critical
age,
thinking. So
like,
who wrote Mark?
Hey, you strike me as a very intellectual
I asked you a
person,
question.
well
Who
articulate.
wrote Mark? Why
much
are you
like
pivoting?
me. And
Why are you pivoting
that
away
being
from the
said,
question? Who wrote Mark?
I'm just not as religious as you, sir.
Religion requires dogma. I don't follow a dogma, nor indoctrination. Indoctrination, by definition, is belief without critical thinking. So, again, who wrote Mark?
I know, but you have too much faith.
Faith is, by definition, Oxford Dictionary, and in accordance with Hebrews 11:1, belief by spiritual conviction rather than evidence, which
Amen.
to believe something without evidence is called illogical.
You put your faith in things that you can find on the internet, because on the internet, you can find whatever you want to be true.
No, we can demonstrate these things. So who wrote Mark?
You can demonstrate that Matthew didn't write the gospel of Jesus Christ according to Matthew.
Oh, how do you know that Matthew wrote Mark or Matthew?
How do you know that he didn't?
There's no authorship. There's no internal consistency.
What's your proof?
Yeah, the names were attributed by Irenaeus in the
What's your
2nd
proof?
century. I just gave it to you. You have to be capable of comprehension. So
stating why
Irenaeus
you
is the person that
believe is not
attributed the
proof.
names in the 2nd century. There's actually no
I'm literally
justification
doing
that
it right
Matthew
back
wrote
to
it.
you. Okay, it's your belief that you have faith.
Belief backed by justification and evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, how do you know that Matthew wrote it? According to the evidence.
According to who?
The person that said that Matthew wrote it was Irenaeus in the 2nd century without any justification for it.
That is your belief that that's
Nope,
the case.
it's an objective
not.
consensus actually among all biblical scholars.
So let me get this straight. The Bible is fake, but the biblical scholars have to be true.
That
What
is
basis
that doesn't
sir?
follow at all. By the way, who
No,
wrote Mark?
what basis is that?
Who wrote Mark?
What is the basis that the Bible
Why are you
is
incapable of
always
answering questions? I
incorrect?
thought you were a full-grown adult.
Now you're reviling. All right, you have a good night.
No, I just figured you'd have a brain.
What's that?
I just figured you'd have a brain if we're an adult and you're trying to teach things as if they're facts and you're incapable of justifying them as facts. And I asked you a simple question of who wrote Matthew. You basically
Sir.
said Matthew without any justification, because my next question would have been, how do you know this? Which you don't. But what we do know is the consensus among scholars is going to be due to Irenaeus, historically, who we know exists thanks to lineage, DNA, etc., attributed the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in the 2nd century. There's actually no justification for them having written it. How do we know that? This is going to be called stilometry. We can actually look at the writings and consistency in the writings, and also authorship. There is absolutely no authorship. So we have no justification to believe any of the authorship that was attributed by Irenaeus. He just said it. There is no
Professing
justification.
themselves to be wise, they became fools.
I
and
know you're a
changed the
fool. It's
glory of
okay.
The uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man.
It's okay
to
that you're a fool.
birds And four-footing beast and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up unto uncleanliness through the lust.
I'm going to wait for you to be done preaching. We could talk about facts. I'm not going to allow your feelings to get in the way here. We're talking about facts right now. And you're trying to be like, oh, this child, we're not going to do that either. Facts don't care about your feelings. They don't give a fuck about who you are, what you think you know. Facts are derived from evidence and information that justify it to be a fact. This is called epistemology. You can learn it if you study and open books that aren't mythology. So I'm going to ask you again, who wrote Matthew? And I'll unmute you.
Receiving in themselves that recompense of their error.
Buddy needs help. You have yourself the day you deserve. $204 ending. Andrew. All right. Well, that was rough. Let's get Wubby in here. Yeah, he didn't even stop talking. What's up, Wubby? Oh, KG.
So, yes, I'm going to be presenting the KG ontological argument for God, good sir.
Eat the biggest dick of all dicks. He's standing on a soapbox during this call, isn't he? Yeah, pretty much. You wouldn't say it to my face? Cool. Glad you think that. Did he say KG? Yeah, they're a Discord group of philosophy students and studiers. Are you trying to threaten? Jesus Christ. Let's get you muted. Yeah, emotional. I just joined. Why did you kick him out? KG. That's why. Not in the mood to deal with Phil Bros. I want to talk to human beings. KG is not an official argument. He was just saying that. It's from their Discord server. It's basically a Reddit group is the way you can equate it, sorry. What's your favorite argument against God? Well, the Abrahamic God exists outside of time and has causal relation with time. That's not possible. Therefore, it's not true. Yeah, it's literally just a Reddit group just on Discord. I don't give them time. I want to talk to actual people. The all-powerful argument you said was the best to me. I think it's really good, but the problem with that is actual academic philosophers don't use that argument anymore. They don't say all-powerful, they say maximally great. That's the more up-to-date one because of just how crappy the all-powerful one is. For against Hindu gods? I have not. In my ignorance and what I can assume from what I have heard, just pure ignorance, the Hindu gods are more of a metaphysical and don't empirically interact with the world. So my only argument for that would be I have no reason to believe it's true beyond imagination. It's really the only faiths that actually like talk about this being interacting empirically is going to be the Abrahamic faiths. Other religions aren't as dumb. Yeah, disbelief in gods is as much a worldview as disbelief in Santa Claus. Jew, Muslim, Christian. Yeah, there's 45,000 denominations. I lump all of them. So Judaism, Catholicism, Christianity, Muslim, Mormon, etc. All of them I lump into the word Christian because they're all Abrahamic beliefs. I've heard a lot of people stating Adam and Eve as a metaphor when comparing to evolutionary theory. That is something I would assume in my ignorance is newer. But again, there's 45,000 denominations with hundreds of thousands of interpretations. Many people believe it was literal because there's biblical literalists. I was a biblical literalist. I believed every single story was absolutely objectively true. I would argue that that's a newer argument, though. I'm ignorant on that, though. I don't know that for sure. Have you heard about the evil god stuff with the Gnostics and Demiurge? What you think about it? I'm pretty ignorant on Gnostics, and I don't know what a Demiurge is. I know that my buddy Jaden has been studying Gnosticism. I'll probably chat with him about that later tonight, get a better idea on it because it's been coming up a lot lately. They got tired of admitting it was nonsensical. Yeah, that's fair enough. More evidence of God. Life on Earth. There's no evidence of God having any causal mechanism to that. The sun being the right distance away to allow for proper heating and gravity so we can survive has no causal mechanism demonstrating God having anything to do with it. So where's the evidence for God? Because those aren't evidence for God. Gnosticism was originally a branch of Christianity. Now it's a disguise for anti-Semitism. Interesting. Yeah, I'm way too ignorant on the Gnostic faiths. What is
Hello?
up, Beaver? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good, man. You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah,
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
I'm Catholic.
Okay, and you're a Philbro?
No.
Well, your absolute disgusting attitude says so. And I guess you came up here with a
What?
syllogism.
Yeah, I was gonna. I mean,
I'm not dealing with Philbros. And you guys like, I was like, hey, how you doing, man? And you're like, yup. Like that's just like the stereotypical voice of Phil douchery. Come up here with a little bit of respect. I give respect until it's not deserved. If you want to have an actual conversation, hop up in here, add some inflection into your voice. Don't just act like a douchebag. I have zero patience for Philbros. Zero. I will not platform them anymore. How old are you? Doesn't matter. The distance from the Earth to the Sun varies up to 1 million miles a year. Yep, that's facts. Jaden, you came back. What's up, bro?
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
What?
Oh, that was so fucked up. My screen was tripping balls. But I heard there was fucking Gnosticism talk.
Yeah, someone was just asking if I knew about it.
Oh well, I do.
I think they're an atheist. It was the rebel gentleman, I believe.
Have you heard about the evil god? I personally think it's pretty interesting.
What are the odds of you being born? Probably pretty low. That doesn't prove a God has anything to do with my being born. My parents fucked. That's why I exist.
So we're back to the there's no evidence for God.
Yeah, we've had a couple of arguments. We had a gentleman named Andrew in here about 10 minutes ago that was just preaching. Lasted a good 20 minutes. I let him talk for about 20 minutes.
What was that last dude's syllogism? Did you at least get to see it, or?
Oh, hell no. No,
Oh,
he
you didn't
came in
wanna
here.
see
No, he came in here like, you know how like the KG guys come in like, hey, you over the age of 18? Yep. Oh, cool. Which God do you believe in? This one. Like they just came in with disrespect. So I was like, fuck you.
You know the fuck, dude. I fucking have such a distaste for the KG group. Like I think like they'd probably smoke me in a debate, right? But it's just their debate style. It's just really predatory.
Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, what they were fucking after sober for a couple of days. Kylo, their fucking like group leader,
Yeah.
he would send in one of them and then they'll just fucking eat sober alive because sober has no idea what the fuck he's doing when it comes to philosophy.
Right.
And then they'll just repeat that and then repeat that. Like, it was so
All
fucking
the jargon. Yeah.
Oh.
It's just stupid. I don't give any time of day for it. Are you in control of the uncontrollable things in your life? Obviously not. You can't be in control of something uncontrollable. That would be contradictory.
Contradiction in terms.
I don't believe illogical things. And if I do, I change my mind once I've been corrected.
Doesn't if somebody was to affirm a contradiction, doesn't that invoke trivialism?
No. Trivialism states that all propositions are true.
Right.
A proposition
I've
being
heard
true
somebody
isn't
try-
trivialism.
Right.
To be trivial
look,
just means it's
nobody
obvious.
finally here.
I would love you if you were a worm. I would slurp you up.
Nobody. You failed to show up at my life. You're here. You better get the fuck up here. There we go.
What's up, brother?
What's up? I'm at work. What are you guys talking about?
Heroin.
Exactly.
I don't know if
Did
that's
you just
allowed on
unzip your
TikTok.
pants?
That was one big ass
Other
fucking
people doing
dip right there.
That is a bag of money I unzipped, yes.
Oh, I know it was money.
Oh
Leave it down.
Alright, it's down in the safe.
It's been a slow night, but we're still getting some. I was down to like 10 total viewers, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna end it. And then I got a caller, and then I got another caller, and the views went back up to 30. So I'm like, okay, I'll keep going as long as I get calls every 10, 20 minutes.
Right, like we've been getting great viewership. It's just nobody has the balls to call in.
So my existence is not random. It's random. What? Random still has probability.
Alright, I'm gonna do work stuff. I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, you're good, brother. Appreciate you. Opinion on fine-tuning argument suggesting an intelligent designer. It falls short.
My God. If I hear that argument one more time, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
So the current fine-tuning argument, or the one that's most used these days, isn't actually therefore there's a designer. It's more talking about the constants are so precise there has to be some intelligence behind it. I think it's a hardcore God of the gaps fallacy. They're just saying because something is complicated or complex, it therefore has a designer without any evidence in that gap. It's just fallacious. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God.
Could have just had one, but you didn't want to listen to his syllogism.
Oh, hell no. I'm okay with the syllogism if they're normal humans. Like if they're like, hey, I heard this syllogism, what do you think? I'm gonna be like, hey, awesome. Yeah, I think this or that. But when they come in, yep, duh. I'm gonna, fuck you. Get out of here. And then also, once I dropped him, he immediately threatened my life. So.
Fair.
What do you think could finally end religious beliefs? I think finding life outside Earth should do. No, that wouldn't stop it. I don't think it will probably ever be eradicated, honestly. That would require every single person to be a unbiased studier of truth.
I would disagree to an extent, right? Like I don't know how the statistics line up for this, but we've noticed, at least I've heard people say this a lot, that there's been a massive growth in non-religious people.
Yes.
And I think it's more so the fact that we don't need it as a survival mechanism anymore, right?
Agreed.
Like early life, we would have these gods, goddesses, deities, due to the fact that we didn't understand the world around us and it was to help us survive. We don't need that anymore. We have answers. We know all this shit. That's another reason why you see such a massive growth, is because people don't feel that need anymore.
Oh, also, Phantom Wreck, they will tie in aliens. They have Project Bluebeam. They're already
What is
expecting
that?
that stuff. It's a conspiracy theory that the government is got the technology to put holographs in the sky to fake alien invasions someday,
Oh my god.
or a false return of Jesus.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god. I don't think conspiracy theories are ever gonna disappear. That's the
No.
one thing that will never go the fuck away.
Yeah, it's redonkulous.
You know, speaking of those, you want to know a conspiracy theory that I used to have?
Go for it.
So I used to think that there was an actual. So the reason that we saw so many different religions is because each and every single era of time, there was new gods replacing the old gods, and it was kind of like an infinite cycle. And each of those gods were equally real. It's just they were only real to the people in that belief. So I believe that basically all of the fucking gods, just that they were goddesses in different eras.
Yeah, there's actually a belief for that in alchemy called chat, help me out here. What is it? Talisman, or what is it? It's where when you believe something, it makes it real. I know you guys will know what I'm talking about. The Elliot argument. Jesus fuck. A shuffling to a deck's cards does not prove God exists. That's facts. I believe there's higher power for sure. Do something oh, fuck's sake. Do something better with your life, Brokey. No. I enjoy this. Remember the Illuminati conspiracy theories surrounding celebrities back in the 2010s? I believed that up until 3.5 years ago. Manifesting, it's not called manifesting, there's like a specific word for it. It's like talisman or something like that. It's not talisman, obviously. Talisman is something you wear, but see if I can't what's the alchemy belief that belief makes deities real? Okay, help me out, AI. Tulpas. That's the word I was looking for.
So does that align with what I was talking about?
Very similarly.
I've always fallen back on that idea sometimes. Like, it's a genuine thought that I think could be the case. You know, like it's stupid in a sense, but when you really like think about it, it just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's actually Nobody. I texted Nobody the other day, bringing up a question, not necessarily idealism, but like, you know, my questioning of subjective or subjective reality right now, and if an objective reality actually does exist. Which Nobody, we were supposed to have a conversation on that, you motherfucker. I'm distinctly bored with Iron Age Superman lore. Yeah. That's why I'm swapping over to supernatural stuff, because the God arguments are just copy-paste regurgitation. Like today I did a debunking of a demonic possession.
Oh, dude, that's fucking awesome. Oh, don't I wish I get to do that. But
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, you wanna know what his fucking excuse was?
Oh, we got someone.
Oh, okay, gotta lock the fuck in.
Might be a lot of anger and nasty words, though. I don't have much faith for this one. Hey there, how can I pronounce your name?
That's just my username that I came up with.
Yeah, how can I pronounce it?
PVRGL.
You cool if I just call you PV?
Yeah, you call it PV.
Cool. You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah.
All right. What you got for us?
I believe time doesn't exist
Why?
because we live in the present moment,
That's time.
not in the past or the future.
The present is time. That's a point in time.
That's a point in time. But, like, say, what do you mean?
The present is a descriptive word
We made up time.
or a point in time.
Yeah, but, like, who made up time?
What?
Who made up time?
Nobody?
So time made up itself?
Time has changed, brother.
Time has changed?
Yeah, when things change, that is time.
Do you believe we were like Homo sapiens and apes?
Do I believe that I am a
okay.
Homo sapien? Yes.
Do you believe in evolution as well?
Yes. Why
Is
don't
that
you?
like scientific proven? It is,
Yes.
right? Okay. Isn't the Big Bang also scientific proven?
Yes.
Or, if there was a pre-existing state of the Big Bang, am I right?
I'm sorry?
Was there like a pre-existing time of the Big Bang?
Was there something prior to the expansion of the universe? Probably.
So, therefore, like, it's always been changed.
Yeah. Probably.
So you think, like, say, I'm like, before being born, do you just remember it being like just blank, simple, just blank?
There's no memories of pre-being born.
What is that then? Like, of no, like,
Non-existence.
so non-existence exists?
Nope.
Or is that prior to not being born?
It is not existing.
Non-existent.
The theory of evolution, for instance, did not exist at some point in history. Non-existence itself is not something.
Okay, but like the start, you had a start of you being alive and having your own preference in life and, like, you know, your worldview. Just
What?
as much like you being born.
Do you have a microphone or something you can plug in?
No, I don't. My AC is on.
Okay, what are you asking?
So I searched up like the chances, you know, I was typing in the chat, of course, you said that just because there's like a high odds or a low odds of being born doesn't mean there's like a god or anything. But I don't think I'm just alive for no apparent reason, like just for a random reason. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So am I just gonna say and sit to myself, like, there's no God, you know, there's no a person higher than me, a consciousness higher than me?
Why do you believe there is?
Cause like, why do I believe there is? Okay, so let's say hmm, I believe there is because say the if I were to be able to say control my life, right? Like fully, you think we could fully control our lives.
We have control over some things and some things we don't.
Don't you think if there was no God, we would have like fully control of everything?
Why would that correlate?
Why would that coordinate? Because we don't.
Are you sober?
The quite opposite of that. I mean, there's the opposite of everything, I guess, but
Are you high right now?
no, I'm not high. Okay, so you believe in evolution, right?
In what?
Go back. In evolution.
Yeah, do you believe in germs?
Yeah.
That's
you know,
theory.
That's theory.
That's a theory. A scientific theory is not a guess.
It's a theory. Okay, so
Germs are a theory. Gravity is a theory. The Big Bang is a theory. Evolution is a theory. In science, a theory is a well-substantiated explanation for a natural phenomena in the world backed by all the evidence that it has and contradicted by none of it. It is not a guess.
it's so we begin to like exist, like the human life had a beginning.
Yes.
You know what I'm trying to say? Yes. So therefore, you know,
Continue.
therefore there's a cause for a beginning.
Yeah, there's a natural cause for life. Correct. It has nothing to do with a magical unicorn.
No, I'm not saying there's a man. Okay, so the universe itself, let's say, it's a very like, say, what if the universe is God? I'll say that.
What?
Because how did the universe come about?
What do you mean by come about?
So you know how the universe formed and everything?
The universe has always existed, brother.
No, it didn't.
What evidence do you have that the universe did not exist at some point?
Before the Big Bang.
The Big Bang theory simply states the universe used to be in a hot, dense state of existence, and 13.8 billion years ago, it started expanding. It doesn't say that it did not exist. It existed in a hot, dense state of energy.
But the universe changed to its current state.
Yes, it expanded thanks to energy and natural means. There's no God there.
Where do you think this energy is coming from? Like,
Energy
you know
can't
how
be created, brother. It's the first law of thermodynamics.
So energy is balance.
Energy is eternal.
Can you explain like how is it eternal?
Yeah, it can't be created. This is explained by the second law of thermodynamics, the law of conservation of energy.
It can't be created.
Yeah, it can't be created or destroyed.
Yeah.
And it exists, therefore it's always existed. Because it can't be created and it does exist, it therefore was not created, but it does exist, so it had to have always existed.
Okay, so since it's always existed, like, what is this existing of the universe? Like, do you not know?
The universe is made up of energy. The universe is energy.
Do you know where this energy comes from? This energy
It
doesn't
can't
appear
be
from nowhere.
created. It doesn't come from anywhere.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. So there's no. So it forms itself, the energy. That's what you're saying. Or it's always been there and it always will be.
I don't know if it always will be. I know it's always been. It can't be created.
You think it could come to an end?
Well, if it can't be destroyed, then yeah, it always will be. That follows.
I heard about like energy being able to like the more it expands, I heard the energy could like dissolve or
No.
like it can't.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. What it does is it transforms, it transfers into other energy. So like when you have like a flashlight, right? You have your flashlight, you have a light. When you turn off that light, the energy doesn't just cease to exist. When I have my flashlight and I turn that off, it doesn't cease to exist. The energy, the photons go into the wall and turn into heat. It's going to turn into thermal, it's going to turn into kinetic, etc.
I don't even know. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, after all this evolution and change and like the eternal thing, how does this even come about? You know? I cannot.
There are some things we don't know. That doesn't mean that a magical unicorn made it.
Okay, yeah, of course, but the unknown, I rather believe that since there's an unknown, if there was a known, like if we had a, like if we were to know, I'll say, then therefore we know what the universe is. But since we don't know, therefore there's like there's like a there's like a gap there that you don't know.
No, yes,
you
there's a
cannot-
gap. You're filling this gap with a unsubstantiated claim. This is called the God of the Gaps argument, where you have a gap of knowledge and then put a mystical force into it. For instance, people believed that Thor was the cause for lightning. With your same thought process, they thought, I don't know how it works, therefore God, and that turned out false. We don't just put labels on things as explanations until evidence justifies it as true.
Okay, but like, okay, I get what you're saying, but say like, okay, space and everything, isn't it kind of like, I don't know, majestical? Like,
Yeah, it's
life?
beautiful.
Yeah,
That
like,
doesn't mean that God exists. Just because something's beautiful doesn't make Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter real.
okay, I'm not saying the Lord from bottom was real. I'm saying there's like a higher being or consciousness, I believe. You know?
There's
Well,
no reason to believe that. There's no evidence for it.
I mean, there's no evidence that God doesn't exist either.
Yeah, there is.
What's the evidence?
The Abrahamic God cannot exist because he is a being that exists outside of time and yet has causal relation with time, which is not possible. On top of the fact that this God, the story of this God, is the creator of the universe, energy can't be created. Therefore, the story is false, and that God is therefore false. It's not true. It is debunked. Do you believe in Zeus?
Zeus? No, I don't believe in Zeus.
Right, because as science continues growing and we learn how things work, we don't have to have these gods to fill the gaps of knowledge anymore. Same thing for all gods. We don't need them. They're not true.
Like, say, of course, I don't like, like say, I still believe like in basic, logic, good and bad. I don't believe that like there is like I've seen the religion chart and everything, like where the religion starts and different type of religion and timeline, and it just like it's really fascinating how we just came about, and
It's very
how you guys
fascinating.
think- and like say you showed a person 400 years ago, say a phone or a TV or say whatever they can't explain, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is like? Do you think are they gonna think is supernatural because they can't explain it?
With critical thinking, we don't think supernatural. We say, I don't understand this. Let me study it. Let me test it. Let me learn about it.
Yeah. I can't really say back to real life. Let me learn and like how you said study it and all that. I heard about like about like the time, gravity, and something else creating like the universe or something like that.
Gravity is why our Earth is formed.
Is gravity only for Earth?
No.
There's other. Okay, I heard that we also like don't got like a fully understanding of gravity.
We have
as
the
well.
theory of gravity, which is the explanation for why it does what it does.
That's also a theory.
Buddy, what did I just teach you about germs?
Germs are theory.
Do you remember what I taught you about what a theory is?
You said if germs are theory, and I said germs are not a theory.
Okay, a scientific theory is a well substantiated explanation for the natural phenomena in the world, backed by evidence proven beyond reasonable doubt, contradicted by no evidence. The verb of theory, which is to theorize, is a guess or an assumption. A scientific theory is not a guess.
Okay, okay.
It's an explanation backed by mountains of evidence.
So,
We know how gravity works. It's the theory of gravity, or in other words, the explanation of gravity. We have the law of gravity as well, which is things fall. The theory explains why and how things fall. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask PV? If not, we're going to have to move on to the next guest, okay?
Michael, what do you think about like uniqueness of like, you know, there will only be one of you?
What?
Or like one of me being born, you know what I mean?
What? All right, it's a little bit too hard to hear you. We're going to go ahead and end this here. I'm going to drop you down. I appreciate you requesting up and saying hi, all right? You have yourself a good day. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get Crystal in here.
Had a timeout for that one.
What's up, Crystal? Is that how I pronounce your name?
That's Chris.
Chris? All right, man.
Yes, sir.
You over the age of 18,
How are
brother?
you? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you over the age of 18, brother?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. All right, which God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
All right, what you got for us today, man?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I'd like to ask you a question. So if God was measurable and you could provide evidence for God and put him under a microscope and study God, wouldn't he therefore be no longer God?
No, he'd still be God. God, by definition, is the all-powerful creator of the universe. Being able to study
But
him
if-
doesn't make him not the creator of the universe.
Well, if we were able to study him, then he wouldn't be God, because
that's not true.
If he were to be studyable and measurable, and we were able to study him, then by definition of the Bible, he wouldn't be God, because God, who created everything, is outside of time and matter and space. So he
Which
was the one
proves
who
it's
was
not
able
true.
to create things. Say again.
That's also
Chris,
proof
I
that's
want-
not true. But I'll let Jaden take this one over.
Well, I just want to ask him a question. When you're reading the Bible, are you trying to understand God?
It depends on how I'm reading it.
Okay. Doesn't that mean you're studying God? Because that's all a study is you're trying to understand something. But is he still God?
Not necessarily. I'm trying to study and understand what's happening in the Bible, particular people, places, history, culture.
Brother, the Bible says
a lot
you
of things
can't
like
know the
that.
mind of God. It doesn't mean you can't know God nor study God. It says you can't know the mind of God.
Sure, but I'm not saying that we can't know God. God himself has given us who he is through the Bible, but we cannot know everything fully about God.
Sure, we could still study it. Here's the thing. The only thing that would change about God if we could study him is it would be natural instead of supernatural.
But then if he was natural and not supernatural, would he, by definition, no longer be God?
No. God definition is all powerful creator of the universe. If he created the universe, he is therefore God.
Okay.
It is
All right, I
lumped
see what
into
you're saying.
something supernatural because supernatural, by definition, is things that do not adhere to the laws of physics and logic. Paranormal are just anomalies that are unexplainable.
Like a miracle, for example.
A miracle would be supernatural.
Right. Okay.
A ghost would be paranormal and a little bit supernatural, dependent on how we're talking about it.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. But anyway, I can move on from that. So, whenever we speak about the creation of the universe, for example, or the earth, or whatever you want to call it, let's say, for example, me and you were walking through the woods and we come across a clearing. When we get to this clearing, I see a 10 by 10 square of purple flowers and then red flowers and blue flowers. And we say, wow, look how all this happened by accident.
Nope.
Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that? That was an accident?
Nope.
Why not?
Chaos has order. It happened through chaos, through billions and billions of years of biology. It is not an accident. An accident is I'm walking and accidentally trip on something by not meaning to do it, but doing it.
Okay.
Flowers
well,
are
let's-
biological.
Okay, well, let's just say we're walking through the woods and we see this, and it's like all perfect 10 by 10 squares, and each one has a different color. Would we say evolution did that, or would you say
Yes.
somebody had to do that purposefully?
Evolution. It is biology. Without evolution, you wouldn't have antidepressant pills. You wouldn't have any biological study that we have right now.
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
It is evolution, yes. It is biology.
So in order to say you were walking along, you see a group of flowers that's all the same color, 10 by 10 square of red flowers. Next one is purple flowers. Next one's blue flowers. There's clearly like design behind it.
Nope.
Would you say that was evolution?
There's not clearly design behind it. To design something is to create it with an intentional mind and intelligence. What evidence do you have
wouldn't
that it
say
was
that
intelligently
somebody-
designed?
You wouldn't say that somebody planted those flowers?
No, I don't know. It could be someone planted it. It could be that it naturally planted itself by falling off of a tree or a dandelion being blown in the wind. Through natural means and natural mechanisms is the cause for the effect of a blooming flower.
So let me ask you another question. What would you say the odds of that being?
No idea. Probably low. Does that mean that it's therefore magical unicorns?
Well, I would say that well, first of all, unicorns never existed.
Neither did
The
your
actual
god.
definition. Well, the actual definition of a unicorn was actually a rhino from the 1600s.
The metaphysical, mythological creature called a unicorn has mystical
Right.
properties. It
Right,
is
well,
a
I'm,
myth.
I'm saying that the
Same
that
as
the
gods.
word unicorn is lost in time. It wasn't actually what that meant. But my point is,
let me try and steel man you real quick. What it sounds like you're trying to do is a horrible rendition of the watchmaker fallacy. Because computers are intelligently designed and don't appear in nature, there must have been a designer for it. We see things that seem complex, therefore there had to be a designer behind it. Is this what you're trying to say?
in a matter of speaking.
Okay, computers do not appear naturally in nature. They require a mind for them to exist.
I wasn't going to mention the computers or the watch. My point behind and what I was saying is that in order for there to be order, if there is creation, if there is other things, should there not be an intelligent design behind it?
If it was created, there would be some sort of a creator.
Right.
Yes. You have to demonstrate that there was a creation.
Would you say logically, given the chances of...
Trust me, you don't want to go down logic.
Well, no. Well, let's just follow this for a second. So you have the atmosphere, for example, perfect for life.
Nope.
The rotation of the earth, the everything to sustain everything, right?
Nope.
In order to support life here on the planet. Would you say that was evolution or simply happened by getting lucky?
It's not evolution either. Evolution is biology, brother. Oxygen is not biology.
Okay, well, correct.
By the way,
science
oxygen
terms
is the
here.
reason that you age and die. So no, it's not perfect for life.
What I'm saying is,
And the sun gives you cancer. What's perfect about that? Your God
What I'm
must be a
saying is-
shitty ass engineer.
What I'm saying is first of all, you're going into different topics. Can you follow me on just this one, just for a second?
Well, I
So-
followed and gave an explanation.
Well, sure. And I asked you a question. I said, do you think that was all just lucky? Like the creation
Are we
of
lucky?
everything.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
The creation of everything to
It's not
this point,
created.
right here and right now. It had to have been created, even if you didn't believe in
Demonstrate that.
God. If it was a Big Bang theory, there was creation from it.
Oh yeah, what's the Big Bang theory?
It was whenever all the gas came together, exploded, ends up making the sun and everything else.
Nope.
Okay, educate me, please.
The Big Bang Theory states that the universe was in a hot, dense state, and 13.8 billion years ago it started expanding due to natural phenomena like dark energy. How do we know this? I'm glad you asked. Radiation is a form of energy, and cosmic microwave background radiation can be observed today with the Hubble telescope, and we can observe the distance, the age, and the light speed to determine where it came from, and it all leads to a hot, dense state of energy 13.8 billion years ago. It has nothing to
great.
do with nothingness becoming something. That would be absurd. You'd have to be a Christian to believe that.
Okay, so what is your answer for from that point, from billions of years ago till now? What do you call that?
What? The universe?
Sure, like the process of everything, the creation of the earth, for example.
It's not a creation. Do you know how the
What
earth
would you
was
call it?
formed? Did you ever learn that?
I'd like you to tell me. I'm asking.
Gravity. The sun's gravity allowing little spheroids of rocks and asteroids to continuously crash into each other to form the oblate spheroid of Earth that we have. It's gravity. Gravity is why planets form.
Okay.
We observe this through Hubble telescope again. This is natural. This is
Okay.
normal.
Okay, so this happens. Also, biology happens. Life begins on the earth.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. The changes of the atmosphere to support the life.
Yeah.
The habitable zone around the sun in order to sustain the life.
Is massive, by the way. We move millions of miles every year between the sun.
Right. But as far as we're aware, we're the only planet in that habitable zone.
Nope.
No? Which one is also?
Brother, we found evidence of ancient civilization life on Mars. We know that their germs existed there. That is life.
Okay. Gotcha. But can it sustain life now?
I have
Other
no
than
idea.
germs? I gotcha.
Probably.
Okay.
It is mathematically determined, damn near, that there has to be life on some other planet. You know how massive the fucking universe is?
Yeah. I mean, I understand how big it is.
It's basically mathematically
So-
impossible for there to not be life on another planet. And life does not mean human beings.
Well, let's chase that rabbit for just a second. Would you say it's also mathematically impossible for everything to have been created just like you said?
No, it wasn't created, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry. Insert correct word here. Whatever everything you just said. Do you believe
The probability is a 1 to
that would-
1. It's 100%.
100%?
Yeah, it's 100% likely that in this one universe that we live in as observers to observe an observable universe, that it happened. There's one to compare it to. It's 100% probability.
100% probability. Can you
Yeah.
explain that for me?
Yeah, when you flip a coin, how many sides are on it?
2.
Right, that's why it's a 50, right? Because you're taking 100 and turning it into 2, which is going to be 5.
Yeah.
So we have one universe, so it's 100 still. It's a 1 to 1 ratio. It's 100% probability. The universe wasn't created. It's always existed, and it's 100% probable for its existence because
see.
it wasn't created.
I see. I got you. Well, even if you don't believe in creation, even some people believe that the universe hasn't always existed. There
They
would
would
have
be
had to
wrong.
been a beginning and an end. You pointed out the second law of thermodynamics to the previous guest.
Yep.
Well, isn't the second law of thermodynamics, wouldn't it also, if the universe had continuously, infinitely
Did I say infinite?
existed? Well, it's always existed.
That's eternal, not infinite. For it to be infinite past, I don't know. Infinite regression is not logically incoherent, though. There's no fallacy in infinite regression. But I do believe that it is eternal because, again, energy
What's
in the
the
universe
difference
has
between-
existed for all of time.
Well, what's the difference between eternal and infinite?
Infinite is forever going back, forward, circle, etc. Eternal is for all of time. The universe has existed for all of
So
time.
all of
Energy can't
measurable
be
time?
created. It has existed for all of time.
So all of measurable time is what you're saying.
Correct.
So the universe had to have a beginning.
No. Time may have had a beginning. We don't know that one. But if time had a beginning, the universe existed in it, therefore eternal. If it didn't have a beginning, then it's always existed, therefore eternal. No matter how you look at it, it's eternal. This is logic. Basic logic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you explain to me one more time the difference between infinite and eternal?
Yeah, when you have a figure 8, there's no end and no beginning. It forever
Right.
goes.
Sure.
Eternal is a line on a piece of paper.
But isn't the line on the piece of paper eternal? Like it's going to continue
For
going
all of
straight
that
in a
line, there are points on that line. For all of the line of the universe has existed for all of time. It's eternal, yeah.
So eternal would have had a beginning then, is what you're saying, and an end.
It's possible. We don't know that. We can only measure back to Planck time, which is still time, which the universe still existed in. But energy cannot be created, so it has always existed.
Well, what I was going to say was the second law of thermodynamics, if it was eternal or infinite, then wouldn't it have run out of energy by now? Wouldn't you think?
Nope. There is no reason for me to believe that. Because we
Why
exist,
not?
and we exist.
Stars also have a beginning and an end.
Yeah, the stars aren't the universe.
Right. But can you name one single thing other than the theoretical universe that something doesn't have a beginning or an end?
No.
Is it observable?
You're
in
talking
our
about
own-
attributes of the universe, attributes that had a beginning point and can and most plausibly have an ending point. We're talking about the universe itself. This is called a category error.
Okay. Well, I'm taking a long time to say it, but the point I was trying to make is, and I understand you're like stopping me because I'm not putting the correct word in here. But what I'm trying to say is that if you were to believe that all this happened by chance, I would say it would take more faith to believe that than to believe an all-intelligent designing God created it all.
Define faith.
It means that you believe in something without being able to see it. or
Correct.
measure it.
I can observe and measure everything I have told you, which is why we have scientific theories backing them. You do not have any way to observe, demonstrate, critique, test your God.
But
So
again,
you have faith, I do not. I have belief backed by facts.
I would say you would still have faith.
Yeah, what have I said that I have zero evidence for?
Well, do you live 100% like saying that you have faith? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you 100% say that you trust and test everything that you do,
Yes,
including the medicines that your doctor gives you when you're upset?
that's not
Do you-
faith.
What
They
do
are
you call it?
critiqued, they are tested, they are peer reviewed before they get to us. There's evidence to justify that they are safe to take. It's not faith, it is belief by evidence. Faith is stupid. You should not have faith in anything. I have a unicorn in my backyard right now. Do you believe me?
Well, no.
Have faith in it. Did that help?
No.
No, you would have to have evidence to justify the belief that there is a unicorn in my backyard. I can fly.
But I
Do
would
you believe
also
me?
say, but I would also say and argue that the unicorn has never been pursued and pushed and believed as much by people
Yeah, they have.
than God has. Not as much as God has.
Yeah, they have.
Not-
Unicorns existed before your Abrahamic faith existed.
Again, unicorn doesn't mean what people think it means.
According
The
to you, in
horse-
accordance with the metaphysical mythology
not
of what a
according to me.
unicorn
You can look
is.
at- it's
Right,
not
correct.
according to
So, in
me.
accordance
You
with
can-
history, you are wrong. Objectively, you're just false. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look up in a dictionary from like the 1600s what a unicorn is.
Cool. Let me look this up. Mythological unicorn and
No, you're typing in mythological
yeah,
unicorn.
correct, because I'm talking
Just
about the
type in
metaphysical unicorn.
Just type in unicorn.
I am talking about the
unicorn.
metaphysical unicorn, you dumb nut. I need you to follow. You want to put it as a horse to help better your argument.
It's not a horse, it's a rhinoceros.
I am stating the metaphysical, mythological creature that has existed since before your Abrahamic faith has existed.
How do you know that that even was a thing before the Abrahamic faith was existing?
Drawings, and you have one of the newest faiths in all of human history.
When did it start?
2,500 years ago.
That's not true.
It is.
It's not.
When did the Abrahamic faith start? Second
Well,
millennium
according to-
BCE, first century
According
CE.
according to the Bible itself, it would have been about 4,000 years before Jesus was born.
Demonstrate that.
In Mesopotamia.
Wait, hold on, Christian. Are you confusing Judaism with Christianity?
Oh, let me rephrase. I'm sorry. Pause for a second. Christianity didn't start until Jesus.
Yeah, so it'll still
but
be
if you
fairly
are,
new.
But
Yeah,
if you
so-
are a Christian, you do believe in the Old Testament.
Some Christians don't take the Old Testament. So
Well, then they're not Christians.
According to you, there's 45,000 denominations that say you're full of shit. So how do you know who's right and who's wrong? There's 45,000. Here's what we'll give you.
I
So
can tell you this. Well, I can tell you this. You asked a question. Let me get a chance to answer it. So you said 45,000 different
denominations.
Denominations, right? Correct. So if first of all, if they disagree with the Bible and who Jesus is, according to the Bible,
I don't even believe Jesus existed, bro. This is gonna fall on deaf ears.
Well, you asked a question. I'm trying to answer it. You asked what makes them different if they don't
did not
believe in
ask
who
that.
Jesus. Somebody did. Somebody did. I don't know who it was.
Bro,
Somebody
we all
said-
know they have differences.
Well, here's my point: is that Christianity is the only religion that points to somebody else did something for you to make it into heaven.
well,
All
that's
the other religions.
that's so false, bro. That's insane.
Educate me, please.
All right,
Catholics.
So you said that Christianity is the only religion that have someone that's gonna help you go to heaven, right?
Not exactly what I said, but continue.
Okay, wait, restate what you said. Then I don't know, straw man. You retake.
Okay, so Christianity is that God in physical form comes down to the earth, lives a perfect sinless life, dies on the cross and bears your sins, and that is how you make it to heaven. Other religions say that it's your merit and what you do to earn your way into heaven.
I mean, I guess if you want to go off that worldview, then sure. But like, what point are you trying to like point at? Confused.
Well, he said what makes mine different. Well, that's what makes it different. That's what makes it different. First of all. And then second of all, Jesus himself, historically as a person, even if you want to take him outside the Bible, did exist.
Name one contemporary
is-
witness.
There is historians who refer to Jesus. There's
Yeah,
a
Josephus, Tacitus, and Pliny. Go ahead.
Yeah, they
Tell
were
me what they
were
said.
the main three ones. They were the main three ones. Josephus refers to Jesus in his writings.
Yup. He also talked about Hercules, but you don't believe in Hercules. Go ahead. They are historians. They wrote what people believed. Josephus was a fucking Jew. He did not believe in Jesus as the Messiah, nor as a god.
No, he did not.
Nor did Tacitus. And Tacitus were interpolated later to add Christ into it. He never talked about it that way either. None of them ever met him. None of them ever witnessed him. The stories of Jesus didn't come about till decades after the fact by multiple different hearsay anonymous people. Like it's no there's
Well, that's
not one
true.
single
They've proven that the Gospels were written within 30 years of his death.
Name one author of the Gospels.
Matthew, Mark,
False.
Luke, and John.
Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, tell me why it's false.
The Gospels are completely anonymous. This is scholar consensus, by the way. We don't fucking know who wrote them. The names were attributed in the 2nd century by Irenaeus. We have no fucking clue who wrote them. They're completely anonymous internally and externally. You just read a piece of paper, same as the Hindus did, same as the Muslims did, same as the Jews did, and the paper said that the paper is correct, and you granted that because your parents told you to.
Other tests. They also have other tests that they do.
Name
Kinda
one
like how they
contemporary
have-
witness for Jesus. Name
It's kind
one.
of like how they also have different Gnostic gospels.
Yeah,
They
it's all
run
dumb.
tests. They run tests and see when it was written and who, like, names that were written in them. They can test where they were written, what time period they were written, all of those things as well.
Yeah, the Gnostic texts have nothing to do with that. The Gnostic texts are just texts that are considered heresy or credited to the Gnostics, which is a heretic section of Christianity, but it has nothing to do with the Gospels per se, at least. And if anything, it makes the Gospels even trickier, because now when we look at these texts, we have like the Secret Gospel of Thomas, and then we have like all these other fucking Gospels. So now instead of it just being the 4, if we want to throw those in there, we have a whole bunch fucking more.
Well, I wouldn't advise putting them in there, but continue.
It's just a piece of paper written. The important thing that we have about Bibles, the Quran, etc., different religious texts, is just to see how people thought back in those days. You don't believe in Greek mythology? Well, the majority of the planet did at that point. They believed Zeus was as real as you think that Jesus is. And it went away as we learned.
I have my own theories and things about that.
You have
but I'm
conspiracy
sure-
theories, yes. I don't care. I care about facts based in evidence. You care about faith.
Well, let me ask you one question, and I'll let you go. I'll let somebody else get on here. Even if somebody did provide like true evidence that was good enough for you,
Mm-hmm.
would you believe?
I would believe in him. I would not follow him.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Not would you believe? Would you be a Christian?
You could consider
Because-
me a Christian because I would believe in Jesus Christ as the Messiah, the risen Son of God. Yes, I would not be a follower of Christ. No.
Can you tell me why?
Because I don't think that slaughtering innocent babies, commanding and condoning rape, genocide is okay. And that's disgusting. And I think it's very disgusting to allow people to be tortured for eternity for the simple act of not believing in them.
Okay. So you
I'm more
mentioned
moral than
earlier.
him.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that you don't believe in the genocide of people, babies, etc., etc. You saying that actually gives more credit to why God did it.
What?
If you were to study ancient history,
what the fuck?
Wait.
Please let
So,
me finish.
Wait,
before you
Chris.
interrupt.
Wait, Chris. So you're saying, right? You know, innocent like women or babies.
I will
are getting
gladly
taken-
give an explanation if you let me.
Chris, I want you to just be careful. Be careful what you're gonna say. You're about to give up a context that's gonna justify, raping people. I want you to keep that in mind before you even say anything. You finna give a context to try to justify now
Okay, first of
a
all-
benevolent being that commands grape. I want just think really hard about that before you say something.
Okay, first of all, I didn't say rape. I said the killing of people groups. Okay.
So genocide.
there's a
So
difference.
genocide just makes it better. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I guess.
I'm not-
I guess.
Well,
I guess.
First of all,
I guess.
you're not letting me even finish my sentences before you jump
I'm
in
trying to
and say
save
anything.
you. I'm trying to
He's
save
just trying
you.
to help you,
I
but
don't need your
let's hear
saving.
him. Let's
Okay.
hear him.
I don't need your saving, man.
He'll dig his grave.
Okay, now, first thing, since you said this, where does it support rape in the Bible? Please.
Mary was how old? Actually, Jaden, have fun.
Yeah, Deuteronomy.
You said Mary was how
Deuteronomy-
old?
Well, yeah, we can go down that route as well, but I prefer not to, just because the scholar's opinion on that is very wide, and there's a much of a consensus on it. But Deuteronomy 22, No, 32. Fuck, I can't remember the 22, 28, and 29. Shit, that took me so long to figure out. But yeah, if you go to Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29.
Yeah, by the way, before you respond to Jaden, we have all read these Bibles, the Qurans, the Hindus. We've read them. I hope that you someday do too.
I've read the Quran.
But back to Jaden.
I've read the Book of Mormon.
And then you got Numbers too. Like Numbers has some like.
Okay, can
great
you
passages,
can you
too.
give me some verses? Because you gave me a lot of chapters.
Yeah, Jaden's got you. Let Jaden
Deuteronomy. Yeah, Deuteronomy 22, and then the verses are 28 and 29. Yeah, nice.
Hey, free will though, you know.
Oh.
That's a good question. I do think the laws of energy do support reincarnation, but there's no evidence that it's actually possible.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to observe that, so that's like.
Do I have to keep my app up for you guys to hear me?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I think it'll be more possible for rebirth though, but
That's fair as well,
you just wouldn't have no like observation to like test that. So it's like just gotta wing it out.
Gotta have faith.
Okay, so I don't have my physical Bible with me here. Would one of you guys mind reading in the ESV version, please?
ESV.
Yes, the ESV
English Standard,
stands for
really?
English.
Oh, we know what it stands for, brother.
Wow.
Okay.
At least it's not KGV. Like, at least he's got some brain.
I don't know about that one. They miss a little too much credit. Let me fucking find
Bro,
it.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
All right.
This not gonna look good.
If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed, and betrothed just means engaged, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all his days.
Okay. So I can understand if you don't take this well, but is there any Bible translation that actually says he rapes her?
Sees.
Yo!
What do you think sees means?
Well, I mean, regardless, in Hebrew,
no.
there's no word for that, right? There's no word for rape itself. That's why the
It's
word
to
seize is
take
there.
with force, by force, to forcibly take for yourself is what it
Okay, and
literally
also-
translates to.
And also, Chris, what do you think they're gonna do when she's forcefully married to her? What do you think he's gonna do? You think they're just gonna?
You guys aren't listening to me. You're not giving me a chance to speak.
No.
Fair enough. Let him.
Wait, Chris, hold on. How do you think in ancient times? How do you think marriage was solidified?
Okay, so you asked like a billion questions.
Wait.
I can't even
Just
finish
answer
my
that. How do you
point.
think marriage
I
was
can't
solidified?
even
in
say
ancient
anything
times?
right now.
Wait, Chris, how was
Okay.
marriage solidified in ancient times?
Okay, educate me. Tell me, please. We'll
Via,
chase this rabbit before I have a chance to say anything.
via intimacy or sex, right? And then this is
No,
where
I wouldn't agree with that.
and now listen. In this passage, this is basically saying he can force a marriage upon her now, right? She has no consent with this marriage. He has to marry her. And to confirm the marriage, they would have to have sex. So wouldn't that be grape still?
Okay, so first of all, you're looking at that through your current worldview.
Oh, bless you, Lord.
As wherever you are. You might be in America or whatever. You're reading this in your current worldview.
Do you know how
Put
consent
yourself-
works? Wait, Chris, do you know how consent works?
Well, let's hear him. Let's hear him.
Can I ask who's speaking to me real quick?
Yeah, you're good. Continue.
Okay.
I mean, you're
So,
not
in
good.
order to understand the Bible correctly, you have to let go of your own worldview and understand it in the context it was written. Okay? Whenever it is saying he seized her, that is a poorly translated way to say whenever they have
No.
sex, they have sex, so therefore he has to marry her.
No, they have a word for
Yeah,
consensual sex. This is
Well, actually, I don't know
seized.
about.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but yeah,
again,
this isn't a poorly translated by any means. I mean, the ESV itself is a poor translation, but if we go to even more proper translations, they say this as well. The Greek, the Hebrew.
pull up a
Go on,
different
go.
translation.
Yeah, sure. We'll go to the New Revised Standard Updated Edition, which is a scholarly used Bible, so ain't much wiggle room for this one. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her and they discovered, so it still says seizes, right? Like, I mean, how scholars even go about when it comes to verses like the same thing with slavery is that they'll read the context and that's just how they'll figure out what the verse is saying. This is great, dude. Like, literally, if you were to even read the context of this verse as well, it is going over sexual laws.
And plus, even if she doesn't like have schmex, you know, when they get married, you know, she's not consenting to this marriage, you know, to solidify that they're gonna have sex. So either way, it's gonna be some sexual misconduct. Either way.
And they had no context for grape because it didn't exist back then. Women were property of men.
Yeah, exactly. So
that was said by Collapse over on YouTube, by the way, guys.
Fucking love your Collapse.
Okay, now, I'm gonna be honest. I disagree. I don't think it's talking about rape.
Why?
But even if it does,
What does
I mean,
seizes her and lies with her? What is
please?
No, I'm not.
Let me say
no.
something, please.
Seizes her and lies with her. What does that mean?
Even if it is talking about rape, you pull up one Bible verse.
That should be enough. That should
support
be
your
enough.
own idea.
One time.
To support your own idea.
Do you want
Okay.
more?
It said
Sure, give me more.
one time. Is that not enough?
Give me something else. I would. There are many people. There are many people who would disagree with
Women,
what you guys are saying.
hide your goddamn drinks from this motherfucker.
Gang said, "Give me something else."
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wait, Chris. Like, if something's all loving, right? Something's all loving. Would they be like, you know, regulate this
that
type of
reminds me.
behavior?
That reminds me. I forgot. That reminds me. You didn't give me a chance to even finish what I was trying to say before.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So, you were mentioning before the genocide, the killing, the things like that. Okay, you said you don't support those things. So, if you were to study ancient history around these people around this time, human sacrifice was very common in the Bible. Okay. Also, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was in the Bible. Other cultures did it. Even the nation of Israel themselves, they end up falling into that trap as well. Ended up sacrificing their firstborn children to Baal.
You gonna talk about the Amalekites, really?
So it's not just the Amalekites, it's a bunch of other people. But so you have that, you have temple prostitution in order to worship their gods.
What's wrong with being temple prostitution?
Temple prostitution in order to worship their gods.
What's wrong with that?
So anyway, so the thing is that whenever these things are happening, it's because these people are wicked. People are wicked, so God,
According to the standard of the God that allows, condones, and teaches rape is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, regardless.
That's wicked. That's wicked.
I mean, regardless, it's completely wrong, right? Like, when we look in the case of the Amalekites, God gives his explicit reasoning when he says, "Now go and attack Amalekite and utterly destroy them." Oh wait, sorry, wrong part. "I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt." He gives his explicit reasoning. You're just trying to add a reasoning to it. And note that that specific event that he's speaking of took place 400 years ago. So, I mean, it's pretty rough.
What do you mean 400 years ago?
You've never read the Bible?
I'm asking him to point it out to me.
Those sacrifices happened, and then 400 years later, he decided to slaughter every single one of them, including but not limited to ripping open the womb of pregnant women, slaughtering the babies, slaughtering the women, slaughtering the men, slaughtering the donkeys, slaughtering the camels, slaughtering fucking everything for something that they did not do. And you think that's
Okay.
good. Something 400 years
Hold on.
earlier happened. Yeah, defend it. Go for it.
All right, so time out. Tell me where. I'm not saying it doesn't say that. Can you tell me where it does say that?
Jaden, you pulling it up?
Brother, I have this one built into my fucking brain. 1 Samuel 15.
Okay, give me a second because my mic won't work when I pull it up on my phone.
Yo, it's okay just to concede and say it's not
I
okay,
think
bro.
that he would be perfectly fine if we just took his booty against his will.
Yeah.
I think he and then I'm gonna force a ring on him,
Oh,
and
wow.
he will be my property, right? That's okay in his eyes, right? Fucking disgusting.
Wait, Chris, are you like a divine command theory person? Like,
Yes, he is wholeheartedly.
oh, GG's. Oh, GG's.
He didn't say that. I'm just assuming based on his verbiage.
No, if he was, I'm finna ask him the meanest hypothetical.
Do it. Fucking disgusting.
Cause come on, bro. Like, you can say this is bad, bro. Like, you're gonna say it's bad. That's
You can literally say, I don't agree with God on this, but God said it's good. It doesn't make sense to me, but if he says so, maybe I don't know something. Like, you can say that to some degree, but you and I both know it's wrong. You and I both know that
Yeah.
our morals are better than your disgusting mythological creatures' morals.
that's like. I mean, you know, like I
You
said, free
think a
will, man.
motherfucker like this wipes his ass? Dude, fucking facts.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
fucking
think so.
love capitalism. I fucking love him. God, yeah, we need to get him on panel someday, bro. He would be a fucking storm to be reckoned with if we get him on a fucking panel.
So gross.
Wait, was he talking about fine tuning earlier too?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I was watching this video about cancer, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Fine tuning is not possible. I'm so sorry. Cancer is so, bro. You are literally destined to have cancer.
All right, guys.
Bro,
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I don't appreciate you talking shit about me like
Fuck
when
you.
I'm trying to look up stuff. Okay. I understand you may not respect my Bible and everything, but I
Fuck you,
haven't said
fuck your Bible,
anything.
fuck
to
your
you
feelings,
guys.
fuck your opinions, fuck you.
Very,
Continue,
very
though.
tolerant of you guys. Very tolerant.
No, I don't tolerate
All right. So
evil,
anyway,
disgusting,
pull up
genocide
Exodus
condoning, rape
22,
condoning,
please.
douchebag losers that deserve
Did
to
you
be
did you
beheaded.
even hear me say that I condone it?
Yeah,
you didn't.
you're defending it.
No,
That
you
is
didn't.
condoning. Define condoning. Go ahead.
Please
To
pull up
allow.
Exodus 22, please. Exodus chapter 22.
Wait, Chris. Wait, Chris. I got
Here
a
we
good
go
question for
again.
you.
I can't even say a fucking sentence.
Wait, Chris. Are you like a divine command theorist? Like, basically, that means like if God gives you like a rule or a moral rule that you'll follow it.
I have to have time to think on that one. Okay.
Basically, whatever God says, you'll do. Basically.
If God truly came down and told me to do something, yes, I would.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right?
But according to your own ideas, he doesn't even exist. So why are you
Oh,
bothered
okay.
by it?
This is hypothetical. Listen, this is hypothetical.
This is an internal critique of your
Wait.
beliefs.
I can't deal with hypotheticals, so why can you?
Wait, you can give me. I'm a Buddhist, so you can give me a hypothetical. So like, it don't matter. I'll answer.
All right. Anyway, continue, please.
So-
Ask your
so
question.
let's
I
say
can't,
this-
I can't do my thing yet, but please go ahead.
Let's say
we chased
let's say-
5 different questions trying to just even answer the first question.
Okay, so let's say God came down, right? God came down. This is actual God came down in the flesh. And he tells you, right? He tells you to save the world. You have to. This is an order. You have to grape this little children or little child. Would you do that?
God wouldn't say that.
No,
And this
but he
hypothetical-
has.
And he did. You know,
God
he said
wouldn't
it.
say that.
Listen, you got to answer
That
the
is
question.
not.
Man.
That is not.
Now
in
you're
God's
running from it.
character.
You said you wait.
I'm
you
not
s-
running from it. I'm answering truthfully.
Here,
That
I
would
got
not
one.
be
I
of
got one
God.
similar. I got one similar. What if God came down and told you you have to go into the city with the Amalekites and rip open the pregnant women's wombs to kill their babies? Would you do
Okay,
it?
so let's. All right, so let's follow your logic and everything because you love logic. You want the God of all time to come down and send me back in time to do a thing.
No, we're saying if he did it
that
right
you
now.
want to fit into your
Nope,
your
just
idea.
right now, he comes down and says, "Hey, these guys fucked
there's
me
no
up a
Amalekites
little
right
while
now.
ago."
There's no Amalekites
It's a
now.
hypothetical. Are you incapable?
I'm not incapable, but last time I checked, you guys set up the rules. You don't like dealing with hypotheticals.
Nope. I
because
literally
you're all
just
about
quoted the
facts.
Bible and asked you if you would
No,
do
you're
it.
all about facts and science and logic. So therefore, I can't
He's
deal
too.
with hypotheticals.
Notice how he's
right?
too scared to answer this. All right, so let me ask you again. Hypothetical.
So, no, okay, please.
Today,
Ask your
God
question.
comes down and says that these people sinned against him. Go rip open the wombs of pregnant women and kill the babies. Would you do it?
Okay. So again, God wouldn't answer. God wouldn't say that.
What?
Let me tell you
1
why.
Samuel 3:15. You're full of shit.
Please let me tell you why.
No, 1 Samuel 3:15, dumbass. It happened. So he will, obviously, if he has done it, he will do it. He is willing.
So,
he
all
did
right,
it.
So I'm just gonna speak. If you talk over me, I'm just not gonna stop.
You're
talking.
going to be my good little bitch and answer the fucking hypothetical. Today, God comes down and says, go do this. Do you do it? Yes or no? It's a simple fucking question. No is the correct response, by the way, but I want to see if you're capable of thinking for yourself. Oh, is the genocide and rape condoner too scared to talk now? I sent you the request to unmute. Yes or no
Sorry, I
only.
pushed the button.
Yes
Sorry,
or
I
no
pushed the
only.
button.
God comes
Sorry, I
down
pushed
right
the
now
button.
and
No,
tells you
no.
these.
You can't tell me to say yes or no.
Bitch, I will tell you whatever the fuck I want. You just defended slavery, rape, genocide. Fuck you, fuck your feelings, fuck everything about you. You're gonna do as I say. You are my bitch now. I don't give a fuck about you as a human being. You are worthless. You are pathetic. You're nothing. You are scum on the bottom of a boot. You're nothing. You just defended rape and genocide. Fuck you. I don't care if your feelings are hurt. Fuck you. Answer it yes or no, or fuck off of my panel. You don't want other people to have free will? Fuck your free will. Pathetic bitch. Answer the fucking question, yes or no? Incapable. Wonderful. We'll drop him and move on to the next person. Hopefully, someone a little bit better. Ugh, disgusting.
Yo, this nigga evidence remind me of John Brown, bro.
Who's John
Well,
Brown?
listen.
Oh, he was a radical abolitionist of slavery. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That guy
this
was a
is why
disgusting
I
piece of
love-
absolute fucking shit. He doesn't deserve
is
free will if
why-
he's not willing to give it to someone else. Fuck you.
This is exactly why I love bringing up the Bible when Cody's around, because he'll flip the shit for me. I ain't got to do the flipping the shit. I ain't got to do it. He's got it right there.
Yeah, I lost my cool there. We should not keep our cool when it comes to people like that. Fuck them.
Oh no, I don't. But I know I can because you're gonna do it for me. Now the day that you don't, I'll flip my shit.
Yeah, you definitely have.
Or we'll just have. Yeah.
Alright.
Or we'll just get capitalism on him.
Collapse.
He'll be worse than both of us. I don't care.
$5. John Brown was an American hero. Read Midnight Rising. Copy that.
He most definitely was. He most definitely was.
I appreciate that comparison. Thank you. Let's get Son of Solomon
Yeah,
up in here.
Oh, I was about to say, don't rise up the other guests.
I got scared of you. Oh. God, I'd love to meet you. Yeah, I spoke over your ass. You kept fucking pivoting. All right, Solomon doesn't seem to be able to join. Solomon, go on ahead and re-request. It's not letting you up right now, it seems. What's up, feet?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah. You over the age of 18?
I am.
Okay, which god do you believe in?
I'm a bear theist.
Ah, god damn it. Jay, do you want to take this guy?
A bear theist? Like what's that?
Oh.
I just believe that theism is more probable than atheism.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
Phil, bro.
I never heard of
the
bear theist.
argument.
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Just go ahead and give the argument. Is it a syllogism?
Yeah.
It's not a syllogism. I can just give it informally for the sake of everyone's brain.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, I just believe there'd be like probably more axiological beings and minds and stuff under like some theist hypothesis rather than the atheist hypothesis. And we do see minds and we do see things that are compatible with axiological frameworks. Therefore, it's most probable that a god exists.
Okay, cool. This is logically valid. Provide the epistemic soundness.
The epistemic soundness?
Yep.
Like my theory of justification?
Yep.
Just seems to be the case, and I'm...
Oh, so you don't have any
There's no-
epistemic justification. You just have one
That's
logical
phenomenal
argument you heard in
conservatism,
KG.
dude. That's phenomenal conservatism.
Nope.
This is
Phenomenal
like-
conservatism still requires evidence. You still have to have evidence for specific claims. If it's an
It's
empirical
a
claim,
bro. It's a
if it's
prima
an
fa-
empirical, if
listen,
it's
dude.
an empirical claim, you still require empirical evidence. If you do not have any,
Not an
then what
empirical
seems
claim.
most likely is what you can grant. But you are
No,
claiming this as true,
Bill,
so you have to justify it epistemically.
Yeah, the theory of justification is I'm prima facie justified,
Don't
given my
care.
seemings about the world, and I'm not. Then there's no defeater. I'm absent. There's absent of defeaters. That is just standard phenomenal
There's
conservatism.
no evidence
boy.
justifying it. You're just saying, in accordance with this seeming in my worldview and my subjective opinion, it
Are
is
you
therefore
asking
true.
for my justification or what makes it true?
Both.
Okay, my theory of justification is phenomenal conservatism, and what makes it true is it fits within a coherent web of beliefs.
Yeah, it's coherent. Now demonstrate that it's true.
That is the bro. What? That is the
Coherence doesn't
justification.
equate to it being true.
That's just begging the question against the coherence.
Nope.
theories.
What did I beg the question and how?
Yeah, you're requiring
Define
more
beg
out
the
of
question.
the coherence. It's baking in some part of your conclusion or some requirement
Nope,
of your
I'm asking
view
a
onto
question.
another view.
I said it's coherent. Now justify that it's actually true. Logic does not make things
That-
real. You said that it is
Listen,
logically
under-
valid for your God to be
Yo.
more probable. Yes or no?
Chill out. Yes.
There you go. Now justify
'Cause I-
that it
it's a-
actually is true, that it actually exists.
I got you, bro. I got you. So I have a seeming about the world. There's no defeater, and then when I analyze that,
Mm-hmm. There's no
seeming,
defeater?
Yeah.
Does your God exist outside of space-time?
Does my God? I'm
Does
agnostic.
this God exist outside of time to have created time?
He could have.
Is
I
that
don't make
possible?
any- Sure, it is
Demonstrate
possible. There's no contradiction.
Demonstrate how you can have causal relation
That-
without causal
Dude,
relation.
you would have the burden of proof if you are
Nope.
claiming it's impossible.
Nope.
Yes, you would.
Time. Something outside of time.
That's your
having
dialectical
causal relation
obligation,
with
dude.
time.
This is how a conversation works.
I am asking you
if
how
you're,
it is
if you're making the
possible.
claim that it's impossible, you're saying it's violating like a law of logic.
How it is it
Is it violating a
possible
law of logic, dude?
to have causal relation
Because it doesn't violate a law of logic.
outside of time?
It doesn't violate a law of logic.
Phil bros are boring, dude. They think that logic makes things exist.
I mean, you could have just said like, how can I just defeat naturalism? Because all the things he just listed can be explained by natural means. So it's like, I mean,
Yeah, but he's providing a hypothetical where his God does exist. It is more likely for us to have what we have in comparison to a worldview where this God does not exist. And in the worldview with the God that does exist, he is likely to do this in
I mean,
comparison.
there's no substance with that because again, it's hypothetical. It's not real.
Yeah,
so
that's why
you
I'm
ha- you
asking
have
him to
provide-
justify it.
Yeah, the evidence. Yeah, so
He was
like,
incapable of understanding that because they don't study epistemology.
I mean, I do want to make this clear as well. You were making an empirical claim, right? Like you said, the minds would be more or highly more expected under theism, which I'm certain when you're referring to minds, you're referring to human minds. So we're
Yeah.
empirical, brother. We're
He
physical
made
shit.
multiple empirical claims without epistemic justification, and then he was trying to shift the burden of proof, saying, I need to debunk his unproven claim. That's not how that works. So for all of you bitching about me trying to burden shift, no, he never fulfilled his burden. All right. If I let him back up, I will let you two deal with him. I fucking hate Phil Bros with a burning passion.
Well, I'm gonna go make some food real quick, so I'm gonna be on the mute. Jay, you got this.
Yeah, Jay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. I'm
All
here.
right. Are you cool dealing with him? Because I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
What's up, man?
But Fee Lover, I have a question. So I would disagree with you saying like something doesn't have to break the laws of logic for something not to be logical. When something's illogical, it's just saying that it just doesn't follow.
Doesn't follow a law of logic or a
No, this
valid
doesn't follow
inference?
logically.
Yeah, obviously, right? That'd be breaking a law of logic when you
No, you
reduce
don't
down the
necessarily have to break
inference.
the laws of logic for something not to follow
What?
logically.
Okay, so like if I affirm the consequent in modus ponens, right? When we reduce that down, you're following an invalid inference that violates the laws of logic.
I mean,
And standard prop logic.
Like I can have like good premises that logically follow, but if it doesn't follow the conclusion, then it's not logical.
And brother,
even though
What
it's premises.
are you addressing soundness or validity, bro? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Like I said, if these premises don't break no laws of logic and they logically follow, but doesn't follow with the conclusion,
Yeah,
then it
that's
will still
called
be illogical.
No, it wouldn't be illogical. It'd just be unsound. Do you understand like
he's
propositional logic?
Jay's talking about a non sequitur.
If something doesn't follow, like a colloquial.
Yeah.
That's like a colloquial usage for just invalid inference if something doesn't follow.
But I mean, even modus ponens requires epistemic justification for the P.
So, Feet Lover, what's the evidence of a being that can operate outside of space and time? What would be the evidence for that?
What's the evidence? You could probably derive something out of thought and reason, and then the expectations. I don't even commit myself to that.
I mean, when you derive a thought,
I
what do
think
you
God
need
is
time
more
to do
likely.
that?
Listen, I think God is more likely embedded in space and time. I think he probably is just space and time.
Oh, you
Probably
think
more
he's just
sympathetic to like panentheism.
There you go. That is logically sound. What the fuck? Why are you talking about it like it's a being, an agent with intelligence?
Because it can still be that and be embedded in space and time.
It
You
can
just-
be, but
back-
you're not talking about that. You're talking
Yeah,
about
I
two
mean,
different things. You're not talking about a
Listen,
personal God. You're talking about energy, just the universe existing as God.
No, listen, dude. When you ask me, is it impossible for a being to exist out of space and time? It's not impossible.
I didn't say that.
Right, you can just rewind the recording.
You're
You made a
correct.
claim
I
about a
can.
possibility.
What I said is
Can you
it
rewind it?
possible for something outside of space-time to interact with space-time?
Yeah, and there's no direct contradiction.
Demonstrate
so
that
would be
it
a
is
possibility.
possible.
No, okay, listen. If it doesn't violate a law of logic, by
I don't
definition,
grant
it's
that.
possible.
I
Okay,
don't
then
grant
you
that.
have to demonstrate it. You
No,
have.
You're the one with the
making an
claim.
assertion.
No, you're the one with the claim that it is possible. I'm saying I don't grant that because there's no
Yeah, because-
demonstration for it.
yeah, the
This is a
demonstration would
burden
be-
of proof. You
Dude.
should understand this if you study logic to any
Listen.
degree.
Yeah. Okay.
The person with the claim is the one that has
I'm
to
trying to
justify
explain
said
this to
claim.
you, bro.
I'm saying I don't
I'm
grant
trying
that
to be
because
good
I don't
faith.
see a possibility with it. You're not good faith. You're a Philbro loser. So I'm saying I don't grant that because I don't
really
see
trying to be
how
good
it is
faith, but you're making
possible.
it hard
You're
because
saying
you're
it
really
is
bad at this.
possible. I'm saying I don't see how it is possible. You're saying it is possible. I'm saying
Yeah, it's
demonstrate that,
possible because
and then
it
you're
doesn't
burden
violate a law
shifting,
of logic.
and then you're burden shifting.
There's no direct contradiction. It has a law of identity. It doesn't commit itself to being two things in the
How
same
is
sense.
there cause and effect without change?
That might not be a metaphysical commitment. That's not required, bro.
That
You're
is
so bad at
literally
this.
what I'm asking. I know you're
Alright,
bad
so you're
at this.
talking about
It's
the
okay.
metaphysical modality. So you're talking about a metaphysical
Dude,
modality.
you need to relax, Philbro.
What modality are you making the possibility?
Philbro, chill.
What modality are you making the possibility?
He's not gonna chill.
You need to get clear on your. You won't let me
Wait,
get
so
clear on your question.
wait, Feet. So
What's up, man?
why should I take your worldview over something that we can see that can be explained by naturalistic means?
I don't think axiology is sufficiently explained by natural means.
What
I
is
think,
what is axiology? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, the study of like value.
Study of value, and you said that can't be explained by naturalistic means. Why?
That it can't, but it's not as well explained.
What do you mean by it's not as well explained?
I mean,
well, Jay,
I think
hold up. When you're saying value, right? Like, what are we specifying here? Value in what?
with reference to like minds and the nature of minds and the nature of beings, and I probably commit myself to like some hylomorphic accounts. I don't think those things fit
So-
under
Layman.
So is your whole argument that we quite literally see value, and that's like see value in like a mind? Like, I'm confused on what the commitment of the argument is here.
Yeah, there's probably some value derived from a mind. Like if we study persons, right? Like we would say we're persons, and persons are just onto categories of value, right? We're individualized. We have the powers of intellect and will. We're distinct from animals. We can
What is
deliberate about moral
Wait.
propositions.
I wouldn't say we're distinct from animals, though. We are animals.
Yeah, I'm not saying in the biological sense. I'm saying in like the metaphysical sense. Like
I mean,
we're not the same as a cow because we can actualize the intellect and will.
I mean, I would say like, okay, that's cool, but like, I would still disagree because we evolve, or like when we're growing up, we develop to be rational. I wouldn't say humans intrinsically is a rational kind of being. We just develop
Yeah,
to that. It's one of our development traits.
That's compatible with the view, bro.
Like, how's that? Wait, how's that compatible with the
Compatibility
view? I'm
doesn't
probably
make things true.
It's compatible with the view because, right, like it can be expected that there's a different change of nature or a different ontic realization with respect to the powers of the soul or something like that.
Layman.
Wait, you believe in the soul?
That's right.
Well, what's the evidence for that?
Probably mereology is the best explanation of the soul.
What's mereology?
Diatonic identity.
Wait, what's
Study of
mereology?
Study of composite objects, bro.
Well, I do want to kind of like go back to your kind of like argument here. So I feel as if you're having like, I don't really know how value is being used here, right? Because like under my view,
Candidly.
okay, so then I don't know what your argument is then, right? Because like if I were to say
You don't know
as
value
humans
means
get
standardly?
no. I know what you mean by value. I'm saying I don't know what your argument is trying to prove, right? Because I don't see why under an atheist perspective I couldn't just say, well, the value that we see within humans or minds, those are just derived from ourselves. It isn't like something intrinsic or external to us, because that seems to be what you're wanting to say.
You don't think the mind's intrinsic to you and I? You don't think our mind is distinct and intrinsic to us? You don't think our nature is distinct?
I mean, what's the evidence for that? Like, what study? What
It's-
study is that for? Like,
We can morally
you measure that?
deliberate from proposition to proposition. No animal can do that. Like,
I mean,
what? That's a
again,
very
what's
clear
what's, what's
distinction.
what's the evidence? Like, what can we do? How do we measure that?
Yeah, do you think a fucking starfish can deliberate from proposition to proposition?
Well, no, not yet, because it's not as rational as us. But that's because of evolution and stuff like that.
I don't even
That
think a
could be
starfish
explained by
is
that.
rational.
I mean, do you think humans were always rational?
Well,
Probably like some humanoid wasn't rational, but I think the early humans
Can we go
were
back
probably
real quick?
rational.
Can you redefine God for us?
Probably some function of the universe or the universe itself, but above the universe.
What's above the
and more.
universe?
It would just be defining God.
Where
Just
is it?
standard panentheist. Where is it is a categorical error. It's immaterial
Why should I believe it exists then?
because of the expectations generated by the claim.
No, that doesn't tell me I should believe it exists.
What if it better explains the metaphysical commitments?
It
and,
doesn't
like,
mean that
reality,
it's
then you
true.
should. It means you should take it on, though, right? That's how like standard
No.
probability works.
I don't get that. There's no epistemic
If you have two
soundness to it.
hypotheses and one of them make better or predictions that we see of the universe,
With
you don't think
epistemic
you're.
justification, you're doing.
I told you
this
I'm a
so
phenomenal
backwards.
conservatist.
Yeah, and I'm telling you I don't grant it because there's no epistemic.
Okay, what's the argument against
justification to
phenomenal
believe that this
conservatism?
being exists to some degree.
You have an argument against phenomenal conservatism?
No, I just don't grant it because there's no epistemic
I just don't feel like
for
it, bro.
being actually true. I'm
That's different
withholding
from-
judgment,
that's
dude.
Okay, so you understand the difference
Does
between
this
a
make
justific-
sense to you? I am withholding
I'm-
judgment. You're
Yeah,
stating
because you
this
don't-
as
you're-
true. I'm saying, why should I
Bro.
believe that? You're saying because it's coherent. I'm saying, so what? I can make
Because
a unicorn
an
coherent.
That's a theory of epistemology. You form a base belief.
I don't grant it. Why
Okay,
should
then
I?
Do you have a reason to not grant it?
Because there's no justification in the idea that you're talking about some actual being that
Bro,
exists.
we're talking about the epistemology, right? Not the commitments
You're
made
talking
of my worldview,
about a
just
being
epistemology.
that does
Where
exist,
are you in this
correct?
conversation?
Correct. Are
Wait,
you talking about a being that exists? Yes or no?
I was. Then you asked me about
So why should I
epistemology
believe that this being exists?
because it generates predictions of the universe, such as the mind, axiology,
So what?
probably active
That doesn't
potency.
mean that it
It's
exists.
better explained by it.
I don't grant that either.
Okay, what's?
I
Do you
don't
have a
have to have
refutation?
a defeater for that. You're the
Oh,
one
I
saying.
just don't feel like it, bro.
You're
Good
saying.
stuff. I don't feel like it.
You're just saying that this creature exists. I have no reason to believe that. You're saying it
Wait,
exists
Feet
because it's
Lover, is this
coherent. That
is
doesn't
this
make it
is this
exist.
being is this being gonna be transcendental?
Transcendental?
Yeah.
Yeah, in some
I
some
mean,
respects, to true.
okay, so if it is right, is your method like transcendental too?
My method?
Yeah, the method you
That's
use
such
to
an ambiguous question, bro. I don't even know what
like
you're
like
asking.
the like how you're defending your position. Are you using like a method that is transcendental?
Not like employing transcendental arguments.
Yeah, look, V-Lover, all we're asking for is your justification for theism having the better explanation as to why we are minds that derive value. That's all we're asking for.
It's embedded with the theories. Like naturalism is probably like the
Naturalism
most held
explains it.
How does naturalism explain axiology? Elucidate, bro.
Consciousness. It explains consciousness and mind.
That doesn't touch on anything close to axiology.
I wasn't talking about axiology.
Why did you respond with when I asked about axiology with
Because you're
consciousness?
talking
in mind?
about minds and consciousness.
Okay, how do you solve the problem? Why are you a physicalist then, bro?
I'm not.
You're not a physicalist.
I'm just.
How do you explain dualism?
I don't
How do you
believe it's
explain dualism,
true.
bro? Okay, do you have a theory of mind?
GWP.
Explain it to me, bro. I'm unaware.
Without a brain, is there consciousness?
No.
There you go. That's natural. It's physical.
That's explained
That's
by
not.
both views. That's
That
literally
doesn't
expected.
make me a
Dualism literally
physicalist.
expects a supervenience relation. Holy shit, bro. You are not good at this.
Where's the separation of mind and brain?
Where? That's a categorical error.
No, it's
the
not.
mind is immaterial. Yes,
Prove
it
it.
is. Probably through the theories of person, type A physicalism not being able to handle like or type B not being able to handle P-zombie arguments. You don't know what a P-zombie is, right? Have you done any
Layman.
conceptual work? Like, have you actually like sat down and read a book about the shit?
Layman.
You won't answer the question because you know you haven't done the conceptual.
Wait,
Ad
Feel
homs
Lover,
don't make you win.
I just want to better understand because if we're talking about like a transcendental being, and we're using methods that only explain our observable physical world.
Yeah.
How are we using the method that, like I said, we're using the method that to explain our observable world, but using the same method to explain a transcendental being that's not of this
Yeah,
world?
I got you, bro. So
how do you?
yeah, basically you take two hypotheses, right? And you take the empirics and inform the reason or the expectations under both hypotheses. If one of them accounts for the reason and the empiric evidence better than the other, you ought to take on the belief that explains the reason and the empirics better. I don't just
aren't they still using
evaluate
this-
empiric. Listen, I don't just evaluate empiric claims.
But they're still using the method that's going to be only able to use on the observable universe or world. That's what I'm saying.
What?
The methods we use,
Uh-huh.
like logic and stuff of that nature, is explaining the observable world.
That's
right.
not logic isn't just bound by this world, bro.
So logic can be transcendental too.
It's not transcendental, it's just modal. Dude, seriously, is this like your guys' first time like talking about this
No,
shit?
like-
I'm not trying to be rude.
Like I just don't understand what you're trying to get at, because if this being is transcendental and the only methods we have has
I'm not even
is not
committed to it's
transcendental, how can we?
transcendental. Like, you don't even have to prove it's transcendental. That's not even a line of reason.
You said
I
the
have to
being is
employ.
transcendental.
I said with some respects to truth, it might operate transcendentally.
So is it or not?
I'm unaware.
Okay,
I don't have to
that's,
answer that.
I mean, you could have said I was unaware. You could have just said that, then I went down that road. Okay, then if you're unaware, then I can't.
I mean, okay, look. I genuinely just want to hear the argument that theism, for some reason, explains how value is derived from a mind or whatever the fuck your argument was, because I don't even remember at this point. I just want to hear the argument.
What even makes something valuable?
Yeah, bro. It would just explain like theories of person better, and the background metaphysical commitments of theory is best explained by theism.
Layman.
What is so hard to understand? What word did you not understand?
No, just layman at all. None of us give a fuck for all this jargon. Simplify it.
It wasn't even jargon.
Oh wait,
It
are you
was
saying like we can
correct
only
language.
have? Are you saying we can only understand and value better under a theism worldview?
Yeah, I'm saying it best explains like theories of person, which is directly tied to value, and the background commitments made by those theories of person.
Wait, so why would like a belief in a God better explain that?
Yeah, bro, I got you. So it would operate in a hylomorphic account, like standard, like maybe like Thomist literature, and act in potency commits you to a necessary being existing.
Layman.
No.
All right. If
Wait,
you're not gonna
wait,
layman,
wait.
if you're not gonna
Drop me
layman,
like a good bitch.
if you're not gonna layman, then I
Do
know
what
that you
Daddy
don't know
says
what
and
you're
drop me.
talking about. What I'm gonna do is give Xerxes his chance to chat with you. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about since you're incapable
bro.
of simplifying what you're talking about.
That's true, bro.
Go ahead, Xerxes.
Dude, I've been explaining basic terms to you the entire time. Like I'm probably done talking to a retard. All right,
Wait,
let's see.
Dropped a slur.
Bro. Okay.
That's not a good.
Concession by
just-
slur.
Bro,
Concession by
I just didn't
slur.
understand how would that lead to like a God? Like that can lead to like another belief point, but I don't know how to.
You just weren't able to follow. Like, you're not trying to be dickhead.
I mean, if I wasn't, I'm open ears. If I wasn't.
Yeah, the transcendental part of it, he's just explaining its existence, right? Like, so it exists transcendentally, which just means that it doesn't exist in the same way that we do to a certain extent. That's all he was saying by that.
Yeah, and I was asking like, how can we, if that's the case, how can we even get evidence or observe this thing if it's not in our plane of existence?
Yeah,
That's
so
what I was.
I
That
feel
isn't
like
what he was arguing for,
using
right? Like,
transcendental, real quick, sorry, using transcendental for a god is kind of using the excuse because we don't know the god actually exists. Something
Well,
being transcendental, it's completely out of our understanding in our human experience, which means you can't get evidence or proof for that
Not
transcendental being.
necessarily. Like, the way that he was trying to argue for it was using, like, I would be expecting him to at least be using Bayes' theorem, but he was trying to argue that if God exists, therefore we would expect this and this, and if atheism, like something like naturalism, can't explain it better, then therefore theism would be higher, which is why he kept on trying to get the argument from him for that.
I mean, I would love to ask him to explain the theory for evolution, and I would love for him
He
to
dropped
refute
a
it.
slur.
Yeah, you can't let him back up, but
I mean, I just don't understand how that like leaps saying like naturalism doesn't.
He is an
Because like
argument.
the host is right. The host is right. Like, what evidence? Like, what is the evidence that you have? Like, like what evidence are you using to like substantiate this?
Yeah, he was trying to argue it through reasoning. I'm pretty sure that's called a coherentist, right? Am I right in that? I don't know. But yeah, they're just somebody who considers evidence. Like, you could literally argue for a unicorn, and if that thing's coherent and it hits all their markers, they consider that evidence for a unicorn existing.
That's just stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
that's funny. This guy, Crystal Britton, said you drop F-bombs and B-words, but you get offended by a slur. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Two
nobody
different
got offended by it. It's just due to the fact that we might have people who are of that nature, and that's extremely disrespectful to them. And not only that,
Yeah,
it is
it's
a
a
part of
slur.
TikTok rules. So I mean, you can go cry me a fucking river, you grape a fucking apologist.
Yeah, there's a massive difference in saying big boy words, profane speech like fuck and shit, versus saying a slur.
He said it in a sentence. It's a slur. How y'all doing though? How's
Rape
y'all
is
tonight,
not a
guys?
slur, Chris. Shut up.
Yeah, we're doing a pretty interesting tonight. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we had a grape apologist. Oh man, it's fucking time.
Yeah, Big John Steele 2.0.
Big John Steele 2.0.
Yeah, I'm saying grape because TikTok is very sensitive to certain language.
Oh, Daddy's here. Mwah.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
I'm
Evan
in
is
Mongolia,
not
next
tired.
to a waterfall. In about an hour, I'm going to be riding with some Mongolian lads on some Mongolian horses.
That's fucking awesome. Which country
Hell
are you in?
yeah, Hey, take a video for
Mongolia.
us. Put it in the Discord. I'd love to see it.
No, this is my own private shit. All right, no.
That's so rude.
Damn it.
Just listen to the waterfall.
I'm so fucking
Don't
jealous.
do that. I'm both very far away from it. But
We let the fucking Welshman up right now. You're in China, right?
I'm in Mongolia,
Fucking awesome.
just north of
I
China.
wish I had money to travel.
Wait, hold on,
dude.
Jaden. Wait, Jaden. In order for them to use reason, they will still need to use evidence, right?
Yep.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They're
For people to
yeah,
understand, for people to understand it.
Well,
yes.
wait. Their form of evidence is
Uh-huh.
that reasoning, right? Like,
Oh, so the reason is
literally-
is irreducible to the. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. That's so stupid.
Their
Oh.
evidence is
It's
reasoning.
a strong. Yeah, it's a strong one.
Oh, that's so stupid. Oh my god.
And then that's why he thought he had me in a corner when I said, "Can you justify that?" And he said, "It's coherent." He's basically saying because it's coherent, it's therefore true. And I'm saying, why should I believe that? And he's saying that phenomenal conservatism, since there's no defeater or better explanation, it is therefore true.
Oh, that's
So he's saying
Which,
since
I
we
mean-
can't explain something to the highest power, that means God exists.
He was talking for panentheism.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Pantheism I grant wholeheartly, but panin doesn't make sense.
He could make the case if he were to try and like invoke some kind of like true dichotomy where
Shut
it's
up.
one option or the other.
Not you. I'm saying Feet Lover. Telling him to shut up. He's
Mm.
boring. I don't like Phil Bros.
And I couldn't like talk with someone like that. If they say this reason is the only form. Like I couldn't. It's like
It's it's because they go on this rabbit hole because they can't actually give evidence for a God besides things that could have happened 1,000 years ago. I mean, I feel like that's the biggest thing. I mean, being a natural is so much easier than being any type of theist because you have evidence that supports so much behind you rather than, mystery books.
Yeah.
Mythological creatures.
I think
stuff
I follow
like
the
that.
same line of thinking. Like, they have such strong cognitive dissonance and they know that there's no epistemic soundness that they have to call some form of logic or reasoning epistemology.
Exactly.
Unironically, I think Ultra might be a coherentist as well. I really fucking hope not. but he
Coherency
might-
does work, but it still has to have epistemic justification because I can say if I inhale this, it is reasonable to expect me to get a nicotine buzz. That's coherent. It doesn't make it true, though. What does make it true is the nicotine inside of this going into my lungs. That's the epistemic justification for it. They don't understand epistemic. Well, nobody might school the shit out of us on this, so.
What's up, nobody?
What's the
Hey,
question?
I mean, he lost to.
Oh, hey, foot lover loser. If you want to come back up and have a chat with nobody, I'll let that, but I'm not talking to you again.
yeah, nobody. Maybe you can like tag that in because I just don't see no point of like even using that argument. I just don't see no point.
It's just Jay. Jay, I think you're just a little too ignorant.
Yeah, that could be the reason.
I mean, real quick, what was his answer for there is no evidence for God? Because I wasn't here for that. Did he just go on the whole rant, like side quest?
It's more likely under theism.
Well, he appealed to nominal conservatism.
Incorrectly.
Conservatism, sorry. Well, what that means is that he just, he's willing to accept certain claims on their face value. That's why he said prima facie, or however you pronounce that.
Which I told him I don't
So it's
grant.
like on the face value of your seemings or whatever. Maybe that's like a wrong way to order the words, but
That's what he said.
like you see your beer can on the table, and like without a defeater, obviously you have this like I would almost call it like a slight amount of justification, but for something as trivial as like what's on my desk, you know, that works fine. And so so basically like well,
Good.
I think maybe you guys talked about coherent, like some type of coherentist view of truth or something, but so phenomenal conservatism is basically just saying that like that seeming that you have is good enough without a defeater for like a type of justification.
And I
then we
grant
could probably
that
talk.
when it's for something that is epistemically able to be justified as well. And dependent on the
Well-
claim. If you claim that you can fly, I'm not just going to take it off of your word and logic and coherence.
Well, so those are two different things, like the phenomenal conservatism thing and conservatism. I always forget how that second word goes, but
Conservatism.
and then, like, so what was I going to say? Like, so, oh, my examples, like whatever's on my desk, like it seems to be the case. No one's going to care, really. I don't care. I see it. I'm drinking the beer, you know, whatever. But maybe like me picking up the beer can, or maybe I should say soda. Maybe me picking up the soda can and, you know, drinking it, you know, that's not so much like on the face anymore, like this phenomenal conservative outlook on seemings, because now I've, you know, maybe verified it's there. It'd be like some type of verification that's added on top of the prima facie case that there is a can on my desk. What I was going to say, but I was driving, it's really odd to me to like try and make like almost like a probabilistic account for theism based on the fact that we have minds and then call it phenomenal conservatism, because aren't you just saying it just seems to be the case to me? So it seems to be probable,
which is why I kept
I don't
asking
know,
him
like-
why, and then he burden shifted by saying we'll prove that it's not.
Right, and so like I guess the thing I
Chris,
would've
get the
asked
fuck
him-
out of my panel. You're not coming up ever again. You're disgusting. I hate you.
Well, the thing that then kind of like I guess where I would have gone with it, like and like, you know, maybe you guys, you know, you can look up like SEP, like phenomenal conservatism, or like different forms of like standards of justification or whatever. But then like I would just say that like when I'm trying to talk about something as like ontically heavyweight as like a god, like I would just simply prefer an inference of some kind. I just don't want to hear about seemings when we're talking about something
Well, his inference
that's like such a
was the
heavyweight claim.
probability.
I mean, it's something you can never prove unless you are that. I mean, for how small we are, sorry, we're so small compared to Earth, and we're so small compared to, say, the sun, and we're incredibly so much smaller than the universe. Saying that there could be a universal God, that's logical, and that can kind of make sense. But there is no evidence behind it, and there's no evidence behind any God. You say there's a God, it's mostly faith-based. Unless you have irrefutable proof, it's there. I mean, there's no 100%.
I think that there's attempts at like good reasoning, like, you know, like I said, like an inference of some kind. But they all seem to have like fatal flaws here and there. Like each premise tends to
exactly.
be very easy to attack. And then like maybe if there were like I could imagine an argument for God that has enough of a defense for whatever contentious premise there is, and then, you know, maybe I would be like, well, that's not irrational to believe in that. I haven't really seen that type of argument. I mean, I see people doing good attempts like Catholic Thinker and stuff, but I don't really there's kind of like
All right,
and
we
you're
need
also
to ban
you're not really going to
Chris.
get like the best of the best arguments on TikTok, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then when you use that, when you told me that method, like with the soda can and everything like that, I mean, okay, that makes sense. But when you're talking about something that should be transcendental, it gets to the point where it's like, yeah, like you can say claims and stuff like that, but that wouldn't be enough motivator for me to actually believe in this thing. Said thing. It's like how Evidence said, if someone made a claim that he can fly, you know, he's not gonna like, oh, I believe that now just because it made logic. Yeah, that's why I was getting that. I'm like, okay, like, why should I like? There was no motivation behind it. Still, that's So
I mean, someone can say they
you know
can fly
nobody-
and give the evidence and everything for that and whatever, but like at the same time, by biology and by, you know, basic science, you can't fly without some sort of, you know, propulsion device or something like that. I mean, it's kind of like the same thing, like you said. Yeah.
I mean, we have flying cars, so I mean, like,
But you
even
still
like
need
that.
enough power to get off the ground.
Well,
That's
I
what
would
I'm
grant
saying.
if someone could fly and they demonstrated it by just doing it, I wouldn't need to have the causal mechanism in biology. I would be like, okay, yeah, you
Exactly.
can fly,
We can
but
fly.
we have to have a
That's it.
demonstration. It's an empirical claim.
Thank you.
Nobody. I do want to know: are you a moral realist? Nobody.
Me? Yeah. Oh, you already know I am, Jada.
I said
I
nobody.
was reading my Instagram text. What? What was your question?
He's asking if you're a moral realist.
Oh.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Am I waiting for Jaden? I mean, yeah, I think that there are stance independently true moral facts, I guess. Is that what I'm supposed to say? But I don't think that like that makes all of them stance independently true. I just think there's at least like one, and I'm just gonna pick the Gaworth one.
There's a name for that type of realist. I forgot what it's called. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so like I guess I'd be called like a rational foundationalist or something, but then I don't understand this like paranoia about moral objectivity or realism. It seems really weird. It seems like it's just like a diversionary, like it gets too bogged down in all these like assumptions, like where I'm gonna say that there are oughts that are internal to what is the case. And then someone else is going to say, well, no, you're not allowed to do that. And then I'm going to say something like, well, what's your objection to oughts being inside ises? Because there's a handful of objections and there's less arguments for them being internal. But, all this argument stuff, like it really just comes down to like what works with your intuitions and stuff. And like, it's like to give a really bad example, like if it lightnings, it ought thunder. That's like a really bad example of like just putting the word ought where, if you want a tire to function properly, it ought have air in it. And then so what Gaworth does is just kind of take that type of description or allotting of the word ought in certain situations, and he says, well, this can be applied to what it means to be an agent. And then if you fail to not contradict yourself in your actions as an agent, then you're not behaving as the category has the imperative to act. And then so like at that point, maybe they would just say like, well, I don't see an imperative. And I would just be like, okay, dude, like, I don't know. We're either changing the subject when we talk to each other or whatever. But so what I wanted to get at really though was like, yeah, I do think that there are true moral propositions or whatever, but I think that everyone's like a pluralist, like I don't convince myself that I'm allowed to use stuff
Only
that has
one
nicotine in
view.
it. I don't convince myself that I should eat a salad instead of a pizza. Like it's just like these are all, or those are things that I would call that they are me being an emotivist. Like it's either me saying like ew or boo or yay
Oh, I
or
get what you're
hooray.
saying.
So like in an everyday common sense way, we're all gonna be like emotivists to
Sorry, I
some
just
degree.
got back. You're a moral realist, right?
Nobody. Can I ask
Yeah.
you something regarding that? How can you have
Yeah.
odds without a goal, in your opinion? How can you have action without an ideal or some sort of telos purpose?
What is goal doing here?
Goal meaning we're moving objects, human beings. We move from point A to point B. So that's what defines our ethics, our actions, our priorities. So without having a clear goal where we intend to go, how can you have ethics, shoulds, oughts? It sounds random to me, right?
So I don't know if I'm going to do it justice, but what I'm talking about is like some type of like Kantian categorical imperative, right? So like Kant would say something like to use your life to end your life is a contradiction. And the Gaworth thing is focused on what we mean when we say we're an agent. And so when we acknowledge that we're agents, and I think we all will, what we need to do to even have an end that is stance dependent, what we need is freedom and well-being. And then okay, and then I'm just going to try and jump straight to like what he's going to try and say is a contradiction, which is that if I were to freely, purposefully choose to use my freedom and well-being to cease another agent's freedom and well-being, what the sentence that he's going to say is happening due to your action is your act is agency requires freedom and well-being, and then you have the and operator, and then your recipient, due to how your recipient is affected by it, you're also saying, so this is the whole contradictory sentence that Gaworth is going to try and paint, and it's going to be on the left side, it's agency requires freedom and well-being, and then because you ceased someone else's freedom and well-being, you're also affirming this, its negation, which is agency does not require freedom and well-being. So does that make sense?
You have to, to some extent, you're giving the deontological perspective. I understand that, but you have to establish agency first, don't you think? The concept of the self, the I, the person driving the car. Otherwise, there is no metaphysics to all these things. You know what I'm asking? Either there is a driver inside the car guiding, holding it accountable, or the car is driving itself. The car meaning the body, and the agent meaning the self that is capable of making directional choices. So how can you establish the self in a materialistic world, in a deterministic world? That doesn't make...
Well, I'm neither a materialist nor a determinist.
Are you compatibilist? Like both exist at the same time type of thing?
I would say I'm some type of compatibilist when it comes to will.
Yeah, but we do need to establish the existence of agency first, right? Before we can say, yeah, and agency requires a detached immaterial identity within the body that is capable of making options.
I don't think that.
choices.
I don't think that's the case, but I'm not a physicalist either.
Okay.
I'm kind of
So
like friendly to dualism. Are you saying that dualism is required to even have an agent?
I would say the separation is a necessity.
I mean,
even
if you think
judge.
that's the case, then why don't you just apply it to the dualistic? Why? Because again, I'm not a materialist. I wouldn't even really call myself a physicalist, but I'm friendly to, like, I guess if when we're talking about the mind, I'm not like angry at type A theory, but I don't accept, like, I don't think it accounts for everything that the mind is. So I'm like kind of like I'm willing to like even like just outright grant dualism. I don't really care.
Yeah. No, I'm saying in a coherent worldview, one needs to have proper metaphysics, proper epistemology, and proper ethics. So you need to have a complete picture, is what I'm saying. Because every worldview has implications. When you say X, that means A, B, C. Like there are different implications associated with that. So when we say the mind is separated from the body, there are implications that come with that. And when you say, or when anyone says it's all one thing, it's all matter, it's all physicalism, that has implications as well. So for us to even hold concepts like accountability, justice, ethics, oughts and shoulds, I think we need to establish what a human being is first. What is a human being? What is our identity?
So I guess maybe I can like, so the reason that I kind of think that some type of like neutral monism is a thing that I would be attracted to is that I think that physicalists and some type of substantive dualism, they both kind of seem to say things that I find questionable. But I think that maybe part of my like intuition, or what it's doing, my intuitions, what they're doing, is saying like, well, I don't want to cut off conversations with physicalists on things that I just don't find intuitive. I don't want to cut off conversations with dualists that I just don't find intuitive. I think, and then maybe to like give you another view into the picture, I think idealism is batshit insane. I think pantheism is batshit insane. But like there's a reason I don't commit to physicalism, and there's a reason I don't there's a reason I have an intuitive distaste for certain dualist like things that I hear. So like when I hear a person that says they're a physicalist and they say something like love is just brain chemicals, I instantly know that we're not talking about the same thing anymore. Or like if you're going to tell me that like the mind is identical to the brain states that we take snapshots of, I'm not willing to assume that yet. And then I do have less of an issue with dualism, but there's still just things that they'll say where I'll
think
be
you'd
kind of
agree with
confused by
Alex
what
then.
they're. Oh, no. Idealism is insane as fuck.
Well, he's not saying it's true. He's just saying, I mean, I don't think he's actually saying it's
So-
necessarily true.
And he's real close to it.
Very close.
Too close for me.
So, sorry guys, are we there?
Yeah, you're fine. So, but again, like I'm willing to. I mean, I don't know if it's necessary that there's some. Oh, is he gone? Well, never mind. Hi, Zeno.
Hey, what's up? What was the argument that you guys were just talking about?
I don't know. He was just asking me. Oh, wait. Do you mean the Gorth stuff,
I don't know. I just joined.
or are you talking about the mind stuff?
Yeah, the mind stuff, like the dualism.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't want to misquote him, but he seemed to say something like, "If there isn't a dualist substance of the mind, then there is no self," and I don't think that follows. And I'm not sure what his point was. And then I was just babbling about whatever I think is like a safe
He's
position
back.
to hold or whatever.
Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Well, I mean, I don't know. I wanted to run the psychophysical harmony argument. So
Hell yeah.
That's cool.
Cool.
Let's
Yeah.
have it.
All right. It's gonna kind of be a mouthful, but like I think the general like idea of it seems to be already pretty clear to you guys if you're talking about philosophy of mind. So just let me do my little like premise thing, and if you want me to repeat anything,
Yeah, you're
justify
good. You've been
anything.
super good, Faith. I don't consider you a Phil bro. You're perfectly fine.
Cool. Thanks. All right. Yeah. So premise one is just going to be phenomenal realism. Conscious experiences possess qualitative and valenced features that can be derived from, or that cannot be derived from a description of their physical and functional correlates. So what that's saying, it's not saying or claiming that like physicalism is false. Is just that right now, currently, we cannot give any like physical representation of consciousness. Two, harmony. These phenomenal features are systematically aligned with physical functional roles in ways that promote rational action, epistemic justification, and welfare. So again, what that's saying in shorter terms is these things are harmonious. Whenever you feel a pleasurable experience, there's some kind of good feeling attached to that. Whenever you feel pain, there's some kind of negative experience attached to that. Three, holding the physical functional facts fixed. There are many epistemically coherent psychophysical mappings. So again, what that's saying in shorter terms is just saying that it is possible epistemically that whenever you feel pain, you could feel something like neutral or just a neutral buzz. Whenever you feel pleasure, you could feel pain. I think it's pretty straightforward. Four, naturalistic symmetry. Standard non-teleological naturalism supplies no antecedent, non-question begging reason to privilege the harmonious subset of mappings, merely because it realizes truth, rationality, or value. Therefore, this is the first conclusion, the probability of psychophysical harmony under naturalism is low. A rational, and this is number 6, and then there's 2 more after this. A rational and good creator who intends embodied conscience agents has antecedent reasons to establish psychophysical relations that enable truth, welfare, and rationality. Therefore, the probability of psychophysical harmony under theism is much more likely than that of naturalism. And then this is the last little conclusion. Consequently, psychophysical harmony is significant evidence for purposeful psychophysical ordering, and provided the probabilities very small under naturalism.
So I know nobody's going to want to take this another route. I'd like to get a thought out, and then I'm not going to respond at all. And I'll let nobody take over. He's got way better responses to the actual philosophy of this. But my only thought to this is I can grant that. The hypothetical, I can grant that totally. but it's not epistemically justified that this God does exist.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and just give my response now?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna shut up after that though and let nobody take it.
Okay, yeah. So
Fine either way.
there's going to be a fundamental issue with granting the granting the conclusion, and whenever atheists say, "Oh, well, sure, hypothetically, I can grant that." The problem is that that's pretty much accepting the conclusion at that point. Like, if I say, "Oh, there's a good chance that the murderer," or sorry, let's use a watchmaker example. There's a good chance that if I see a watch, there's a watch factory. And I agree with that. And then you ask the same person, you ask them after, "Oh, hey, so do you want to go to the watch factory where that watch factory is made?" And that person says, "What watch factory? I don't believe in watch factories." There's going to be kind of an issue.
Well,
with,
yeah, but watch factories do exist and watches do exist. We're talking about a hypothetical metaphysical being.
Sure. That's why I meant like in a state where like you knew absolutely nothing about watch factories. Like you're walking across like a beach, you've never seen watches before, and you just see a watch on the floor, and then somebody asks you, "Hey, there's a probability that there's a place in which these watches are made," or the other probability is that these things just naturally occurred. Where you
Right.
think, "Oh yeah, I think the watch factory is more likely." Okay, let's go. What do you mean that those don't exist? Like there's a issue accepting probabilities there.
But I can say I don't see how that makes this thing exist. And if I say that for either the watch factory or this metaphysical, the only one you'll able to epistemically justify is going to be the watch factory. If I say that makes sense, but I don't believe that the watch factory actually exists, you can say, "Oh, here you go. Here's a photograph," or you can take me there.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I still see an issue with, and I know we want to get to the other guy, but I still see an issue with, like, again, accepting the evidence, but not accepting the conclusion. It just seems like, I don't know. It just
But
seems.
let me try and
it's not-
rephrase it. I grant in the hypothetical. So, and this is not me trying to strawman you, and this is not me trying to do a category error. I know it's very close. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, it is more likely for us to have magic in comparison to atheism. That doesn't make Harry Potter real. So yes, in your hypothetical, it is more likely that this all-loving, all-powerful God who wants to create things would have made this. You're correct in that hypothetical, but that doesn't make Harry Potter real.
Well, okay, but the thing with the Harry Potter objection is like, okay,
I know it's a bit of a category error.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to just like yap here, but I guess I kind of have to. But like, the problem is we have no even like sense of like for anything Harry Potter to get off like the ground here. Like, there's no explanatory things.
Right.
With theism, yeah, like with theism, there's fine tuning. There's this argument. Like, there's more explanatory possibilities there, epistemic possibilities, if you will. Yeah, I know you want to let the other guy talk, so
Would it sound better if I said I grant the validity but not the epistemic soundness?
to me that just sounds like you're granting that there's that there's just good evidence for something, but I mean,
No, I think it's coherent.
know.
I just don't think that that's enough reason
Like,
to believe
okay,
that it
I
ontologically
guess-
exists.
I guess what I'm trying to say is if you're absolutely certain that your prior probability for God is 0, the only thing I would have to say there is that you need to provide a proof. And when I say a proof, I don't mean like some little silly syllogism about
Right.
change or something like that. I mean like something accepted in the literature, like something truly groundbreaking. Because I mean, we could go down like a bunch of arguments against God, but that's not really the point of this argument. The point is
Mhm.
just to establish the evidence, and that's kind of what I want to focus on right now. But I mean, those will be pretty much.
I would also further to like add evidence. Like I can grant your coherence, but I wouldn't say it's better than naturalism, for instance, because we have explanations for so many things, and unknown is just going to be filling a gap, whether it's me or you. But we can follow things with epistemic justification, like how do planets form? Did the universe expand? We can epistemically justify these things, and there's no causal mechanism leading to a God having anything to do with it.
Well, okay, sure.
So it's more likely under that.
So there's a few things there. whenever we discover, like, I know Newton thought that the heavenly bodies were like moved by God or something, and like, sure, you can say like, oh, well, look, naturalism solved that entire little question there. So why take any sort of theism seriously? And sure, right, I agree that we have explanations for things, but that just pushes the fine tuning and relocates it. Now you have to provide like Sean Carroll says. I'm a physics and math student, so I don't know if you know who Sean Carroll is, but
I know the
he's a
name, not the.
theoretical. Yeah, he's a theoretical physicist, and I mean,
Okay.
he has a book that says he got his degree from Harvard and all that. So he said like, oh yeah, naturalism just it has a stopping point.
Yeah.
And yeah, like
I agree. I agree.
That's my point. Like you have to ask, and in a big picture of reason, like, okay, why are these things here in the first place? Why is there because whenever you say, oh yes, naturalism can explain some things about fine tuning or psychophysical harmony,
I think
sure,
it's
but then
completely
you have to
answered in
ask,
naturalism.
but you would have to ask why, like in fine tuning, for instance, there's any life permitting constants in the first place. Then with psychophysical harmony, you have
We
to
can
ask like,
explain the
okay,
mechanisms.
why is there harmony in the first place? Sure, but you can't. Like my point is, even in psychophysical harmony, even if you did get the why, you wouldn't have an explanation for why like there is harmony in the first place. Like
I
this
think
is
you're adding a teleological idea to something that doesn't have a purpose.
I don't think so, because I mean, like, I don't know. Suppose we've finally reached, like, I don't know. Let me think a second here. Suppose we finally reached like a grand version of, like, I don't know, psychophysical harmony. Oh, like a grand evolutionary reason. Like we figure out consciousness, we figure out why these mappings were there. There's just no reason. There's nothing in evolution that's going to say, oh, this is why the harmony is there. No, it's going to describe the exact, like the mechanisms and how, I don't know, like how the neurons are connected. It's not going to describe the why. And I think that's important, right? Because I mean, this is what Einstein tried to do with quantum mechanics. People called him silly for it. People were like, oh, you're being too philosophical about it. But no, he had a reason. And now theoretical physicists today, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get to the why of quantum mechanics. That's why philosophy of physics is
I think
growing,
there's
but
some beauty in trying to find meaning in it, but some things just don't have meaning. Like gravity works because of space-time curvature. There you go. Like there's no God there. The meaning of, well, why would it even do this versus not do it? Or why would there be gravity instead of expelling? Like, I don't know, but I know that I can observe that it is doing that and it has nothing to do with the God.
So my point isn't trying to say like, oh, we need to look at the why because it points to God. My point is trying to establish that these why questions are why the biggest advancements have been made, right? Like Newton looked at the moon and thought, why is the moon falling? Like these are philosophical questions, like that established. So I think there is good
And to
reason.
further add,
besides,
100% of the time throughout all of human history, every single one of those whys, lightning, moon, earth rotation, etc., 100% of the time has been answered by naturalism. It takes time because we don't have answers to everything yet, but that doesn't allow God of the gaps.
Sure, but like my point is that we've reached there's some questions that just can't, like there's some questions that if answered by naturalism, like fine tuning and psychophysical, that the chances would be astronomically low.
I agree.
You're right. So I mean, the point is, again, I want to remind of the argument. The point is just to establish that this is more likely under theism. But I mean, it seems like if you are 100% confident that there is no God, and
I don't
higher
grant
probability-
100% certainty for anything now. I'm actually pretty damn near an epistemic nihilist when it comes to meta.
Right. Okay. So I mean, then I would say you have some reason to accept that this explanation. But I mean, I don't want to keep going in circles with the other
Yeah,
guy.
no,
wants to
I
talk, and then-
appreciate you. Nobody, did you want to add something more that I obviously
What's
can't?
up, Zena?
So can you remind me premise one?
Yeah, sure. Basically, it's just going to be what was it? Oh yeah, conscious experiences possess qualitative, representational, and valenced features, not transparently derivable merely from a description of their physical functional correlates.
Okay. And then I think it was premise 3 that I wanted to hear again too.
Yeah, sure. Holding the physical functional facts fixed, there are many epistemically coherent psychophysical mappings.
I agree with that one. I guess I agree. I guess I don't like have a huge problem with either one, but would you say that this requires some type of like dualism?
So I've seen philosophers try to make it work with like I'm pretty sure it can work with like some type of epiphenomenalism or well not like when I say epiphenomenalism I'm not being like super strict to be quite honest with you I don't even know what epiphenomenalists are trying to say because every time I have a debate with them it seems like their views change so I'm not even sure what epiphenomenalism is as of right
I
now
don't believe in qualia,
yeah
by the way.
probably some type of like dualism, sure.
Okay. And then what wouldn't like someone like this isn't me, but wouldn't someone who's like a type A physicalist just say that there is no reason to explain it? Those pain
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
Those
So,
painful go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, type A physicalism, that would just like that's beyond the scope of this argument. That's gonna have to be a whole nother discussion. So if you are a type A physicalist, this argument, like it's not that it won't work, it's just that it needs further justification that gets extremely into philosophy of mind. I also want to add type A physicalism is a very controversial
I'm a type
standpoint. Yeah, so yeah, then
No, Cody, he doesn't mean like cleaning your room. He means like
consciousness.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you bitch.
So like I'm not that. I think that physicalists bite too many bullets there, but and then oh my god, my cat's gonna freak out right now.
Don't you dare shit
Yeah.
on the cat. I will fight you.
Well, nobody is dealing with this.
He'll freak out.
I need to know, what is this type A, type B physicalism? I have
Yeah,
no
it's
idea
gonna be
what-
diabetes.
I don't even remember what type B is. I don't even remember what type B
does
is.
the same thing. My cat does the same thing when I step out of the room.
Here, I'll
Oh
get
my
on type
gosh.
B real quick.
Hey, don't
Very-
bite my charger.
What's either one? I don't know what either one is.
Type A is that we could reduce all things to brain states. Type B, physicalism, is a philosophical position asserting that while mental states are physical, the truths connecting them to physical states are only knowable a posteriori, meaning they can only be understood through experience. So it's like qualia. I don't
Yeah,
believe in
that's-
qualia, though.
I have a good argument for type B physicalism. Type A physicalism, that's a whole nother argument.
Yeah, so I've barely talked to anyone about this argument, and I do know that it's one of the better ones, or at least like when I hear it, I'm like, this is pretty,
I think it's really good.
There's obviously like sound reasoning, or I shouldn't say sound. There's like good reasoning going into this, right?
Watch your tongue with those dirty words.
But I guess I'm just like kind of confused because I've seen people laugh at people talking about how evolution could be like a route to which we have this harmony, and I just don't like. Maybe you could try and explain the why, like if we were, whether we just look at evolution or we try to stack some type of axiology on top of evolution or something like that. Why is evolution like such a lowbrow response to this explanation, as an explanation for these harmonious mental states?
Yeah, sure. So my main problem with the evolution objection, because I mean, it is the most, at least in my opinion, and it was my first instinct when first encounter. Sorry, I'm burping right now. Ugh. Anyway, my first instinct is evolution seems to, but the reason I don't think it gets off the ground, and it's what makes, in my opinion, psychophysical harmony extremely strong, is that evolution already presupposes some psychophysical harmony. So my entire problem with evolution is that we're not like evolution doesn't in a way like, and I'm being very loose with wording here, evolution doesn't like select certain things. It looks at what's useful for reproduction, it looks at what's useful for survival, and it says, okay, this is useful for survivability, this is not useful for survivability. So for example, I don't know, but let's just say like eyes. Eyes are good for survivability. People with bad eyesight are going to die off quicker. But suppose whenever humans felt like pain, there was just nothing, like it was just neutral. Like it's like your
Mhm.
normal just like state, assuming you have no like disorders
We
or
have
anything.
some people that do that.
Right. Like assuming that like whatever, that doesn't provide anything for like it does not interfere with survivability. It does not interfere with reproduction. For example, when you have sex, you could feel like, well, just pain, and guess what? Evolution doesn't care. That doesn't provide anything to your personal reproduction or survivability. I mean, sure, maybe less people would reproduce, but it's not stopping anything from
Yeah, we'd bottleneck and go
working
extinct real quick.
but, like that's the point, is that like it could still work, and like it could still work, but yet like, okay, let me phrase this better. When I say pain in these circumstances, I'm saying like just your conscious experience of pain. Like whenever you touch a stove, for example, and you say, oh wow, that felt painful, but like that's psychophysically tuned. And a possible world, maybe the sex example is a bad one, sorry. A possible world could be like, okay, you hold something like a pen, and your conscious experience is just absolutely like searing pain, or like you hold a stick or something and your conscious experience is searing pain. Guess what? Evolution doesn't care. Is this interfering with survivability? Is this interfering with any type of reproduction? No. It could still work. You could still eat. You
Well,
could still.
hold on. I hear something strange here, though. It's almost like you're saying that you don't think that positive responses to these positive physical interactions, such as reproduction, and negative responses to something that is damaging the body, it seems problematic to me to say that that wouldn't be selected for, because those agents, or I'm not going to say agents, those entities would be more likely to correctly identify their surroundings. And so, maybe it was a crapshoot at the beginning of how complex organisms evolved, and maybe there were ones that felt pain when, they were doing something reproductively oriented or something, but they're dead now. And so I'm just like, it almost, and again, I have not really ever dealt with this argument. I just kind of said, that's a pretty good one. But it seems like we're just ignoring that, like, there should be some type of benefit to the actions that actually empower survivability as a species are in fact pleasurable or whatever, and the opposite, or maybe even the neutral one, you wouldn't feel as driven to do these things, and you might die out.
Yeah. So there's two things there, and yeah, I'll clarify my point because I used a bad example and I kind of I kind of got all like
You're good.
messed up. So like, okay, the first thing is like that could possibly be true. The first thing I would say, like, okay, it still doesn't get past the point of why there's any psychophysical harmony at all. And again, like that's the point of the argument, is to just say that it's unlikely, but it is more likely under theism. The second thing, and this is really the strong point here. So there's a chain in the way it's in the Creme paper about this, but there's a chain in which basically like you feel it basically goes, and I'm going to get a little bit technical here, but like, okay, you feel bodily damage, then you feel the neural like damage detection states. Then what happens is like a withdrawal and avoidance behavior. and then what's it called? And then it like your because of that withdrawal and avoidance behavior, your brain does like things to try to make it uh, like map with reproductive fitness, with neural damage states causing like conscious experience, painfulness, but no like causal arrow for conscious experience, painfulness causing withdrawal and avoidance behaviors. So, like in other words, you can't think to yourself, "I'm feeling pain," and that causes something like in your body. You thinking right now like of a painful experience that you had causes nothing within your like within your brain to like be like, oh, we're gonna avoid
No,
this more or something.
not
So
necessarily. Right,
so how
like
so?
if you were to have like let's say for an example you were traumatized by something, right? And within that trauma, each time that you rethink about it or each time you have that thought, you can refill that pain. Well, it's not actually doing like any damage to your body. Your mental state is feeling that same pain that you once experienced due to that trauma. And that's a common thing with a lot of people who experience certain levels of trauma.
Yeah, so the thing working there is the neurons, right? Like it's not the conscious experience of I am in pain. It's the simply the neurons.
My
It's simply
apologies.
the no, you're fine.
I was
It's
like, was that?
simply it's the neurons getting reactivated in your body that's causing that avoidance behavior. So like right now, if you just think of yourself, like I don't know, if you think of yourself flying through the roof, and that's going to be a pretty painful experience. But because you don't have the requisite neurons or the requisite experience to feel that, there's nothing for your body to be like, oh, I'm going to be scared of my roof now. Like there's absolutely nothing there saying just from conscious experience, we're going to adapt to avoidance behavior. So like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is that because of this, there's good reason to suspect that this could have easily been the case where we experience some kind of like conscious state and some horrible conscious state that makes us feel in our consciousness like horrible feelings but cause nothing to our body. That's kind of the point of the argument here. Like I don't know if that helps.
You don't think that it's possible that there's some type of like say we looked at like different possible worlds or whatever, and we said, well, if there wasn't a God and a world from its very beginning or just its natural dispositions and its fields or whatever, you don't think that it's plausible that we just find ourselves in a world that once all things, all these like things that we're going to decide whether or not we look at them as like meteorological composites and stuff. Do you think that there's like a possibility or an entertainable possibility that the way that the dispositions work in the world that we're in simply led to that, and it was maybe like of a higher probability than a different world with different dispositions?
Yeah, I mean, like whenever we get into metaphysical possibility, like I don't know, I really try not to say what's possible. I mean, I guess you could. I don't know. I would say probably not. I'd say maybe whatever like conscious state that we have is like somehow fundamental to the universe as well. Like mind is fundamental to the universe in some way, shape, or form. So I'd say probably it's just necessary that or I don't want to say necessary here. I want to say like it
Right.
is just contingent on that first mind that first mind is necessary and that first mind has reasons to dispose agents to psychophysical harmony. Again, I don't want to get too much into metaphysical possibility because things can also get into the weeds there with like modal semantics and stuff. And again, that's just not the point of the statement. So
Yeah, I'd honestly like, I mean, I guess I just see like, whatever, like that third one was really me just like asking questions, but I just kind of see like the type A physicalist kind of does have an out here because like it almost seems like if they're simply talking about the brain, then the brain having these experiences is a part of the brain, and it's a good thing for them to survive. I'm not even sure if that's even like a good response. I just was thinking about like
Yeah.
how I'm not a type A physicalist, but like I was trying to think of what they would say. And then like the evolution thing too, I feel like is like these two things seem to be just at least responsive, but I won't claim that they're good responses for sure.
So let me give one more, like I'll try one more little like attack here. Like let me make the pen example like super clear. So like okay, imagine every time you grab a pen, your brain enters exactly the same physical state that
Zeno,
causes
just-
you to hold it. What's up?
If you don't mind, real quick, because Jestro is here to ask me a question, just real quick. What happened,
Oh,
Jestro?
sure.
Oh, and I'm also chilling. Like, if you want to finish that point as well too, because this is like, it's definitely like a question I would not mind having like multiple people respond to. So it is going to take a moment for me to explain. So if you want to finish up, like I'm chilling.
Okay, cool. If that's cool with y'all.
But thank you, Jaden.
Yeah, you can finish up.
Okay, sure. So again, imagine every time you grab a pen, your brain enters exactly the same physical state that presently causes you to hold it and write. But suppose that state is contingently paired with the phenomenal experience of holding a red hot, like iron rod, just pure agony. Because the experience itself has no causal influence on neurons or muscles, you continue gripping the pen and writing. You don't withdraw your hand, hesitate, or learn to avoid pens. Even if this happened for 30 years, the painfulness cannot train your behavior. And again, when I say painfulness there, I mean like your conscious experience of painfulness. It cannot train your behavior because it never enters the causal pathway that produces behavior. The crazy part about this is that you would still experience unbelievable agony. Like you would be, your conscious experience would be like, get me the hell away from this. But your body continued writing, like as if nothing
It
happened.
does rewire your brain. At
No,
the neurological level.
under conscious like painful conscious experience, it does not.
Well, if I don't you think that like people who are in certain ways neurodivergent kind of fly in the face of this type of idea, because like there are people who suffer greatly because of antisocial inclination or just terror of social interaction, and they can still both succeed at it to a degree or have a huge amount of
Yeah, neuroplasticity.
well, like if you like it will, like at the very least it's going to make them hesitate, but it could also hinder them and maybe even like severely reduce their quality of life. You see what I mean? Like, doesn't that kind of fly in the face of this if those like outlier cases?
So yeah, like again, I'd point to the
Oh,
fact
your mic
that-
is gone, bro.
Your audio got really quiet and tinny.
Is it better now? Hello?
No, did your headset die or something?
You literally sound like a radio right now.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
So while he's doing that as well, in accordance with pain theory and neurology,
Okay, this should have fixed it.
repeated
you're
or
fixed.
persistent physical pain experience can physically change the brain through neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to recognize its structure, function, and connections in response to the experience. It's not just a reflex, it's a sensory and emotional experience processed in the brain. When nociceptors detect harmful stimuli, signals travel to the spinal cord and then to the thalamus, which relays them to a network of brain regions known as the pain matrix. This network includes the primary somatosensory cortex and the anterior cingulate cortex, which is going to be the emotional component and the location and intensity. And then finally, the insula, which is interception and distress. And then it changes through central sensitization, and emotional and fear loops, and structural changes through many cognitive and motor mechanisms.
Yeah, sure. So that uses neurons, right?
Right.
In my example, there is no neural activity there. It's just pure conscious agony, which is possible.
Yes,
like,
and to be clear, like what you're talking about is kind of presupposing like type A physicalism, and though I would say that that's a fine response, like now it's kind of probably going to have to turn into like, do we want to think that that's true? Like, do we want to talk about that further? Then we want to keep talking about something that includes
right.
like maybe not
Yeah.
aphysicalism.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've gotten off the tracks of like the normal like argument for sure. Like
Right,
we're
yeah.
now more into philosophy of mind stuff. So I mean,
Yeah.
I think I'm happy to, you know, end it here if that's cool with y'all. I did have one more question though before I go.
Hell yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I know you had a debate with Hegel fan. Can you tell me what day that was? Because I really want to watch that.
Oh, brother, months ago.
Months,
Yeah,
like-
that was a very long time ago. I'm just gonna tell
Yeah.
you, there's like no point in watching it. It was basically a shit. It was a shit show. That's really all. it was.
I mean, it might have been a shit show, but I like Charsky, so
I do
for what
want to
it's
watch,
worth.
like, just for my own like notes or whatever. Like, I do want to watch. So if you say it was months ago, like, do you remember how many?
Nope. Dude, that
Um,
shit was back when I had like my fucking my wonky ass PFP. Like that shit is.
It was a long time
man.
ago, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
There's a chance I could find a Discord message of Cody and me talking about him.
You could
Did
also
we do that, Cody?
That's very possible, actually. Yes. If you go
Sure,
into the
I'll-
KG Discord, they'll 100% have 4,000 clips on it.
The cage. I don't even know what that is.
Wait, I don't think
They
Hegel's in.
are
Douchebags.
KG is very
think-
passionate. They're very passionate
not
or
pos-
something.
Dude.
Here, I'll
They're-
add you, nobody, and I mean, you can add me, and we'll just.
Yeah, I'll
mess
add
with
you,
it.
and then hopefully I can find that Discord. If not, like maybe there's some reason that I'm remembering they talked, so maybe I could find it.
KG.
Cool.
Hegel isn't a part of KG, so
I
like
don't
there isn't
remember
really
what
no.
my problem with Hegel was. It was so long ago.
I
I
think
don't
you
remember.
guys were talking about how. Oh no, you know I might be I might be
You guys were just
Well,
running
like,
in
okay,
circles.
to be fair, in the clip I
I
saw,
remember the.
like like I could have gotten debate bro on here, but like I don't know, he seemed good faith, and he didn't seem evidence didn't seem like debate bro. So I was like, okay, you know, whatever. I'm happy to like take the argument off its tracks. But like if I did want to be debate bro, I could have been like, oh, you're accepting the premises, like sure, but you know, I'm just trying to like have fun. You know, I'm not really looking to, you know, be like, oh yeah.
I'm very much a justified skeptic. Like I withhold judgment on pretty much everything, unless there's an epistemic justification for it. And if I can't, so like if it's a metaphysical what if, I can't just grant it just because the logic follows.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, I have a mathematician buddy who's the exact same way, right?
I could change my mind, and I try and do that with people like Hegel. I'm like, okay, that's fair. Why should I grant your epistemology over my own? And that's when we start running in circles, and then I start losing my shit and going off and being a douchebag.
Yeah, that's why like I stopped the conversation, because I realized like, okay, yeah, there's like his prior probability is like pretty much it's nothing for God, or like it's close to nothing. So I mean, he's not going to accept an entirely new epistemology in like a few sentences. So why? Like,
Prior wise, when it comes to God, I don't. That's not a fair category to put Mr. Cody here. He's got some history with Mr. Oh God.
No. Well, I meant like
Well,
prior
that's not what
probability.
that's not what that.
Yeah.
That's not what
I
that
meant
means.
prior
That's
probability.
not.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to fuck with him. Okay, Jestro, what did you need help with? Holy shit, my internet is so bad. You guys just looks like, never mind. Just go ahead, Jestro.
But you can still hear us okay, right, Jaden?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, cool. Also, thank you for letting me come up, Evidence. Appreciate you. Okay, so when someone claims that they are a lawyer on VR chat, you take that with a grain of salt, okay? Just some advice. But I have no evidence to the contrary that they're not a lawyer, so I just take them at their word at first. So it was, yeah, I was basically getting ganged up on. It was 5 Christians, and it was just me, a little lonely jester. And I decided I wanted to bring up Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21, which is the stoning of the virgin woman.
Yeah.
And, the cloth being the evidence and all of that stuff.
Yeah, all that nasty bullshit.
Indeed. So the thing that they were really honing on, like this is when like the other people did not know how to fully respond to me. They just handed it over to the lawyer dude. His name's Ponchi. So Ponchi was saying, well, how can you justify, besides your feelings on this, that it is wrong to stone a virgin? Or to stone a woman?
Well,
And I said, I was like, no, it's just the evidence of the fact that one, like there is no, even to this day, there is no way to tell if a woman is a virgin or not. And we compare it to the punishment that the man gets, which is 100 shekels of silver fine, and the woman gets the punishment of just being stoned to death. But yeah, that's so they were very honing on the feelings.
Yeah,
Like, what do you
subjective
have?
versus subjective morals.
Yes.
You're gonna get a lot of different responses here. Like, I'm a moral realist. Nobody's a moral realist. Pretty sure Zeno, you're as well a moral realist. I don't know.
I'm a moral realist.
But I'm gonna play for the sake of helping you out here. For subjective morality, there's two things you can kind of do in that scenario. You can either press them on their objectivity, because their morality is grounded in God, and if God is a mind, therefore the morals are subjective, because subjective by definition is mind dependent. Or you could
objective, mind independent. Yep.
Yeah, and then the second thing you can do is argue that when we look at morality, our main goals is human flourishing and ending as much suffering as we can. And since this
Causing
event,
the least amount of harm. Yep.
yeah, and then since this event, one, prohibits human flourishing, and two, prevents and two, increases harm.
That's going to be a blunder.
That therefore it's wrong.
Oh, yeah, no. And what did you say, host?
He was just fucking with me.
But yeah, no, it was. I was really trying to be patient with this person. They were very much like, they're like, oh, looks like you're gonna have to concede that point, and I'm like, it's like, listen, like, the one question they couldn't answer is like, okay, well, in your opinion, in any of the times, like, you know, you can go even further back. Is there ever a reason why a woman should be stoned to unalivement, for simply not being a virgin? Like, even if they lied, even if they weren't a virgin, would this be grounds for stoning them? Would this crime fit the punishment as a lawyer? And he was like, well, you're like, you know, I need an argument. Like, you're just asking a question. So they were very much like,
I need this lawyer
not
to be
wanting to
behind
answer that
me
question.
before I go and commit a crime. What's his number?
Right? Yeah, because I told him, I was like, you're either a lawyer I want to have or a lawyer I'm just gonna hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's another option that you can do, is really press them on their morality, what it truly is. But me personally, if I were in that scenario, I wouldn't do so, because it's just not going to get you anywhere. I think the second option, yeah, I think the second option that I gave is going to be the best one, because they're just not really going to want to listen to either of the other two. And god damn it, dude, I'm going to have to join you more on the VR chat shit so that you can get put in the bad situations.
I have VR chat.
It was.
Ooh,
What the hell?
Hey, wait, we could get something going here. Hey,
I just show back up. I'm like, that's him, guys.
We got the cavalry. This the one that pushed me off the swing.
Also,
oh man, it was.
All right, look, there's 24 people in here. Jester the Jester here. He does VR debates and a lot of other things for content.
Oh, I love
very
that.
much
Do you have a
suggest
YouTube?
Yes, exactly. Yes, he has a YouTube
Yes, sir.
and a TikTok.
I do.
I would very much suggest you guys go and give him a follow. He's fucking awesome. He does a lot of work on those videos, and I must say they are very impressive.
You're fucking awesome. I love your videos too, man. And what's it called?
To be honest, my
You
shit
should,
about lazy as fuck.
bro. Have you seen the most recent one? Like, I created a new show.
Yeah.
It's called the Antipriest.
Oh, I love
Oh,
Like
this.
like the Antichrist is the Antipriest.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out when I get the chance.
Also, guys,
And thank you-
I gotta go read a
thank you,
physics
Evidence.
paper. So nice talking to you guys.
Boring. Yeah, you have yourself a good day, bro.
Alright,
Yeah, have a good
Alright,
night,
y'all
dude.
be
Take
It's
care,
good talking
Zeno.
to you.
Yep, likewise.
Zeno,
Anyways,
Zeno-
Earth is flat.
Zeno is one of those
Whoa.
theists that I genuinely enjoy talking to. Or, like, he's more than 3 brain cells.
Who?
But even besides
Oh,
that,
yeah. No, I like him. That was really good. I like that.
Yeah, he
I
was
see
great.
you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Oh yeah, who is Cody in this, by the way? Is that
Douche
your
Mickey.
host? Douche Mickey.
yeah, I gotta remember that nobody else knows you by that half the time. I gotta remember that. I gotta still remember.
Oh my goodness. No, I originally got on VR chat around like 10 o'clock just so
Dang.
that I can make my next anti-priest video. It's just where I call out verses that are completely wrong. Like the latest one I called out was Leviticus 21 verse 9, where the priest's daughter, if she commits prostitution, she profanes her father and shall be burned to death. So I was
Wait,
like,
what is Cody pulling up there? I see fucking bugs.
Yeah, I've got a gnat. I was making sure it wasn't a flea.
Oh my god.
oh, doing a bug investigation.
Why the fuck do
Alright,
I have gnats?
Dude, I am. Man, I need to lock in and really get to working on my content. I really.
No,
fucking
same
do.
here. No, I jumped in to make more content, but then I was like, let me just stop
Oh my
by the
God.
night church, that place I took you to, Jaden. I was like,
Yeah.
let me just stop by the night church and just have a quick conversation, see what's happening.
I
And
think.
then I'm like, oh shit, it's been 2.5 hours and I've just been having the same conversation with 5 different people, like all at the same time. It was just, I was like, no, like I am gonna stand my ground and be put to the fire. Let's go, do your worst.
Did you post a video of this debate?
No, because I only will post videos in VR chat, which others do not do it this way, but I will only post videos in VR chat with like consenting adults. Because I don't just want to
okay.
like
Yeah,
hit
100%.
record and then just post.
100%.
Like, yeah, man, like because like there are like, you know, different ages in there. There's people that like, for example, like my first y'all know who Dr. Josh Bowen is, right?
No,
Yeah,
but I
Dr.
know who
Josh
Darth
Bowen.
Dawkins is.
Yeah,
Oh, Dr.
he's a Hebrew. Well, he's actually
The
in
Syriologist.
Yeah.
He has a
very good.
master's of theology or PhD,
I think yeah.
in Hebrew,
Mhm.
like Hebrew culture.
And then he's also done a lot of Old Testament studying. He's fucking awesome as
Oh,
well.
yeah. What's the name?
Dr.
Dr.
Joshua.
Joshua Bowen.
Gotcha.
I'll send you over his
Yeah.
TikTok account later on. But yeah, he knows his
Yeah,
shit more
fantastic.
than I think just about anybody when it comes to TikTok.
How dare you shit on
Do
Justin?
you know Justin, Apostate Ape?
Fucking awesome.
You know Apostate Ape?
I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
actually watched Apostate 8, but I know the name.
He's
Dude,
fun.
I swear to God,
He's a good one.
Cody, you gotta start going on more panels, dude.
I don't
Like, you
watch a
don't
lot
know
of this stuff.
nobody.
I do debate,
You
but
don't.
like,
But listen, that's what I'm saying. Like you just gotta go on the panel and sit there and just see who the fuck comes up and be like, oh, okay, this guy's fucking awesome.
well, I've also got like, there's a lot of like, you know, I avoid drama like the plague, and like, there's like Monkey Boy, for instance, is always on panels that I do like, but I won't join them if he's there, so that I don't start problems or like, I avoid certain panels with certain people up there, so I don't start fucking drama.
Well, what's your problem with Monkey Boy?
No, he has a problem with me.
Why?
That's a damn good question. I think it's because of how rough I am.
Then why the fuck?
Well,
is he
look, like I actually I have something to say about this.
Wait,
I have
nobody.
something- I have something
Why?
to say about this because there are people, and I don't think Monkey Boy is typically one of them, but um, his his standards are pretty high when it comes to talking about like philosophy and logic or whatever.
It's
I
basically
don't think
I'm
he's the
too ignorant
worst.
to be talking on it.
Well, I mean, I like to put it bluntly, sure, but my issue with that is that like I didn't really start seriously reading philosophy until like a year and a half ago or something like that, and um, this idea that like you're supposed to have this like certain level of awareness of these complicated and also not even just complicated, like there are simple things about philosophy, but there's, a million interpretations of those simple things and how someone will tell another philosopher that he's batshit insane for holding this position or whatever. And this idea that like you're not allowed to talk about stuff before you have this exhaustive level of knowledge just seems problematic to me. And instead, I think that people should empower each other and try and be inclusionary and like just if there's a way that they should be guided, then you can do the guiding. You don't need to just like shit on people.
Well,
You
that's
can just
why
guide them.
that's like how I run this channel is I am an ignorant idiot, and if I can learn these things, so can anyone else. Like I look things up on live so that I can show that I am ignorant on many things, but I'm willing to change my mind and learn. Like, that's the
I,
purpose
I
of it.
think my whole big issue when it comes to Monkey Boy, and like specifically his hatred towards you, is that
Well,
he
no,
can't
no,
ever
no
say-
flame to him. He's awesome. He's a cool
Right,
guy, incredibly
exactly.
intelligent. I have nothing against
Wish
Monkey
him
Boy
well.
guys.
But the facts be the facts, though.
I wouldn't even. I would even be cautious to say that there's any hate involved. I think it's again, he's like very chill compared to a lot of these people on this app. And like I understand, like there are instances where I've talked to people about whatever type or area or avenue of philosophy that I like and I enjoy. And I've talked to people where I've been like, dude, like you really don't have the boots for this hike. But like I still try and be like look, if this is the argument you want to make, we should try and make it valid. We can, get rid of this tautological obvious premise, and we could try and formulate the argument without that because it doesn't do anything. Like there's numerous mistakes that you can make in argumentation. And I just think that like the best way to go about things is to try and refine your interlocutor's approach so that you can attack like the strongest version of their idea that they have in their mind. Something like that.
And sometimes you just don't vibe with them, like, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like
Me and
even
Monkey
if
Boy have
you're
never spoken to
saying-
each other, ever.
Oh damn.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Well,
He just
like,
hops in
one
my
of the-
live and he's like this fucking low tier, and I'm like, what the fuck? I've never
Well,
talked to
keep in
you.
mind, keep in mind, he
I-
might like he might just be seeing these like silly gotcha clips.
Well, he's also
right? Like,
19.
whenever,
Like he's a child.
well, he's 20 now. But whenever I talk to you,
Yeah.
like you're receptive of what I say. Like might be a bullet you don't want to bite, right? Well, if Monkey Boy did that, that'd be even better for you because like he's like he's 20 and I'm 38, bro. And this
You're
kid is just, like,
38?
yeah, this kid is just a beast, and
You're 38.
like. Yeah, I just don't act it.
And I'm 31.
So,
Bro,
like-
you're halfway done with life. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, I'm
I
kidding.
think about that I think about that all the time.
Yeah, Zach too.
Hold up. All of you are fucking unks. I'm the youngest one here. You guys are all fucking unk. Bow down before me. Like get better. Get better in age in fucking every category.
Cries 43.
Dude, like 70% of my followers are over the age of 45, so I'm definitely not hating on age.
Well, and like again, like I just told you, like maybe I've been reading philosophy for like a year, like maybe 2 years, right? Well, like really lazily at first, and then I got really obsessed, and so anyway,
I still haven't finished
That was
humor.
at 30. That was at 36, bro. So like, just like, there's no contest happening. Like, we're all trying to like learn and evaluate what it even means to be a human
Yep.
being that's rational. And if that's the
Journey of
case, then
learning.
yeah, we just don't need to like be doing all these weird call outs. But I mean, look, we're trapped in this concrete jungle with a bunch of fucking monkeys, and now they have TikTok. And so obviously,
Exactly.
like obviously the monkeys are gonna fucking freak out about dumb shit.
Well, I like me personally, I'm very ignorant once it comes to philosophy. I'm very open about that. But I'm surrounded by like the biggest philosophy geeks of all time. You know what I mean? Like I'm just starting to study it. Like I'm reading and everything on it, but there's still some concepts where I just don't think you need to like read philosophy to really learn something of this nature. I think you only need to read it when it comes to terminology. That's about it. Like to debate it is a whole different story, right? Because I mean, I've been debating it for a couple months now, and I've been doing fine. Right? Like I've been baked into a corner a few times, but most of the time it's because I don't know the words that are being said. That's really you can really learn philosophy through just debating. Reading it or not just
Damn,
doesn't matter as much.
that hits, man. That because that's like how I felt like before I came over to y'all, like after that like 5 versus 1, like I was getting like in a corner, not because like where I was coming from was wrong, because I was like, yes, it should be common sense that like it's bad to stone women, and there's no test for virginity, like and all that. But because I couldn't articulate my argument better, I felt like that like
Yeah.
shaky, frustrated, like in a corner, like, oh, where do I go from here? What do I say next?
Yeah. That's
Right.
where I
I
just
mean,
layman it. Like, hey,
What-
can you layman what you just said? I'm not following you, and I
What-
don't
what I-
accept
There was
that
a
because
lot of
this.
lawyer terms. There was big
what
words, and I was
I
like, of
do-
course you're doing that.
Well,
What I do, and
I don't.
like,
Are you talking about? Are you talking about the feet guy? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
The feed guy? No.
Jester, he does VR debates, and he's talking about a VR debate that he had with a
With a
so-called
lawyer.
Yeah.
So yes, so
Oh no, I meant because Cody said. What did you say, Cody, just now?
Well, that's just what I do, like in general now. It's like anytime quote unquote Philbro comes up, I'm like, hey, can you layman this?
Yeah, no,
Right,
that's
right.
good
Oh, right,
advice.
right, right.
Good
So at
advice.
some point, like he decided, like he was done trying to layman things for you, and like I guess that's fine. Like he's allowed to decide to do that, but and then he dropped the slur. Like that was just like poetically stupid. But like he like again like, and I know this is annoying, but if you just read about phenomenal conservatism and like the conservatism, I'm never gonna remember, but if you just read about it and like the objections to it, then like it's obviously the case that there are certain things that if we want to know they're true, our seemings are not enough. Like it's obviously the case.
Which is what I said to him, and then he
Right,
brought up
and
like
so-
a big jargon word, and I'm like, bro, you lost me there.
Well, and that's why when
Yeah.
I came up, like he had already been long gone because I was driving or whatever. That's why when I came up, I brought up that like that example of like my soda can on my desk, right? Like it seems to be the case that the soda can I'm drinking is on my desk. Like no one cares. Yes, there's no defeaters. Yes, like good, go. That's like great. The soda can's on my desk. But then now when we're starting to say like, well, it just seems to be the case that like minds are more probable with a god and not God. Well, that just seems. What do you mean it seems? Like that seems to me irrational. That seems to me silly, or like we need to talk more
Yeah,
about.
but then when you say
what
that,
you're...
this is their response. Are you kidding me? You don't understand? That's going to be a tracking error.
Well, that's why like that. Typically, what I see when someone's invoking like trivialism or phenomenal conservatism, or I'm never gonna remember that word. When they invoke things like this, they're basically saying like, well, but in my system, it's true. Oh, but in my system, it has some type of prima facie
Which is
justification.
what I say to them. I'm literally like, yeah, if I grant your framework, I 100% agree with that. Why should I grant your framework?
Right. So like, do I want to say that there's a justification. There's some type of justificatory
Reasoning?
allotment because of your seemings when it comes to a god. No, I don't want to say that. Like it could just be like my intuitions, right? They might just say, well, like just because phenomenal conservatism or trivialism is not intuitive to you, that doesn't mean it's false. Well, yeah, no shit. Like that's fine. I don't care about that. It's intuitively fine to you. It's intuitively wrong to me. I just at that point we're just,
if trivialism is true, God doesn't exist. Trivialism is true.
Then God doesn't exist. Exactly. If trivialism is true, then God exists and doesn't exist. So like that's why these like these weird little like technical like scope manipulations or abuses,
that's what it is.
They just don't make
manipulation.
sense.
But damn, like
when
how
it
would
comes,
like
Oh, you're good to
Go
talk
ahead.
over Jaden. You're good to talk over him.
yeah, always, fucking always, because I speak so much. But you know,
well, they said that.
hate-
Oh,
oh,
go Jaden, go.
you know, I do hate that kind of like how gnarly these debate spaces can get with that whole, oh, you can't track. Like, I don't see why. Like, the whole point of philosophy is to learn from one another. There's no need to like sit there and shit on somebody for not knowing a term or failing to understand something. It's just ridiculous and it's immature. That's why I don't like the KG group.
To
That's why I
further
don't
add, do I have to have a PhD in philosophy to believe in God? Is that what they're trying to say?
like literally.
That's
I
stupid.
mean,
That's the dumbest argument of all of
no,
them.
the literature, or I'm sorry, the consensus amongst professionals is they're atheists. So, oopsies.
Yeah, that's like when you bring it up. Oh, you just don't know what you're talking about. It's like, do I have to have a PhD to agree with you? Like, what's going on here? Wasn't the Bible
My
written for
favorite
the
one-
illiterate man?
Oh, yes. And also my favorite thing is like it's like okay, we have to have a god to of all these things to have a mind to ground morals, like whatever. It's like then who created God? It's like did there have to be a mind to create that mind?
But no, he's the grounding principle for all things. Okay.
Oh, he's the OG. My bad. Sorry. I concede.
Yeah, he's transcendental. Okay.
Yeah, he's the undone doer.
He's the unchanged changer.
Wait, to go to the GOAT, GD, the ungooned gooner.
Oh.
Gotta bring it back to him. Gotta bring it back to him.
Also, actually, nobody. That the feet guy. I brought up with him multiple times. Why should I believe that
feet
it's
guy.
yeah, literally. Why should I believe that it's possible for a god outside of time to be able to have causal relation with time? And he said it's my burden to prove it not possible. And I'm saying, well, I don't know if it's possible. And you're saying it is possible. Can you demonstrate that? And he kept on shift. That's a burden shift, correct?
Yeah, I got accused of that earlier. Was the burden shifting?
What was the
Yeah.
exact question? Why should I think what is possible?
Yeah, I asked him if God existed outside of space-time, this God he was talking about, which he was just talking panentheism. I said, does this being exist outside of the universe, outside of space-time? He said, yes. I said, okay, I don't see how it's possible for this being to be outside of space-time and have possibility for change and interaction in space-time. And he said, well, then I need to prove that that's not possible.
Well, he also said something
Real quick,
interesting.
nobody- I got a message
Yeah.
for you. I got a message for you, nobody. Just real quick.
That's interesting. Was
Collapse
from who?
said. So look. Collapse said, "Tell nobody he is still has to say incest is okay. He never proved why not. I always give him shit about that."
Damn, this is like the back to the stoning a virgin.
I specifically told him why it's not okay. But so anyway, he said something strange, which was that like, I'm not gonna remember it exactly, but
Strawman it.
it was something like like God would be inside space time, or God would be like, I can't remember what his exact wording was, but he like then at the same time appealed to like panentheism.
Yep.
And I don't understand what that means because I would think that space time is inside of God if you're a panentheist, because the universe is kind of like in a pocket of God in that idea. And so it wouldn't necessarily follow that space time or space apply to God. And so he said something strange to me where he like almost said that like God's inside. I don't think he said inside, but he said something similar to God is inside of space and time, or he's like, it's like identical to him or something. But in panentheism, the whole 4D block of space-time can be just this pocket inside of God. Like panentheism means that inside of God is the world.
Dude,
it
what is
doesn't
up
mean
with
that God
loving to be
shares
inside of people and people being inside of him.
Well, he only likes to be inside of questionably aged women. But the strangest thing to me there was that panentheism implies not all of God's properties are identical to our world. It implies that in that the pocket that is inside of God is our world, but his overall nature or properties could differ wildly. He said something that was really confusing, but that's when I was driving.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, Jestro, to be completely honest, probably the only reason you weren't prepared for that conversation when it came to morality is just because of the way the deconstruction community treats philosophy. They treat it as if it's some kind of like poor, bullshit, sad thing when it's really not, right? Like it's actually pretty great when you get down into it. Like it can seem really annoying at first, but once you understand it. Oh, shut up. Don't ever listen to Cody.
Absurdism. The myth
Where
of
did
Sisyphus.
Collapse message you?
Discord.
You will never know. God
Well,
damn it! Why
yeah.
do you gotta ruin
But
my
no,
fun?
I know
they-
Collapse. There's a reason we've talked
I know.
about
They
I know.
had to they had to grab the lawyer dude because they could not figure out with it themselves, because they were like, well, where do you get your morality from? I'm like, same place you do. It's like, for example, they're like, well, how, like doing the whole like subjective versus objective. And I'm just like, listen, like a lot of this is meta. We can get into it, but right now, like, I want to hone in on this Bible verse and I want to ask you, do you agree with God's law? Do you think it's a just and fair law? And this is just one example out of many.
This is a great
But then
thing.
they were like, hold on a sec. It's like, hey,
Don't ever-
Ponchi, can you take over real quick, Ponchi? And then I was
Never-
like, it was just all legal jargon, like, and I'm
Look,
like, I didn't
never-
understand a lot of it.
Never end up in the explaining space in the debate. You will never ever want to be in that position, because the moment you get in that position, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to lose.
That is true.
You like that's why Cody's so hard on not allowing burden shifts, is because he knows what's going to end up happening if that takes the place.
Yeah, and it's just no, that's a very good point. And it was just, and also it wastes your time, because I'm like, shit, 2.5 hours have passed, and I've there was other verses that I wanted to like discuss about, but there were like I tell people this all the time, is like, I am winning a debate whenever I am learning something new, and I am taking something away from this, because like at the end of the day, like I might have a debate about this exact passage with these people, and like the audience be like, okay, Jestero lost that one, but then I do the same debate tomorrow and they're like, oh, Jestero just wiped the floor with that one. So that's going to happen all the time throughout my life of doing this. But if I can take something away from this, if I can have some growth and improvement in my argumentation and learn something from this, then I'm winning.
Yeah,
every time.
that's fair. I don't believe there is any such thing as a winner or a loser in debate.
There you go. Also, I don't know if you saw, but I did subscribe to your YouTube evidence.
Good boy.
Just thought about it.
Yeah,
I don't even,
yeehaw.
Cody, I don't even think you're following my YouTube. Now that I think about it.
You have one?
What the?
Yes, I have a YouTube.
Jaden, am I following you on YouTube?
No, I don't think either of
Holy
you are.
shit. Teacup
It's
time.
it's in my bio. Like what is called is in my bio.
Oh yeah, you do.
Well, you
Let's
guys
take a
could
look and then not follow.
you guys could follow my YouTube where I have no videos.
Fuck you.
Not a single video.
I am subscribed, Jaden. I was already
Okay.
subscribed. We've talked about
Okay,
this.
good.
And now
I
I'm going to
couldn't
shift the burden on you. And nobody, I'll subscribe to your YouTube with no videos. What is it?
All that right.
It's just the same as my name, but with 3 instead of the last.
What is that? What is that, brother? What is that?
It's Witches Investigate Pendle Hill.
Let's fucking watch it.
I don't subscribe to whoever that is.
Well, let's watch it, bro. We'll have a fucking.
There you are.
Man, that's sad ass fucking video right there.
Isn't that a good looking photo right there?
No, I made it look shitty due to the fact that the recording got cut off mid fucking video. My recording, it got corrupted mid fucking video.
Well, it is past 3 a.m. and I have a busy day tomorrow,
No.
so
Yeah,
No.
it is past 3 a.m. I gotta bust out one more video, but thank you so much for having me.
hell yeah.
Yeah, no, Jestro, you're staying here.
Anyway,
I don't.
I got work to do.
yeah. Well, you guys have yourselves a good night, all right?
Free
All right.
I don't know.
I won't give the argument for why you shouldn't end the stream, but okay.
Whatever. All right, I'll talk to you guys another day.
Don't end the stream, bro.
Deuces. YouTube, thank you guys for sticking around. This was a long one, 5.5 hour stream. Holy crap, you guys. Have yourselves a good night. Appreciate you being here. This is pretty fun. See you guys in the next one.